Welcome to Enigma Vault, where every locked memory hides a bloody truth. I'm Nightfall, and tonight we'll step into the shadows where secrets never die. I yawned at the computer screen. There was a brown tea stain at the bottom of the coffee cup, forming a crooked sun on the tablecloth. Hanging on the wall is an old, dusty microphone from the final episode of Midnight Testimony, one that was in the spotlight for 65 days 3 years ago when I was still a big shot in the crime podcast world. Now what? I glanced at the push notifications on my phone and saw that the latest Crime Decoded podcast had been played over 10 million times. The title was Serial Dismemberment Case, the 17th finger bone missed by the forensic doctor. I swiped my finger across the screen and an ad popped up, blocking the number. It was a true crime-themed puzzle game, with the caption, "You can be a detective too." I scoffed and placed my phone upside down on the sofa. When the doorbell rang, I was squatting in the storage room, looking for some old equipment that could be exchanged for some wine money. Boxes of tapes were stacked on metal shelves, their labels faded, some still clinging to stickers from my days at the orphanage where I lived, until I was 12. St. Mary's Children's Home, which was later reduced to a charred cross by a fire. "Mr. Hudson?" The courier's voice squeezed in through the crack in the door. I pulled off the dusty hem of my t-shirt and wiped my hands. The moment the door opened, the man in uniform took a half step back and glanced at the old Midnight Testimony badge on my chest. "Sign for it." He slapped the manila envelope on my palm, turned around and left, his sneakers making a crisp sound in the corridor. The envelope was heavy, the edges were frayed, and it was postmarked on November 15th, 1982, from an Upper East Side post office in New York City. I had just turned 7 at the time, counting the mold spots on the walls of my children's room at St. Mary's. "There is no return address." I tore open the envelope and the metal cassette clanged to the floor. The outer shell is dark green with several nicks on the edges, and the label has November 14th murder scene recording written on it in faded blue ink. November 14th, 1982. This date suddenly pierced my temple like a rusty needle. That was the day when the serial murders occurred near St. Mary's. I remember it very clearly because the headmistress locked all the children in the basement, saying that there was a monster that eats children outside. The old cassette player had been gathering dust in the living room for half a year. I blew the dust off the buttons and pressed the play button. The noise of electricity came out first, followed by the shrill sound of sirens. Then the man gasped like a broken bellows. "Oh my God." Her throat remained calm. Witness. Another voice with a metallic amplification, should be a police walkie-talkie, described the suspect's characteristics. Too tall, at least 6 feet, in a black coat. When he turned around, I saw his face. The cassette suddenly made a sizzling sound, as if someone had scratched it with a fingernail. I moved closer to the machine and heard a tinnitus-like buzzing sound mixed with very light sobs. The sound was so thin, like the hair on a mosquito's legs brushing across the eardrum. But I was definitely not mistaken. It was the sound of a child crying. Goosebumps formed on the back of my neck. According to official records, the only witness to the November 14 murder was a milkman, and there were no children left at the scene. But the sobbing in this tape, I pressed my temples, and memories suddenly flooded back. I was 7 years old, curled up in the closet at St. Mary's, my knees pulled up to my chin, listening to the sirens outside the window, my tears falling on my worn socks. "Elliot." The knock on the door startled me so much that I almost dropped the cassette player. Through the peephole, I saw Samira Kareem from the opposite side holding a toolbox, her black hair tied into a neat ponytail at the back of her head, and her earrings were 2 small gears. She always said that they were the badge of a community detective. "Can you lend me a soldering iron?" She raised her chin and glanced at the tapes at my feet. "Are you tinkering with those old cases again?" I bent over to pick up the cassette, the metal edge hurting my palm. I just received a tape from 1982 saying it was a murder scene. Samira tapped her fingers on the door frame twice, as was her habit when she was thinking. The on-site recording of the November 14 incident in the official archives was destroyed long ago. Are you sure it wasn't a prank by some audience member? But there's a child crying in there. I stared into her dark brown eyes. It overlaps with a certain memory from my childhood. Her pupils contracted slightly. Samira rarely showed emotions. Let's listen to it. She put the toolbox on the sofa and squatted in front of the cassette player. The electrical noise started again. When the sobbing sound appeared, Samira's fingers clasped my wrist. 3 short sobs and 2 long sobs at 0.8-second intervals. She looked up at me. It seems like some kind of frequency pattern. I was stunned. Absolute pitch buzzed in my ears, and those ignored sound waves suddenly became clear. The frequency of the sobbing sound was 200 Hz, and where it overlapped with the electrical noise in the background, there were more subtle fluctuations, 100 Hz, 200 Hz, alternating like Morse code. Wait, I pressed my hands to my temples as a migraine set in. Let me listen to it again. Samira said nothing and silently turned up the volume. I closed my eyes, and the sound waves dug small holes in my eardrums. A 200 Hz sob, a short 1800 Hz note, a long 2200 Hz note. When the third time they overlapped, the frequencies suddenly connected in a chain, like someone scratching glass with a fingernail. Help. My back was soaked with cold sweat. The cassette player stopped with a click, and the end of the tape rolled into a tangled mess. Samira picked up the scattered tapes and paused at a certain point. There are physical scratches here, not natural wear and tear. She looked up at me. Someone deliberately hid something in the recording. The sound of an ambulance siren was heard outside the window, getting closer and closer. I took out my cell phone and tried to check the records of St. Mary's Children's Home in 1982, but the screen suddenly went black. The battery was dead. Samira passed the soldering iron to me, her fingertips brushing the back of my hand. If you need help, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., at the Harlem Library. She pointed to the old badge on my chest. There's a light in your eyes, Elliot. The last time I saw that was when you were doing the Red Lane scrap. After she closed the door, I pressed the play button on the cassette player again. This time there was no noise, just dead silence. But my absolute pitch was still roaring, and those abnormal sound wave frequencies were like a swarm of black bees, flapping their wings in my temples. The wind of 1982 passed through 20 years of dust and suddenly poured into the living room. I remembered the musty smell in St. Mary's basement, the jingle of Mother Superior's keys as she locked the door, the hem of a black coat I saw through the crack in the wardrobe. There was another witness that night besides the milkman, and that witness could be me. The cassette player suddenly made a sharp whistle, like some kind of alarm. I covered my ears, but heard a clearer frequency echoing in my mind. 1800 Hz, 2200 Hz. Repeat, repeat. Someone left a message for me in 2023. In a recording from 30 years ago, my back was soaked with cold sweat. The cassette player stopped with a click, and the end of the tape rolled into a tangled mess. Samira picked up the scattered tapes and paused at a certain point. There are physical scratches here, not natural wear and tear. She looked up at me. Someone deliberately hid something in the recording. The sound of an ambulance siren was heard outside the window, getting closer and closer. I took out my cell phone and tried to check the records of St. Mary's Children's Home in 1982, but the screen suddenly went black. The battery was dead. Samira passed the soldering iron to me, her fingertips brushing the back of my hand. If you need help, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., at the Harlem Library. She pointed to the old badge on my chest. There's a light in your eyes, Elliot. The last time I saw that was when you were doing the Red Lane scrap. After she closed the door, I pressed the play button on the cassette player again. This time there was no noise, just dead silence. But my absolute pitch was still roaring, and those abnormal sound wave frequencies were like a swarm of black bees, flapping their wings in my temples. The wind of 1982 passed through 20 years of dust and suddenly poured into the living room. I remembered the musty smell in St. Mary's basement, the jingle of Mother Superior's keys as she locked the door, the hem of a black coat I saw through the crack in the wardrobe. There was another witness that night besides the milkman, and that witness could be me. The cassette player suddenly made a sharp whistle like some kind of alarm. I covered my ears but heard a clearer frequency echoing in my mind. At an 1800 Hz, 2200 Hz. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Someone left a message for me in 2023 in a recording from 30 years ago. When I stopped the cassette player, the moonlight outside the window was climbing up the wall. The soldering iron that Samira left behind was still on the coffee table, the metal head glowing dully, like some kind of weapon ready to fire. The phone automatically charged at 3 in the morning, and her text message popped up when the screen lit up. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, don't be late. Mornings in Harlem always carry the smell of damp coffee. When I met Samira outside the library, she was leaning against the faded red brick wall, reading an old newspaper. The ends of her hair were stained with morning dew, and her eyelashes cast small fan-like shadows under her eyes. Lena Davis lives at 7 Mulberry Street. She waved her phone. I checked. She moved here in 1978. She once opened a small store and now walks dogs for her neighbors. The porch of number 7 Mulberry Street was covered with ivy, and the doorbell was a brass bell that made a crisp sound when pressed.
The old lady who opened the door was wearing an apron printed with irises and had flour on the tip of her nose. She had obviously just finished baking cookies.
Elliot, she squinted at me. When you were a kid, you always came to my house and bought bubble gum for 5 cents apiece. When Samira handed over the cookie tray, Lena's laughter was like broken glass. Look how well behaved this girl is. She sat us down in the living room with a crocheted tablecloth and photos of Harlem streets from the 1980s on the walls. You asked about St. Mary's Children's Home. Alas, that place was torn down a long time ago and is now a boutique coffee shop. I pulled out the tape. There was a murder there in the winter of 1982. The official record said it was done by a milkman, but my throat suddenly tightened. The musty smell from 30 years ago suddenly rushed into my nostrils. I thought of myself hiding in the closet and seeing the hem of my black coat through the gap. It was longer than the milkman's work clothes, and had a kind of crispness that didn't belong in an orphanage. Lena tapped her fingers on the tablecloth, as if counting the years. It snowed heavily that year. I remember the red lights of the ambulance were blinding. The police came to question him and said that the worker was drunk and hit someone with a wrench. But little Elliot, she suddenly held my hand, the warmth of her palm like an old jade. I later met the worker in the church. He was squatting on the bench crying. He said he didn't remember anything, but heard a buzzing sound in his head. Beep sound. My temples began to throb and absolute pitch vibrated on my eardrums, overlapping with the frequencies in last night's tape. Samira's fingertips touched the back of my hand under the table, as if conveying some kind of secret signal. She asked softly, "Aunt Lena, do you remember anyone else being around the orphanage that day? Someone wearing a black coat?" Black coat. Lena narrowed her eyes. There was indeed a strange face, always hanging around the corner. He was tall and wore a top hat, like a detective in a movie. But at that time, she suddenly paused and looked at the swaying ivy outside the window. Forget it, my old brain can't remember it clearly. When we left, Lena forced 2 boxes of cookies on us, the wrappers still covered in flour. Samira held the box, her profile vaguely visible in the morning mist. She didn't finish the last sentence. I know. I pinched my sore temples. She wanted to say, everyone was busy protecting themselves at that time. The old people in Harlem are most afraid of getting into trouble with the police. The police station is at the end of Mulberry Street, its red brick exterior covered with rust-colored water stains. The doorman was an old man wearing a fluorescent vest with his hat pulled down low. "Reporter? Podcaster? You need to make an appointment." I took out my old work ID. The plastic film was already wrinkled. "I'm Elliot Hudson. I did an in-depth report on the Red Lane dismemberment case and was on the crime page of the New York Times." The old man's eyes moved. Samira walked around to his side at the right time, pretending to look at the bulletin board on the wall, and tapped lightly with her fingertips on the combination lock of the side door. There was wire wrapped around the door handle, and it was obvious that it had not been opened for a long time. "You watched my show, didn't you?" I leaned forward. "Does your grandson always use your phone to listen to podcasts?" "I can record a voice message for your grandson, just saying Grandpa is so cool." The old man's mouth twitched, and he finally pulled off the visitor's pass hanging on the keychain. "Half an hour. Only in the archives room on the first floor." As soon as the door of the archive room was opened, the smell of mold mixed with ink hit me in the face. The filing racks are like silent giants, with stacks of cardboard boxes, labeled Unfiled Cases 90. Sam Brown popped his head out from behind the counter. His bald head was greasy, and his police badge was pinned to his wrinkled shirt. "Who are you looking for?" "Looking for the files on the 1982 St. Mary's Children's Home murder case." Samira's voice was like a scalpel. "We have reason to believe that the investigation at that time missed a key clue." Sam's face darkened. "Unsolved cases cannot be borrowed." I glanced at the book, Criminal Psychology, and the half-cold coffee on his desk, and an idea suddenly occurred to me. "Do you also like to study cold cases?" When I was doing a podcast, I interviewed FBI profilers, and they said that there was a problem with the murder weapon report in the 1982 case. The angle of the wrench didn't match the wound. Sam drummed his fingers on the table, mirroring Lena's movements. He pushed up his glasses. The angle was questionable. A sharp quarrel suddenly broke out. I turned around and saw two young men in sportswear struggling with the police officer at the front desk. One of them held up a cell phone and shouted, "My mom was beaten." "Is this how you handle cases?" Samira's eyes met mine. We simultaneously bent over the filing racks, cartons flying through our fingers. At the bottom of the December 1982 file, I found a hardcover folder with the words St. Mary's Children's Home Murder, Secondary Investigation, written on the cover in red pen. "Hey!" Sam's roar made the file racks buzz. "What are you doing?" Samira grabbed my wrist and ran. As we walked through the chaotic halls, I could hear Sam's footsteps getting closer, his panting breathing mixing with the murmur of the police radio like some kind of out-of-control metronome. Samira cut the wire of the side door with a knife from the cookie box. As the cold wind blew in, I caught a glimpse of a photo falling out of the folder. A man in a black coat with his back to the camera, half of his face revealed under his top hat, overlapping with the shadow in my childhood memory. "Elliot." Samira's voice trembled with urgency. I turned around holding the folder and saw Sam had rushed 5 steps away, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. The expression on his face was no longer the hesitation from before, but a kind of anger that was almost panic. Sirens sounded behind me. The morning mist had not yet dissipated when we rushed into the old streets of Harlem. Samira's hand was hot in my palm, like a fire that was burning brighter and brighter. The folder in my arms was hitting my ribs as I ran. Hidden inside might be the truth from 30 years ago, or it might be a more dangerous trap. Sam's shouts were torn apart by the wind, but I know he won't let us go easily. Just like the sound waves in that tape back then, once they start vibrating, they will never stop easily. Samira's palms were covered with sweat, and she pulled my wrist so hard that it hurt. The fluorescent lights in the police station corridor cast a white shadow overhead. Sam's leather heels tapped on the non-slip floor tiles, and the clicking sound was like an out-of-control thumbtack, stabbing into the back of my neck again and again. "Turn left." Samira suddenly lowered her voice and pulled me into the fire escape. The smell of mold and rust hit me in the face. I caught a glimpse of a pile of file boxes, half a person's height, piled up at the corner of the stairs. The year 1982 on the cover was covered with dust, like a faded scar. Behind him, Sam's panting was getting closer. He coughed every 2 steps, and the end of the sound was like the whine of a broken bellows. I remembered that half an hour ago in the archives room, this grey-haired old administrator was shaking with his hands as he bent over to look for information. "He has asthma," I whispered in Samira's ear. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her fingertips tapped my palms twice. This was the code we agreed on last night in her apartment, meaning continue observing. We slowed down our pace and deliberately made our footsteps heavier. Sam's breathing became clearer and clearer, mixed with the echo of the stairwell, like an old clock that had been in disrepair for a long time. As his shadow cast its first outline around the corner, I suddenly stumbled forward and slammed my shoulder into the fire hydrant. Fuck. I squatted down, holding my shoulder, and the folder fell to the ground with a bang. Samira immediately squatted down and pinched my lower back with her fingertips. This was the code for act more realistically. I frowned, and cold sweat oozed from my forehead. Leg cramps. Sam paused. He leaned over the handrail of the stairs. A suppressed cough rolled through his throat, the police badge on his collar flashing a cold light. "What do you want?" Samira pulled me closer to her, her voice as soft as a piece of sugar melted in warm water. "Mr. Brown, we are not thieves. Elliot's adoptive mother died last week, and among her belongings was a tape from She took out her cell phone from her coat pocket and played the sharp beep in the recording. "You see, this frequency does not match the report record of the Harlem serial murder case that year. He just wanted to confirm." Sam's Adam's apple moved. I stared at the red corners of his eyes. Those were the marks of long-term use of anti-allergy medication. The case was closed long ago. He lowered his voice. The murderer was a homeless man who jumped off the East River Bridge. But I heard a child crying in the recording. I looked up at him and deliberately made my voice tremble. It was a very clear child's voice, which contradicts the record that there were no witnesses at the scene. "Mr. Brown, I stayed in St. Mary's Orphanage before I was 7 years old." Sam's pupils suddenly contracted. As he bent down to pick up the folder, his fingers brushed against the gold-plated words, "St. Mary's Children's Welfare Home" on the cover, and they shook as if they were burned. At this moment, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my temple, and the lights in front of my eyes turned into overlapping double images. This was the side effect of overusing absolute pitch. "Elliot?" Samira held my shoulders and gently rubbed the acupuncture points behind my ears with her fingertips. "You're as white as a sheet of paper." Sam's eyes swept across my frown and fell on Samira's hands, pressing on the acupuncture points. He sighed, fished out a bottle of blue pills from his trouser pocket, and threw them to Samira. "It's for migraines, prescribed by the hospital." He turned to me and said, "You can't take the information out, but you can look at it in the monitoring room. I'm going to lock the door in half an hour. Don't make it difficult for me." The fluorescent lights in the monitoring room are more glaring than those in the corridor. Samira put the pills in my mouth and handed me a half-full bottle of warm water. I stared at the spread-out file. In the case record of November 1982, the 4 words "abnormal sound waves" were blacked out with a black pen, leaving only the word "wave." There was a photo inserted in the on-site investigation report. A man in a black coat had his back to the camera. Half of his face was exposed by the brim of his top hat, and there was a crescent-shaped scar on his left eyebrow. It's the same old photo in my foster mother's attic. My hands tightened around the photo, and my migraine felt like a red-hot wire drilling into my brain. Samira leaned over to take a look, her hair brushing the back of my hand. "The location of the scar matches the Uncle Black hat you drew when you were a child." I closed my eyes. My absolute pitch was forcibly awakened by the tingling pain in my temple, the friction of paper fibers, the sound of ink seeping through, and even the crisp sound of staples pressed into paper pages. all seemed to be amplified 100 times. When I put my ear close to the blackened words, I suddenly detected a regular vibration. Da da, 3 short, 1 long, and 3 short, which was the Morse code V. Virgil. Samira whispered the name. I looked up suddenly, and the shadow of the man in the photo left an afterimage on my retina. The wall clock in the monitoring room pointed to 10:17. The sound of an ambulance siren was heard outside the window, overlapping with the background sound of the tape in his memory. Sam's footsteps sounded outside the door. Samira quickly closed the file, but I stared at the back of the man's neck in the photo. There was a vague mark there, like a crumpled camellia. My adoptive mother held my hand before she died, and the last syllable that came out of her throat suddenly became clear in my ears. V.I. The door to the monitoring room opened. Sam stood at the door holding a cup of hot coffee, the steam blurring his expression. It's time. I stood up and almost fell down because of the sharp pain in my temple. Samira held me and tapped my palm 3 times quickly with her fingertips. Something's happening. I looked down at the screen of her phone. In the archival photo she had just taken, underneath the blacked out sound wave abnormality, were a few letters that could be vaguely seen. United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, USAMIE. The camellia mark on the back of the man's neck in the photo is exactly the same as the dried petals in my childhood diary. Sam's coffee cup clattered softly on the table. When I looked up, he was staring at the photo in my hand, and something flashed in his eyes, like fear, like relief. It's time to go. Samira's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable power. I stuffed the photo into my inner pocket, and when I turned around, I caught a glimpse of my own shadow on the surveillance screen, overlapping with the man in the black coat in the photo into a blurry gray. The sirens in the hallway had stopped, but my ringing in my ears continued. It was a frequency between a buzzing and a heartbeat, like something that had been sealed for 40 years, and was now drilling into the heart through the blood vessels. But what is more dangerous is the awakening monster behind the truth. As I followed Samira out of the police surveillance room, the skin on the back of my neck suddenly began to feel hot. The patterns of camellia petals emerged in my memory. I picked them up from the crack in the door of the old director's office at the orphanage on the eve of my 12th birthday. The dried petals had been sandwiched in the diary for 40 years, and the edges had long since curled into a dark brown color. But now they felt as if they had been roasted by fire, ironing my chest through the inner pocket. To my house. Amira turned the car key, and the police light cast red and blue spots on her eyelashes. Sam's eyes were not right when he looked at the photo just now. I checked half an hour ago. The elevator surveillance in this building was just reported for repair this morning. I touched the archival photo in my pocket. The edge of the paper was still warm from the police station's copier, and under the blackened words sound wave abnormality, the abbreviation USAMIE lay like a dormant snake. The United States Army Medical Research Institute. I remember this name when I was doing a podcast about weapons left over from the Afghanistan war last year. I looked up their sound wave experiment project in the night. They said it was researching non-lethal psychological intervention methods, but it was later stopped due to ethical disputes. Samira's apartment is in the oldest brownstone building in Harlem. The aroma of tacos wafts from the Mexican restaurant on the first floor, mixed with the damp and moldy smell in the corridor. She unlocked 3 locks and pressed me against the oak table in the kitchen. She turned and took out an ice pack from the refrigerator. Apply it to your forehead first. When you have a migraine, you can't tell the difference between Morse code and the sound of a microwave dial. When I took the ice pack, it touched her fingertips, and it was as cold as steel quenched in cold water. She had the same temperature when I was looking up information in the library last night. I turned to an old news article from the New York Post in 1982. And the front page headline was Mystery of Orphanage Fire, 7 Children Missing. In the photo, a little girl in a plaid skirt was carried out by a firefighter, and her side face was just covered by water stains. Samira stared at the photo for 10 minutes and finally said, "Maybe it's just a resemblance," but her knuckles were shiny white as she held the magnifying glass. "Try this." She spread out the archival photo under the desk lamp and used tweezers to pick up a piece of translucent tracing paper to cover it. I used a 2000 lumen light to shine on it, and the blackened part has indentations. "You said you can hear the frequency of paper crinkles." I took off my glasses and rubbed my eyebrows. Absolute pitch is a gift. To put it nicely, to put it bluntly, it's like having a precision oscilloscope in your ear. When I was a child in the orphanage, I could hear the degree of wear on the manager's leather heels. Old Johnson, whose left heel was 0.3 millimeters lower than the right heel, always beat the children after Wednesday dinner. Aunt May, who had a rubber patch on the toe of her right shoe, would stuff oatmeal biscuits under my pillow. Later, this ability became a selling point of my podcast. I could hear the changes in the frequency of a suspect swallowing from recordings of old cases and determine whether he was lying. But it's different now. In the warm light of the desk lamp, the ink on the photo looked like a ball of solidified blood. I put my ear against the paper, and my temples started throbbing, as if someone was drawing circles on my brain with a needle. Samira's breath sounded overhead, refreshing like a mint. "Do you want me to dim the lights? Don't talk." I gritted my teeth and squeezed all my senses into my ears. The friction of paper fibers sounded like the wind blowing through a stubble field. The indentations of the copier rollers were regular clicks, and suddenly, a series of short ticks came in, 15 hertz higher than the background sound. Tick, 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 tick. As I said it aloud, the ice pack fell to the table with a plop. Samira immediately grabbed my wrist, and my pulse beat like a war drum under her fingertips. "Morse code." She grabbed a pad and wrote it down quickly. "Listen to it again and I'll remember the rhythm." The next 20 minutes were like torture. With every 3 syllables I heard, my migraine penetrated an inch deeper. Samira's hand was always on the back of my neck, and her body temperature seeped through my shirt, tying me to reality like an anchor chain. When I finally read out, "That above it, is this love is cool?" She tilted her head to look at me. "No," in Morse code. "Is O, is A, is A." I pulled the notepad. The cold sweat wrinkled the edge of the paper, and the symbols appeared before my eyes. "Maybe there is a spacing error in the middle."
"You need to find a professional."
"Emily Green," Samira said immediately. Former NSA cryptanalyst, now runs a cryptography studio in Brooklyn. I helped her recover her hacked encrypted hard drive 3 years ago, so she owes me a favor. Emily's studio is tucked away in an old warehouse, under the Brooklyn Bridge. When I pushed open the door, the musty smell mixed with the scent of ink hit me in the face. All 4 walls from top to bottom were covered with cipher tables, a rotating disk of the Caesar cipher, a replica of the Enigma machine, and a Virginia cipher table with arrows marked with a fluorescent pen, which glowed faintly blue under the ultraviolet light. Absolute pitch. Emily looked up from a pile of principles of cryptography, and her silver-framed glasses slid to the tip of her nose. I thought this ability only existed in the minds of symphony conductors. When she took the note, there was a crescent-shaped scar on the inside of her wrist, exactly the same as the one my orphanage friend Tommy got when he was burned by the heater. We huddled together at the workbench. Emily's mechanical keyboard clacked, and a Morse code translator popped up on the screen. The first half, "and that's," is indeed Ole, but the second half is E, "and that's." Wait, are you sure about the last 3 symbols? I closed my eyes, and the ticking sound in my ears started again. The last one is... Emily paused suddenly. Her fingers hovered on the keyboard for 3 seconds, and then she pulled up the 1983 USAM YD project file. In 1982, they launched the Cool project, which was officially described as an experiment to interfere with memory nerves using infrasound waves. And Ole, she clicked on another window. is the abbreviation of Albany, the location of the New York State orphanage. The orphanage where you stayed as a child was in the suburbs of Albany. The phone in the studio suddenly rang. The moment Emily picked up the phone, I saw her pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints. She turned her back and lowered her voice. "I understand." "No, I didn't touch." "Okay." When she hung up the phone, her knuckles rested on the edge of the table, and bluish-white dead blood appeared on her fingertips. "Who is it?" Samira's hands were already on her waist. There was always a pepper spray there. I've seen her use it to knock down 3 thugs who were robbing an old lady. Emily pulled at her collar, revealing an old pale pink scar on her collarbone. 3 years ago, I deciphered a set of encrypted emails. The sender was a former military intelligence officer. The phone call just now said that the participants of the cooling plan are still alive and asked me not to meddle in other people's business. She suddenly grabbed the notepaper and stuffed it into the shredder. The sound of the metal gears biting the paper was like the low howl of some beast. But I saved the code fragment in the quantum encrypted cloud disk, and the key is in your phone. The moment the shredder stopped, a truck horn was heard outside the warehouse. Emily walked to the window and closed the dusty blinds. A black Lexus drove around downstairs 3 times half an hour ago. It had no license plate. I touched the camellia petals in my inner pocket. The dried petals from 40 years ago now seemed to have warmed up, like a time bomb about to explode. Samira touched the back of my hand, and this time she tapped 5 times. Danger escalates. When I left, Emily handed me a small brass box. Inside is the torn pages of the 1982 cooling project experimental log. I bought it from a used bookseller last week. Her voice was as light as a sigh. "Be careful of the camellia mark. My father said that it is the mark of those who participated in the experiment." The Brooklyn evening breeze blew into my collar. When I looked up, I saw a dark shadow flash through the window on the 3rd floor of the warehouse. It looked like a man in a black coat, with a dark red flower wriggling on the back of his neck. My phone vibrated as Samira's car started. Emily's encrypted message popped up. "The real goal of the Cool project is to rewrite memories with sound waves. The code you heard might be a cry for help from a survivor." In the rearview mirror, the light of the warehouse gradually blurred into a red dot. I touched the back of my neck, and the skin there began to feel hot again, as if something that had been sealed for 40 years was awakening inch by inch through my blood vessels. As Samira's car rolled over the Brooklyn leaves, my hand sweated as I held the brass box. The burning pain on the back of my neck is like a fine needle, picking at the thread of my memory. On that rainy night 40 years ago, I curled up in the ventilation duct of the orphanage's attic, counting raindrops, and a man in a black coat passed by with a swaddling baby in his arms. Is the red mark on the back of his neck just like the camellia flowers on the 3rd floor of the warehouse tonight? Tom's studio is in an old printing factory in District D. Samira turned the steering wheel, the headlights splitting the night sky. I found him 3 years ago when I was checking the files of illegal immigrants. That guy can hack into the water meter system of City Hall, but his price is higher than that of the lawyers in Harlem. Can he be trusted? I stroked the camellia petals in the inner bag, and the dry touch made my palms itchy. I don't believe it, but he doesn't want trouble. Samira glanced at me. Just make him feel that this is easier than going to jail. The iron door of the printing house was covered with rust and made a harsh squeak when it was pushed open. A faint blue light leaked from the 2nd floor window, mixed with the smell of instant coffee and cold cheese pizza. I followed Samira up the iron stairs. The metal steps shook violently under my feet, like standing on guitar strings that could break at any time. The door was not locked, and the moment it was opened, the blue light from the fluorescent screen hit me in the face. More than 20 monitors were arranged in a matrix in the corner of the wall. A wrinkled hoodie was piled on the swivel chair in the middle, and the only thing exposed was a bunch of messy hair. Tom Wilson was crossing his legs, hooking a half bottle of Coke with his toes, and the codes scrolling on the screen were denser than his stubble. Hudson, he raised his head, his eyes behind the glasses lit up for a moment. Your podcast has been suspended for half a year. I thought you were selling insurance. I need you to hack something. Samira pulled over a folding chair and sat down. It's an old case from 1982. It may involve a military project. Tom's feet slid off the edge of the table. He tugged at his wrinkled plaid shirt and stared at me. You know what the FBI's cyber tracking team is using now? Quantum dongles, which just broke the dark web children's photo album trade last month. If I touch that, he tapped the nearest monitor, I'd wake up under the Brooklyn Bridge tomorrow morning with my keyboard stuffed in my mouth. I fished out my wallet, pulled out a black card, and pushed it over. Enough for you to buy a new keyboard and rent an apartment with a pool in Miami to hide out for 3 months. Tom rubbed his fingers on the card and suddenly smiled. Okay, I'm tired of checking for plagiarism for college students anyway. Tell me, what do you want? Samira pushed the phone over to me. On the screen was the timeline I had compiled. On August 15, 1982, a fire broke out at an orphanage in Harlem. At 3 a.m. on the same day, patrol officers found 2 bodies at an abandoned pier with their throats cut by sharp objects. On the tape left at the scene, there was a Morse code that translated into help, but the official record said it was a test tone. Tom's fingers flew across the keyboard as the monitor lit up one after another. Old forum posts, newspaper scans, and even a blurry surveillance video. A patrolman in 1982 standing at the dock, holding up the tape and shaking it towards the camera. And in the background, a man in a black coat turned his face to the side, the red mark on the back of his neck like an unopened flower. It's all public information. Tom yawned. The police report said the murderer was a homeless, mentally ill person, and the fire was caused by aging circuits. You'll have to go to the deep web to find the new stuff you want. He switched the interface and entered a string of garbled addresses. The screen suddenly went dark for 2 seconds, and when it lit up again, the entire screen was filled with encrypted green characters, like a group of crazy fireflies. Tom's mouse hovered over a file called Cooling Plan 1982 A15, which matched the cooling plan Emily had mentioned. This file is triple encrypted. He licked his lips. The first layer is RSA, and the second layer, shit, is it the quantum entanglement algorithm used by the military? The burning pain in the back of my neck suddenly intensified and my temple began to throb. Samira held the back of my hand, and this time she tapped 3 times. Hold steady. Tom's fingers began to click frantically, and a red warning popped up on the screen. Unauthorized access detected. The next second, all monitors went black at the same time. When they lit up again, the screens were full of flowing black codes, like countless snakes gnawing at the data.
Anti-tracking program. Cold sweat broke out on Tom's forehead. They are locating the IP.
Samira picked up his backup phone and started dialing. I contacted my informant at the cybersecurity agency. It's too late. Tom's keyboard was clacking. They are using pulse wave tracking. They can lock onto this building within 3 seconds. As I stared at the flashing warning box, I suddenly remembered the former NSA technician I interviewed for my podcast last year. He said that the military's anti-tracking system has a loophole. When abnormal access is detected, it will prioritize verifying the key length of the first layer of encryption. If you send the wrong hash at this point, Tom, I grabbed his mouse, changed the RSA public key length to 51 bits and send this. I quickly typed a string of gibberish. This is a fake key collision. Tom was stunned for half a second, then immediately followed suit. The black code suddenly stopped, as if the pause button was pressed. He took this opportunity to switch to the virtual router and jump the IP to a public Wi-Fi node in Tokyo. Let's go. Tom slumped back in his swivel chair. and wiped his sweat. Those bastards will have to chase us for at least half an hour. I stared at the reloaded cooling plan, 1982, 08115 file, and this time part of the content popped up. Experimental subject 117, sound wave frequency 4 Hz, memory override success rate 68%, Camellia mark confirmed, orphan file destroyed. The following words were covered by garbled characters, but the last line was clearly visible. Warning, 412 Hz resonance may activate the subject's latent memory. My temple exploded with pain and I reached out to press the back of my neck. The skin there was incredibly hot, as if something was hitting my bones through the skin. Elliot? Samira's voice seemed to come from far away. I stared at the 412 Hz on the screen, and suddenly remembered the nightmare I always had in my childhood. On a rainy night, there was a swarm of buzzing bees outside the ventilation duct, and a voice said, "Forget." Is the frequency of that sound exactly? Tom suddenly leaned closer to the screen and pointed at a string of numbers in the garbled text. Wait, this is the GPS coordinates. He quickly calculated. Brooklyn Bayview Nursing Home, the one managed by Virgil Hawke. The burning pain in the back of my neck suddenly turned into a sharp pain. I took out the small brass box. The remaining pages of the experimental log that Emily gave me were shining coldly at the bottom of the box. There was a siren sound coming from outside, very far away, but to me it sounded like it was exploding right next to my eardrum. 412. This frequency was drilling into my brain along the nerves. As Samira helped me to my feet, I caught a glimpse of a small red dot blinking in the corner of Tom's monitor. Is that what the anti-tracking program left behind? Still, it's time to go. Samira's voice was soft but as sharp as a knife. Bayview Nursing Home tomorrow morning. I took one last look at the 412 Hz on the screen and pressed the camellia petals to the back of my neck. The dried petals stuck to the hot skin like a seal about to break. Tonight something needs to wake up. By the time I pressed the camellia petals to the back of my neck, Samira was already dragging me toward the door. The sirens were still wailing in Tom's studio, but in my ears, the sound was broken down into countless fragments. A high-frequency piercing sound of 1000 Hz, a low-frequency vibration of 200 Hz, and a faint 412 Hz mixed in. Like a rusty steel needle, it was drilling into the brain along the ear bone. Hold on. Samira's grip was surprisingly strong, and I could feel her fingertips pressing against my pulse on my wrist. About Bayview Nursing Home. Tom said the city library has old files on military projects from the night. I nodded, gritting my teeth. The moment the door was pushed open, the evening breeze blew in with the smell of rust. The old pipes in Harlem were leaking again. It would have been a good idea to take a taxi, but Samira insisted on walking. She always said a moving target is safer than a metal box, especially when the burning pain in the back of my neck was still reminding me that the GPS coordinates might have been targeted. The dome of the municipal library glowed bluish-gray in the night. As the automatic door opened and closed, I smelled the musty pages of old books, mixed with a familiar scent of sandalwood. Lucy Miller's sachet. She poked her head out from behind the service desk, her flaxen curls puffed up in the warm light, and the name on her ID card rubbed to a shine. Elliot, you haven't returned the copy of New York crime stories that you borrowed last time. Samira gave me a gentle push on the lower back. I gave a cynical smile. Miss Lucy, we need something more hardcore this time. Were there any military sonic experiments around? Her smile paused. She tapped a few times on the keyboard, the blue light from the screen making the fine lines at the corners of her eyes shine white. Most military projects are sealed in the special collection room on the 3rd floor, but there may be scraps from old newspapers. She turned around and pulled out a brown paper bag from under the counter. Last week, when I was sorting out the 1983 bound volumes of the Daily News, I found a few torn pages. As the pages lay spread out on the reading table, I smelled the pungent odor of the developer. The front page read Harlem Community Protests, Noise Pollution. In the photo, several black housewives held up signs that read, "Give me back my sleep." And in the background, there was a white van with military numbers painted on it. The second page was older, with charred edges, and the title was Abnormal Brainwave Incident in the Children's Welfare Home, and the date was May 17, 1982, just 3 days before the day I was adopted from the orphanage. Here, Samira pointed her finger at a line of small words. After testing, the abnormal frequency is concentrated in the 442 Hz range, resonating with the subject's alpha brainwave. The back of my neck suddenly felt hot. The camellia petals fell on the table at some point, and the dry and wrinkled lines looked like a cracked scar. Fragments of childhood nightmares came flooding back, the sound of heavy rain hitting the tin roof, the buzzing of a bee outside the ventilation duct, and a voice that stuck to my eardrums. Forget. Need a Morse code reference. The sudden male voice startled me so much that I almost knocked over my coffee cup. I looked up and saw a man wearing a dark gray sweater, with glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, and holding a book, A Brief History of Cryptography, in his arms. He pointed at the newspaper I had spread out. In 1982, the military used a modified version of Morse, using frequency difference as a separator. Robert Johnson. He held out his hand, his knuckles stained with pencil dust. I saw your podcast last week on the crypto forum about the Morse code analysis of Red Hook mutilation. Samira had already pulled up a chair. Can you help us look at this? She pushed over the encrypted printout Tom had given her, the GPS coordinates hidden in the gibberish, and the fort. Robert's pupils suddenly contracted. He took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and moved the fingernail-sized lens back and forth on the paper. Frequency. Yes, in 1983 the Army laboratory did use frequency bands as codebooks. For example, 412 Hz corresponds to the 13th position in the alphabet. He suddenly stopped, and when he looked up, his eyes behind the glasses were frighteningly bright. Are you looking up the Swarm project? Samira and I looked at each other. I have seen this name in the remaining pages of Emily's experimental journal. The two words bee swarm were blurred in ink, and next to it was a simple sketch of a bee flapping its wings. The library was closing. Lucy's voice came from the information desk. Only then did I notice that it was already completely dark outside the window, and our table was the only one with lights on in the reading area. Robert's fingers suddenly began to tremble. He picked up a pencil and quickly scribbled on the paper. In May 1982, a group of children from the orphanage were sent to the laboratory for a hearing test. My grandfather was a caregiver at the time, and he said that those children later stopped talking. Bite. The sound of the electronic door opening and closing was particularly clear in the empty library. I looked up and saw 3 men in black suits walking towards me. The leader had a crescent-shaped scar on his earlobe, and his leather heels tapped on the marble floor with a regular da-da-da sound. The V in Morse code, standing for victory. Samira's hand rested on the back of mine. Her palms were covered in sweat. Secret Service? Or Virgil's? Robert's Adam's apple moved. They came last week to ask for information about the Swarm project. I suddenly remembered the little red dot in the corner of Tom's monitor. What the anti-tracking program didn't catch was the surveillance left by these people. The burning pain at the back of my neck turned into a stinging pain, and the 412 Hz buzzing began to linger in my ears again. I grabbed the scraps of newspaper on the table and raised my voice deliberately. So the password is 4212 corresponding to M, plus the coordinates of the Brooklyn Pier. That's enough. The scarred man had already stood by the table, his voice like sandpaper scraping against metal. Come with us. Samira suddenly kicked over the chair. The shriek of the wooden leg scraping against the ground drowned out all other sounds. I took the opportunity to grab Robert's codebook and stuffed it into his arms. Go check the weather records for May 8. As we ran toward the side door, I heard the scarred man yelling at his men. To the dock. The old wooden stairs creaked under my feet. Samira pulled me open the fire door, and the humid night wind blew in, carrying the salty smell of Brooklyn Bay. Did they believe it? Robert held his knees and panted, his glasses tilted on his nose. I pulled out my phone, and the bright light from the screen revealed Samira's taut jawline. She stared at the shadows across the street. There's a black Cadillac over there with its license plate blocked. The burning pain in the back of my neck suddenly intensified. I looked up at the second floor of the library and saw that the light at the service desk was still on. Lucy's figure swayed behind the glass. She seemed to be making a phone call, with her hand on the sachet on her chest. The shape of the sachet looked very much like the bee drawn in Emily's experimental diary. Let's go. Sammy pulled me into the alley. Tomorrow morning, Bayview Nursing Home. Robert followed closely behind, his code book clattering in his pocket. Wait. May 18, 1982. There was a huge rainstorm in New York. Heavy rain, ventilation ducts, the buzz of bees. I touched the back of my neck and found that the camellia petals had disappeared without me noticing. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted in the night wind, mixed with a familiar low-frequency vibration, 412 Hz, which was drilling into the heart through the blood vessels. Some things really need to wake up. Chapter 7. Code cryption is hindered again. By the time we got into what Samira called the safe house, the burning pain in the back of my neck had spread along my spine to behind my ears. It was a warehouse hidden in the alley behind an old coffee shop in Harlem. The door was tied with a rusty iron chain. The creaking sound when it was pushed open made Robert's codebook shake. Samira lit a kerosene lamp in the dark. In the dim light, old wooden boxes were piled up like a fortress, and faded community newspapers were stuffed in the cracks in the wall. It seemed that she had prepared this place in advance, like a squirrel hiding its food. Play the tape again. I took off my coat and hung it on top of the box, and the metal buckles made a crisp sound. Samira took out the old tape from 1982 from her canvas bag. The cassette player was bought from a second-hand store, and the concave arc of the keys was just right for holding the thumb. Robert had already spread out the codebook, with the tip of his pen against his chin. It rained heavily on May 18, 1982. I checked, and the rainfall in Central Park broke the record. The ventilation ducts of the orphanage. He suddenly paused, and when he looked up, his glasses reflected the light. Elliot, you said that there were sounds of bees in your childhood memories. The cassette player made a click sound, and first the noise of electricity came out, followed by a vague human voice, the panting sound of a child hiding in the ventilation duct on that rainy night in... I closed my eyes and let the sound waves penetrate into my brain along my eardrums. Absolute pitch is like a precise ruler, measuring the frequency of each breathy sound. 200 Hz 31. This is the interval of Morse code. Robert wrote quickly with his pen in the notebook, but the previously solved B and rain are too scattered, like deliberately scattered breadcrumbs. He turned to the previous page. The handwriting was as sloppy as grass blown by the wind. And this, the copy of the experimental log given by Emily, next to the B pattern, is marked 412 Hz resonance. Jingle. Samira's phone suddenly lit up, and the light from the screen made her squint. She picked up the phone, hummed twice, and suddenly handed the phone over. Emily. I pressed the hands-free button, and the sound of electricity was mixed with rapid gasps. Elliot, don't believe the previous code fragment. It's a trap. Emily's voice was trembling, and there was the crisp sound of shattering glass in the background. They hacked into my email and stuffed false clues into the information. Someone knocked on my door half an hour ago and said, "It's time to hang up." Where are you now? Samira grabbed the phone and dug her nails into her palm. Do you need us? Don't come over here, Emily screamed, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object falling to the ground, and only a busy tone remained on the phone. The air in the warehouse suddenly became heavy. Robert's pen rolled to my feet and the ink-stained metal cap reflected my distorted face. Samira put the phone to her ear, her knuckles turning white. She turned off the location. She said before that the apartment was equipped with anti-theft chains. They're watching us. I touched the back of my neck, and the burning pain there intensified. It started in the library, when Lucy touched the sachet. Samira suddenly stood up and kicked the wooden box at her feet. Think of it another way. She pulled off the elastic and retied her hair, sweeping the ends of her hair across the coffee-stained newspaper. Elliot, you said there was a swarm of bees humming in the recording. 412 hertz, which matches the numbers in the lab log. Robert, what if the Morse code doesn't represent letters, but frequencies? Robert's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the code book and flipped through it quickly. In the 1940s, the military experimental records mentioned the use of sound wave frequencies to encode intelligence. For example, 2000 Hz corresponds to dots, 310 Hz corresponds to dashes, and the interval time corresponds to the spacing between letters. I slammed the pause button on the cassette player. In that 0.7 second gap, there were actually more subtle ripples hidden. Absolute pitch is like a polished mirror, reflecting the infrasound waves superimposed underneath. 412 Hz, the same frequency as the vibrations in the background. Wait, Robert rushed over, the tip of his pen almost poking the cassette player. In the experimental log, B is the project code, and the buzzing sound of the bee colony is the forfeit UL coverage frequency. What if the password uses the main frequency as the key and the infrasound as the plain code? Samira had already pulled out her tablet and pulled up the sonogram. 3 curves danced on the screen like 3 spider silks blown by the wind. Look here, she zoomed in on a waveform. The main peak is 200 Hz. The secondary peak is 412 Hz. The difference is 212. 212 corresponds to V in the alphabet. My heart started beating faster. The burning pain in the back of my neck turned into numbness and itching at some point, as if ants were crawling up my spine. Robert's pen was writing rapidly on the notebook, and he was muttering to himself, "Verre, bite." 3 phones vibrated at the same time. It is an anonymous text message with the same content, and the sender is shown as unknown. Stop investigating, or you and everyone you care about will disappear in the rain of... Samira's tablet slammed against the wooden box. Robert's codebook fell to the ground, and the pages rustled to the page with 412 Hz written on it. I stared at the screen of my mobile phone. The text message was sent at 23:59, and the sound of rain outside the window became louder at some point. The same frequency as the heavy rain on May 8. The numbness and itchiness on the back of my neck suddenly exploded. My temple felt like someone was slowly drilling into it with a drill. The kerosene lamp in front of my eyes turned into 2 double images, and the 412 Hz vibrations drilled into my heart through my blood vessels. I held onto the box until my knuckles turned white. I heard Samira calling my name in the distance, Robert picking up the codebook, and in the rain, a muffled voice said, "Time to wake up, Elliot." The lingering scent of camellia petals still lingers in my nose. When the tingling sensation on the back of my neck spread along my spine to the top of my head, I heard Samira's voice as if I was immersed in water. She pressed her hand on the back of my neck, and the warmth seeped in through my shirt. "Elliot, hold on, we're going to the hospital." Robert's codebook was still lying on the ground. The number 412 Hz was wet by the rain, and the traces turned into a blurry blue. I bent down to pick it up, and suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my temple. The kerosene lamp in front of me turned into 3 double images. Samira held my waist with a force that was almost rough. "Don't touch those pieces of paper, your pupils are dilating." The wipers made a screeching sound on the windshield. The leather cushions in the back of the taxi were sticky with sweat on my back, and Samira was holding my wrist, her pulse beating faster than the windshield wipers. Robert sat in the passenger seat, looking back at me every 30 seconds, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as he said, "The frequency of the rainstorm on May 18th. I checked the weather records, and it was indeed Elliot. Are you sure that's not a deviation from your childhood memory?" "It's not a deviation." I gritted my teeth, almost breaking my back teeth. "I heard that sound." Shamira pressed the ice pack to my forehead. "We'll be fine at the hospital." The incandescent light in the emergency room was blindingly white, and the smell of disinfectant pierced my nose like a needle. As the doctor pushed the EEG machine in, I stared at the mold on the ceiling. It was exactly the same as the ceiling in the orphanage's basement. Even the shape of the mold was exactly the same. Samira stood beside the instrument, her fingers unconsciously stroking the embroidery on her cuffs. It was sewn by her mother with scraps of silk scarves, and I had seen her touch it when she was anxious. Robert huddled in the corner holding the code book, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Your brain waves are abnormally active, especially in the temporal lobe area." The doctor took off his glasses and said, "Have you been using absolute pitch frequently recently?" I said nothing. Samira answered for me. "He's investigating an old case and has a lot of audio to analyze. That's the problem." The doctor tapped the medical record with the tip of his pen. "The temporal lobe of a person with absolute pitch is 3 times more sensitive than that of an average person. Overstimulation can lead to synaptic fibrosis. If this continues, permanent tinnitus and even memory disorder may occur." Memory disorder. I stared at the digital clock on the wall. It was May 18th, 1982. On this day in my life, I was 5 years old and hiding from the rain in the attic of an orphanage when I heard glass breaking downstairs and a woman screaming. Police later said a caregiver had slipped, but I remember the sound had a metallic vibration, like some musical instrument playing out of tune. "How long do I need to rest?" "At least 2 weeks." The doctor pushed up his glasses. "Completely prohibit exposure to any environment that requires precise sound recognition." Samira's fingers left after images on the phone screen, probably because she was checking the orphanage's old files. Robert flipped through the codebook loudly. "But we just received a threatening text message, and 402 Hz matches the sound of rain on the day of the murder." "I know." I pulled off the electrode on my temple, and the tape stuck to a few strands of hair. "So we can't stop." Samira looked up suddenly, with sparks burning in her black eyes. "Elliot, give me 2 hours." I grabbed her wrist, which was cooler than an ice pack. 2 hours, I'll stay in the ward, and you go to the hospital library to look up medical literature on the military sonic project." Her Adam's apple moved, and she finally nodded. "You must return to the ward before 3 o'clock. Robert, you follow me." The ward was on the 3rd floor, and there were half-wilted carnations on the windowsill. I lay on the bed covered with starched white sheets, listening to the squeaking of the nurse's cart in the corridor. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the aroma of millet porridge wafting from the next ward, until the announcement sounded, "Please go to the nurse station to collect medicines for Bedford." The voice suddenly changed its tone. I propped up my upper body, my heart beating as fast as a snare drum. There was a very fine vibration in the background sound of the radio, like the flapping of a bee's wings, but its frequency was 20 Hz higher than that of the bee. I took out my phone to record the video and turned the volume up to maximum. When the second broadcast sounded, the tremor was more obvious. At the end of the 3 words nurse station, the frequency suddenly increased for 0.5 seconds, jumping from 412 to 432, and then falling back to 4. In Morse code, short beeps are die, and long beeps are die. Could the frequency fluctuations be? I grabbed the pad from the bedside table, my hands shaking from the migraine. The first group, 4th 12, lasts 0.3 seconds. Do a 32, 0.1 seconds. Do a 32 seconds. Corresponds to the da-da-da of Morse code, which is the letter N. The second group, 420.1 seconds to 432, 242 seconds. 242.1 seconds. Tick tick the letter R. I almost laughed out loud as the pen left ink spots on the paper. When the third set of frequencies changed, the door of the ward was pushed open. Two men in black coats stood at the door. The one on the left is wearing sunglasses, and the one on the right has his hat brim pulled down low, revealing a scar on his chin. The man in sunglasses glanced at the ECG monitor, and then looked at me. "Mr. Hudson, you don't look well." Cold sweat instantly broke out on the back of my neck. The sticky note was still spread out on his legs, and the wet ink of the N and R hurt his eyes. I suddenly covered my temples, groaned, and curled up like a shrimp. "It hurts. The doctor said I need to be quiet. We are the hospital security guards." The scarred man spoke, his voice like sandpaper scraping against iron. A patient complained that Ward 35 was too noisy. "Sorry." I grabbed the note and pretended to hand it to them, but my grip slipped between my fingers. The paper slipped into the gap between the mattress and the bed frame. The beeping of the ECG monitor suddenly became faster, and I guessed that the heart rate had reached. The man in sunglasses stared at the monitor for 2 seconds, then turned and left. "Stop struggling and have a good rest." The moment the door clicked shut, I pulled out a sticky note from under the mattress. The ink had turned a blurry blue due to sweat. The phone vibrated under the pillow. It was a text message from Samira. The library found the 1982 military sound wave experiment report. "Come quickly." I stuffed the note into my underwear pocket, and when I stood up, I felt the familiar tingling sensation on the back of my neck again. Just like the feeling of camellia flowers falling on my neck on that rainy night the footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away, and suddenly a sweet fragrance wafted through the smell of disinfectant, exactly the same as the smell of the woman in his memory. She was squatting under the attic stairs where I was hiding, clutching a bloody camellia in her hand, and she said, "Elliot, you have to remember that some voices are the testimony of the murderer." Now I finally understand. The white light from the flare hurt my retinas, and the sparks from the metal ceiling looked like a rain of broken glass. Samira's nails almost dug into the back of my hand, and Robert's flare gun was still emitting a burning smell. The noise was enough to scare away half the rats in the factory, but it was obviously not enough to stop the men in black suits. Group 3 sealed the east staircase. Group 2, follow me. The scarred man's hoarse voice echoed back and forth. I counted the footsteps, 7 people, spread out in a fan-shaped encirclement. The crisp sound of their tactical boots, stepping on broken glass, was clearer than our heartbeats. Our absolute pitch became a death sentence at this moment. The third person in front of us on the left suddenly sped up his pace, intending to encircle our hiding place. Samira suddenly tugged at my sleeve, her breath brushing my earlobe. There is a row of abandoned cooling pipes in the pipeline area. She drew a line on my palm with her fingers. "I came here 3 years ago when the community cleaned up the factory. The valve at the west end was rusted, and it could spray 1/2 meter high when it was turned on." I stared at the row of gray iron pipes 5 meters away. Water droplets condensed on the pipe walls were flowing down the welds. At the moment when the flare illuminated the pipe, I saw traces of dark yellow liquid in the middle of the pipe. Not water, but hydraulic oil. If the valve that Samira mentioned can spray, this oil mist will meet Mars. "Robert," I lowered my voice, "you will run northwest and lead the 2 people." I took out the lighter from my pocket. I got it from the last time I did the fire scene special. "Sammy, you lead them to the pipeline area, and I will cover them." The scarred man's flashlight swept across the metal cabinet where we were hiding, revealing half a black leather shoe in the shadow. Samira suddenly coughed, and the beam of light immediately came over. I took the opportunity to push Robert to run in the opposite direction. He tripped over the rusty angle steel, and the dull thud of his knee hitting the ground made my teeth ache. But the next second he got up and ran wildly, his footsteps exploding like thunder in the empty factory. "Chase!" the scarred man shouted. and sure enough, 2 dark shadows turned around and chased Robert. The remaining 5 continued to approach, and one of them swept the flashlight across my feet. My shadow was stretched out long, like a rope that could be stepped on and broken at any time. Samira pulled me and bent over to get into the pipe area. Rusty iron pipes crisscrossed into a network above our heads. She turned the valve in the dark, and the sound of metal friction was louder than her heartbeat. I counted to the 3rd time and, with a click, hydraulic oil mixed with rust residue spurted out with a hiss and condensed into oil mist in the air. I took out my lighter, and as soon as the flame rose, it was wrapped in the oil mist and exploded into an orange-red wall of fire. "Get down." I pounced on Samira, and the hot air made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The screams of the men in black suits mixed with the crackling sound of melting metal. Someone knocked over an iron barrel, which rolled onto the pipe like a gourd. Samira took the opportunity to pull me towards the stairs. Her sneakers slipped in the oil stains. I grabbed her wrist with my backhand and could feel her pulse beating like a war drum. "Separate." She suddenly let go of my hand. "Go to the information room on the 2nd floor. I'll lead them away." Before I could react, she had turned into the corridor on the left, and the footsteps gradually went to the southeast. I wiped the sweat off my face and rushed in the opposite direction. The stair railing hurt my hands. I remembered the structure of this building. I came here 3 years ago, when I was doing a special feature on Harlem industrial heritage. The innermost room on the 2nd floor was the technical archive room of the original factory. The door was ajar, and as soon as I squeezed in, I heard it lock with a click. The alarm suddenly rang out, and the red light made all the documents in the room look like they were soaked in blood. The old-fashioned clock on the wall stopped at 3:17. The glass cover was covered with thick dust, but the hands were polished to a shine. Someone came here regularly. The files were piled higher than a person, and the dates on the covers made my temples throb. March 1982, May 1982, November 1982, exactly matching the year of the tape I received. I tore off the top folder, and on the cover was printed, "Sonic Weapon Experiment Project Code. Siren." A photo fell out of it. On the yellowed photo paper, a man in a white coat was holding a baby wrapped in a blue blanket. The pattern of the blanket was exactly the same as the one I found in the orphanage's old things box. Bang! The door shook, and the lock made a whining sound in the doorframe. When I turned to the 3rd stack of documents, a yellowed adoption registration form floated out. In the signature column at the bottom, the words Virgil Hawk were clearly visible through the paper. The alarm was suddenly mixed with the noise of electricity, and I looked up suddenly. The old radio on the wall was automatically tuned, and amid the crackling noise, a familiar Morse code came. Tick, 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 exactly the same as the hidden signal under the childhood cry on the tape. "Hit me again." The scarred man's roar was just outside the door. I grabbed the top brown paper bag. The seal was stamped confidential, revealing half a photo inside. It was of me in 1982, held in the arms of a man in a white coat, with a bronze plaque that read St. Mary's Orphanage in Harlem in the background. The door burst open with a bang, and the bright light blinded me. I stuffed the paper bag into my shirt, turned and rushed to the window. As the wind blew into my collar, my fingers touched the piece of cardboard in the bag. It was written in red pen, Elliot Hudson. Experiment Eero 7, memory reset success rates. Hint for the next chapter. When Elliot jumped down from the 2nd floor, a corner of the document in his bag was blown open by the wind. In the photo, there was a blurry figure in a black suit standing by the wall of the orphanage, and he was 70% similar to the scarred man who was chasing him at this moment. I pulled the sleeves of my hospital gown down to cover the red marks on my wrists left by the monitor. The emergency exit indicator light at the end of the corridor was glowing coldly. I walked close to the wall, and the tingling sensation on the back of my neck ran up along my spine, like a thin needle gently tickling under my skin, exactly the same as that rainy night. And that day, I curled up under the wooden stairs of the orphanage attic. The sweet scent of camellia, wrapped in the smell of blood, penetrated my nose. A woman in high heels squatted in front of me, and the blood-stained petals fell on my neck. She said, "Some of the sounds are the testimony of the murderer." My cell phone vibrated in my pocket, and Samira's text message was still on. Old place. I touched the notepaper in my underwear pocket. The ink was blurred into a blue mass by sweat. It was the frequency fluctuation that I had written down with trembling fingers in the hospital. In the 1982 murder tape I received 3 days ago, the background sound contained regular sound waves, like the dots and dashes of Morse code swirling in the air. The evening breeze from Harlem carried the aroma of grilled cheeseburgers into my nostrils, and I turned into the community library that Samira often visited. The old archive room in the basement was filled with a musty smell. Robert was squatting in front of a wooden table, his t-shirt with the words "Morse code is God's typewriter" printed on it, wrinkled like a dry pickle. Seeing me come in, he pushed his thick glasses and said, "Samira said you got the living Morse code. It's not alive. It's hidden in a recording from 30 years ago." I pulled out a notepad and spread it on the coffee-stained table. The last time I analyzed the recording, I noticed that the background sound had a 0.5-second frequency jump. Absolute pitch can capture it. 261 Hz is middle C, 96 Hz is G, and the alternating intervals conform to the time interval rules of Morse code. Samira straightened up from the pile of files, her black hair smelling of coconut oil. I checked the experimental report of the Army Medical Corps in 1982. That year, they secretly tested the sonic memory interference device in Harlem. The report mentioned the keywords of frequency encoding information. She pushed over a stack of yellowed photocopies, the top one of which was stamped confidential. The project leader at the time was a major named Hawk. "Now, I'm currently working as an administrator at Sunshine Nursing Home," I added, my throat suddenly tightening. When I went to the nursing home for an interview last week, Mr. Hawk held my hand, and the thin calluses on his fingertips felt like sandpaper. He said he was a war doctor, but I smelled camellia essential oil in his office. Robert's pen tip scratched on the notepaper, assuming that the frequencies correspond to letters. 261 Hz is C, 96 Hz is G, then the alternating sequence. He suddenly stopped, and the pen fell on the table with a pop. "Wait. In Morse code, a dot is a short tone, and a dash is a long tone. Does the frequency change here use pitch instead of duration?" I felt the tingling in the back of my neck turn into a burning sensation. When my podcast Silent Witness was discontinued 3 months ago, fans left messages saying, "Elliot, you don't even dare to play your own childhood recordings." But they didn't know that in that old tape from 1982, in addition to the screams of the orphanage arson case, there was also a string of codes that only I could hear. Because of my absolute pitch, I can break down sound waves into the thinnest strings. Try that. I grabbed a pencil and wrote the frequency sequence on the back of a legal pad. C 261 Hz for 0.3 seconds. G 96 Hz for 0.9 seconds. Repeat 5 times. Robert's fingers tapped out a rhythm on the edge of the table, and suddenly his eyes lit up. C is a dot, G is a stroke. The dot and stroke combination corresponds to the alphabet. C, G, C is D, G, C, G is A. Date. Samira leaned in, her hair brushing the back of my hand. The AT, and then a number. The breathing sounds of the three of us were particularly clear in the old archive room. Robert's fingers moved quickly on the Morse code table, and the tip of the pencil made the paper wrinkled. The next sequence is 1123, which is 23/11/1982 in reverse. He looked up suddenly, his eyes behind the glasses flashing with fanaticism. November 12. Where's the location? I stared at the garbled code at the bottom of the note. The frequency suddenly rose to 440 Hz. A key. This high note was repeated 7 times, and the intervals became shorter and shorter. Samira pulled out a 1982 map of Harlem, her finger stopping at Riverside Drive. There's an abandoned sonic equipment manufacturing plant here, which closed down in 1983. The project report mentioned the coordinates of experimental field area B. Her fingernails left white marks on the map. Number 17 Riverside Drive corresponds to the 7 repetitions of the key of A. A is the 7th letter of the alphabet. I heard a car horn outside the wooden window, but I could hear the blood roaring in my eardrums. November 23, 1982 was 3 days before the orphanage arson. That day, I was hiding in the attic and heard a man downstairs yelling, "The experimental data must be destroyed. Those kids have 2 sharp ears." Now that I think about it, the 2 sharp ears they meant might be my absolute pitch, the ability to hear sound wave codes that ordinary people ignore. "They're watching us," Samira whispered suddenly. Her fingers were on my wrist, her pulse beating faster than the monitor. When I went to the archives this morning, I saw a black car circling the door 3 times. The license plate was covered with mud. Robert Adams' Apple moved. The homeless man downstairs from my house disappeared yesterday. He usually rummages through the trash cans. We looked at each other, and a faint sweet fragrance floated in the air, the scent of camellia. I turned my head sharply, but there was nothing in the shadow behind the filing cabinet. However, the burning sensation at the back of my neck became even more intense. 10 o'clock tonight, No 17 Hebben Road. I grabbed my coat, "Bring your recorder, and high-intensity flashlight. Samira, bring your pepper spray. Robert, I have this." He fished out a metal box from his canvas bag. "This is the WWDO signal gun my father left behind. It can't hurt anyone, but it's enough to fire flash bombs." The night was like a piece of cloth, soaked in ink, wrapping around the iron gate of number 17 Hebben Road. The rusty door plate swayed in the wind, and the number 17 was missing a corner. I walked in on the wild grass, my soul sinking into the wet mud, and in the distance I could hear the sound of the waves of the Hudson River. Samira's flashlight swept across the wall, and a half-faded slogan remained, "Made for National Defense." It was darker inside the factory than outside. Robert's flashlight illuminated the intricate network of pipes, and the metal surface was covered with thick dust. I closed my eyes and used my absolute pitch to capture the vibrations in the air. The hiss of air leaking from the ventilation pipe was 20 hertz. The crisp sound of dripping water from the water pipe was 800 hertz. "Wait," I grabbed Samira's arm. "There are regular footsteps on the 2nd floor." Her breath sprayed in my ear. "What direction?" "Northwest side, 72 beats per minute. The same as the average person's walking speed." My temples were throbbing, and a migraine was coming. "They may have night vision goggles." There was a creaking sound coming from the metal stairs. I dragged Samira and Robert behind the pipe, with our backs pressed against the cold iron pipe. The footsteps were getting closer, mixed with the rustling sound of leather boots rubbing against the ground. Samira's hands were clenched so tightly in my palms that they hurt, and Robert's flare gun was digging into his thigh in his trouser pocket. The white light of the flashlight suddenly pierced the darkness and swept across where we had just stood. Someone whispered into the intercom, "The target is in Area B. Prepare to close in." The back of my neck started itching again, and this time it wasn't a memory. It was real danger. The sweet scent of camellia wafted in again, mixed with the smell of rust, and penetrated into my nostrils. I put my ear close to Samira's and said in a voice that only we could hear, "Count to 3 and run to the pipeline area in the east." The footsteps stopped 5 steps away. "Someone's there." The sound was like sandpaper scraping against iron. It was the scarred man in the hospital. I squeezed Samira's hand and winked at Robert. His Adam's apple moved, and he raised the flare gun and pointed it at the ceiling. The next second, the entire factory was plunged into blinding white light.
When the wind from the second floor blew into my collar, my back teeth felt sore when I bit them. Downstairs was an alley paved with broken bricks. The moonlight stretched the shadow of the wild cat at the base of the wall, very long. If you jumped from this height, you would break a leg if you were lucky, and go straight to see God if you were unlucky. But the scarred man's leather boots had already reached the second floor. I could hear his heavy breathing mixed with the sound of metal colliding, probably him pulling the bolt of his gun. Shit, I cursed, stuffing the brown paper bag further into my shirt. The cardboard at the corner of the bag dug into my ribs, and the word Subject 07 written in red ink looked like a piece of red-hot iron. The moment I jumped, I curled up my body to protect my chest. When I landed, my right shoulder hit the brick first, and the pain made me feel dizzy. My knees hit the rubble, and the smell of blood immediately rushed into my throat. "Elliot," Samira's voice came from the other end of the alley. I looked up and saw her leaning against a rusty trash can, her figure wrapped in a black jacket like a shadow. She held the car keys in her hand, her knuckles turning white. This girl normally wouldn't even frown if coffee spilled on the case files, but now there was a fire burning in her eyes. "This way." She waved at me, and the old Ford behind her unlocked with a click. I staggered over, and as soon as I opened the car door, she pulled me in. Robert was stuffing his laptop into a canvas bag in the back seat, his glasses still stained with sweat. "Are they catching up?" I heard gunshots. "Shut up and drive." Samira stepped on the accelerator, and the tires left scorch marks on the ground. In the rearview mirror, several dark figures leaned out of the second floor window. One of them was holding a gun, but the distance was too far, and the bullet grazed the roof of the car, leaving spiderweb patterns on the windshield. "Where are the documents?" Samira glanced at me. I lifted up my shirt. The brown paper bag was still stuck on my belt. Half of a photo was revealed where the seal was torn. Me in 1982 being hugged by a man in a white coat, with a bronze plaque of St. Mary's Orphanage glowing coldly in the background. What made my heart beat faster, and I missed the photo, was the corner of the photo that was blown open by the wind. Standing by the wall of the orphanage was a blurry figure in a black suit with broad shoulders and a groove on his chin. He looked exactly like the scarred man who had just knocked on the door. "We're here." Samira parked the car in the oldest row house area in Harlem. The street lights were dim, but the windows of old John's house were still lit with warm light. On the windowsill was the mint plant he grew, and its leaves were trembling in the wind. Old John smiled as he opened the door, his white beard stained with biscuit crumbs. "Elliot boy, last time you said you would bring me Elvis's vinyl, but you brought me a moldy jazz." He glanced at Samira and Robert. His eyes paused, and then laughed again. "Come in, I made okra soup." The living room was small, with 1960s jazz posters on the walls and Louis Armstrong playing on the phonograph. As old John served us soup, I caught a glimpse of an old scar on the back of his hand, like a cigarette burn, exactly the same scar I'd seen on the children in the orphanage files. "Do you remember St. Mary's Orphanage?" I took a sip of soup and the hot air made my eyes sore. Old John turned the spoon in the bowl twice. "Why don't you remember? The fire in 1982 burned half of the building. I was at the shoe repair stall on the corner and saw the fire truck sirens running over there. It was weird. The police later said it was a short circuit, but I smelled the smoke." He suddenly lowered his voice. "It smelled like chemicals, like hospital disinfectant mixed with gasoline." "What about the children?" Samira interrupted. "Are there any children missing?" Old John's Adam's apple moved. He walked to the bookshelf, pulled out a photo album, and turned to a certain page. "This is the Christmas party at the orphanage in 1981. In the photo, a dozen children were crowded around the Christmas tree. I recognized at a glance the little one in a blue sweater at the edge. It was me. Look at this." He pointed at the corner of the photo. "This girl is called Mary. She was adopted the next day. This boy Tommy was said to be picked up by a relative, but later, his fingertips trembled.
I saw Tommy's little train at the garbage station. The paint was not peeling off. It looked like it had just been thrown away. I took out the photo I brought from the factory and asked, "Do you know this man in a white coat?" Old John leaned in to take a closer look. His pupils suddenly contracted. "This is Dr. Hawk, but he's not a doctor. He suddenly stopped talking and stared at the bulging paper bag under my shirt. "What on earth did you find?" The telephone rang at this moment. Old John picked up the phone, and as soon as he said hello, his face turned pale. The veins on his hand holding the microphone popped out, and he uttered a vague yes in his throat, then hung up abruptly, his forehead covered with sweat. "They said that if I talk nonsense again, they will burn my mint." He pointed to the green leaves on the windowsill, his voice trembling. "That was planted by my daughter when she was alive." Samira held Old John's hand. "We won't let them touch your mint." She turned to look at me, her eyes like a knife. "It's time to go." As we stood up, Robert's laptop suddenly started beeping. The tracker he had set was triggered. There are 3 black Cadillacs parked at the intersection. He pushed up his glasses. The license plates have been removed. I walked to the window and looked out through the lace curtains. Under the streetlight, 6 men in black suits were leaning against the car, and one of them raised his head. The moonlight shone on the scar on his chin, overlapping with the figure by the wall in the photo. He smiled at me and took out his cell phone. "They're waiting for us." I turned around and saw Samira holding the car keys until they were hot, and Robert was typing instructions into the computer. Old John stood at the door with his hand on the phonograph. Louis Armstrong's "What a Wonderful World" was still playing, but there was a kind of piercing noise in the melody, like some sound wave whose frequency was deliberately raised. I pressed my temples and my absolute pitch started to play tricks on me. The noise wasn't from the record. It was coming from the street, like some kind of signal. The scarred man's phone screen lit up, and he said something into the phone. The noise suddenly became sharp, piercing my eardrums. "Go through the back door." Samira pulled me up. "Old John, can I borrow your fire escape?" Old John nodded and pointed to the iron ladder outside the kitchen window. We crouched down and moved towards the kitchen. Behind us, we heard the sound of a car door closing, and the sound of leather shoes stepping on the stone road getting closer and closer. I could hear my own heartbeat drowning out the phonograph. The corners of the photo in the brown paper bag were poking my skin. The words "memory reset, success rate 78%, written in red pen, were repeating in my mind like a spell. When Samira opened the kitchen window, the wind blew in with a scent of mint. The fire escape downstairs was badly rusted, and it squeaked when you stepped on it. I looked back at the living room. Old John was stuffing photo albums into the fireplace. The flames licked the edges of the photos, and the Christmas party of 1981 curled into ashes in the fire. There was a sound of banging on a door on the street, and the scarred man's roar pierced through the door. "Old man, hand over the person." As we climbed down the ladder, I heard Samira whisper below, "They're coming." Robert's breathing sounded like a broken bellows rumbling rapidly above my head. My fingers were still clutching the brown paper bag. In the photo inside, I was being held by a man in a white coat in 1982. The bronze plaque of the orphanage in the background glowed coldly, like a tombstone. The last rung of the ladder suddenly broke, and I fell down. Samira grabbed my wrist in time. Her hands were incredibly strong, like an iron chain. Looking down, I saw that the ground was only half a meter away from my feet. But what made my blood freeze was that in the shadow under the ladder, I saw a pair of black leather shoes. The toes of the shoes were stained with fresh mud, the same color as the mud in the broken brick alley that the scarred man had just stepped on. The sound of the scarred man banging on the door caused sawdust to fall off the shabby wooden door of Old John's house, and I could hear the crisp sound of the door frame's mortise cracking. As Samira pulled my wrist down, the black leather shoe at the bottom of the ladder suddenly moved. The heel rolled over a piece of broken glass, and with a click sound, it was like a needle piercing our luck. To the left. Samira lowered her voice very low, and her other hand had already hooked the rusty rainwater pipe next to the fire escape. Robert gasped above me, his three-piece suit scraping against the iron with a sound like sandpaper. The back alley of old John's house was piled with smelly garbage bags, and wild cats ran past our feet, their pupils shrunk into thin lines under the dim street lights. I reached for the brown paper bag at my waist. The edge of the photo was still poking my palm. The words "memory reset success rate 78% were wrinkled by sweat. They've split into two teams. Samira squatted down against the wall, her fingertips behind her ears. This was her habitual action when tracking, allowing her to capture the slightest footsteps. I followed her gaze and saw that the glass of the newsstand at the corner of the alley was half broken, and a corner of an old newspaper with the words, "The Harlem Serial Disappearances Case of 1982" was blown up by the wind. The scarred man's accomplices were encircling him from the other side, and the sound of their leather boots made a rapid drum beat on the concrete floor. Mark Turner. I suddenly remembered the videotape seller, who always had a stall at the Brooklyn flea market. His stall always has a tattered wooden sign that says, "Not for sale, not for loan." But last week, I traded him a 1979 soundtrack to The Exorcist for a half-hour chat. He said he had received surveillance tapes from the old Harlem orphanage. The time code on the tape was scratched off, but you could smell the musty smell mixed with Lysol. Samira's eyebrows moved, and she pulled me deeper into the alley. Robert's briefcase hit the fire hydrant, and half a box of Morse code books fell out with a crash. He lives at 21 Clinton Street on the top floor. I ran, panting, the sweat on the back of my neck running down my shirt. The attic has an iron grill and a green painted door. Got it. Samira suddenly grabbed my arm and turned into a dead end. Abandoned TV cases were piled at the base of the wall. She picked up a piece of broken glass and pressed it into my palm. "If we get separated later, use this to draw a line for the streetlights." Mark Turner's loft is even smaller than I thought. The moment you push open the door, the smell of mold and turpentine hits you in the face. 3 full walls are covered with videotapes, from VHS tapes to 8mm films, some even wrapped in yellowed newspapers, with the title still clearly visible. June 5, 1982. Mysterious soundwave complaint appears in Harlem. You said you wanted to find the tape from the orphanage. Mark huddled in the wicker chair, tapping his knees nervously with his fingertips. His lenses were as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, reflecting the pepper spray Samira was holding on her waist behind me. She got it from old John's kitchen, in an aluminum can with pepper spray 90% concentration printed on it. "Let me show you something." I pulled out the photo from the brown paper bag. In 1982, I was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, and was held in the arms of a man in a white coat. The bronze plaque of the orphanage was glowing coldly in the background. Mark's pupils suddenly dilated, and his fingers trembled so much that he knocked over the coffee cup on the coffee table, and the dark brown liquid spread on the floor. This is the surveillance camera room." He turned around and opened the innermost metal cabinet. The sound of metal friction was like nails scratching on a blackboard. As the brown-taped VHS tape was placed on the table, I heard my throat tighten. "Orphanage 1982, no row 621, was written on the tape in red pen, exactly the same as the handwriting on the back of the photo. When the red light on the player came on, Samira turned off the overhead light. Snowflakes flickered on the screen, and the first thing that came was the noise of electrical current. I subconsciously held my breath. My absolute pitch was like a fine needle, piercing into those chaotic sound waves. Then, I heard it. "Mom, I'm scared." As a child's voice floated out from the speaker, my temple suddenly felt a throbbing pain. That was the sound of my 3rd birthday, mixed with the smell of disinfectant surging in my memory. The picture gradually became clear. White walls, iron beds, children in hospital gowns lined up, and a man in a white coat holding a silver instrument that looked like an old-fashioned microphone. When the camera panned over me, I was grabbing the corner of my pillow until my knuckles turned white.
Next, Elliot Hudson. The man in the white coat's voice was mixed with the sound of electricity. Prepare to receive 4332 Hz sound wave stimulation.
Samira's hands were on my shoulders, and her palms were surprisingly cool. In the picture, my pupils suddenly dilated, and an unnatural smile appeared at the corners of my mouth. There was a girl's scream in the background, drowned out by the hum of the instrument. I had heard that sound before, on the tape that old John gave me, every late night when I was tormented by a migraine. Click. The whole attic was suddenly plunged into darkness. Samira's anti-wolf spray suddenly emitted a bright light, illuminating the swaying shadow at the door. Mark's breathing trembled in the darkness. The switch is downstairs. Hush. Samira's voice sounded like ice. Outside there was the sound of leather shoes rolling over broken glass, exactly the same sound as the black leather shoes under the ladder. The beam of a flashlight shone through the crack in the window, drawing a silvery line on the pile of videotapes. I held the VHS tape so tightly that the plastic shell hurt my palm. Samira's strong light swept across the corner of the wall, and I saw that the iron grill of the ventilation duct was tilted half an inch. Mark always said that rats like to visit my baby more than the police, but at this moment it was like a life-saving crack. There are 3 of them. Samira counted the footsteps, 1 at the stairs, and 2 around the back window. Robert's codebook fell to the ground, and the pages were blown up by the wind, revealing the sonic weapon frequency comparison table he marked with a red pen. In the darkness, my migraine suddenly struck, but what was clearer than the pain was the scream of the girl in the videotape. The frequency of her voice perfectly overlapped with the 43.2 Hz buzzing of the instrument. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Hand over the tape. The scarred man's voice was tinged with phlegm. Mr. Virgil said that he must be alive. Samira tapped her fingers 3 times on the back of my hand, the Morse code for run. I felt the gap in the ventilation duct, and with the videotape against my chest, I could feel my own heartbeat, resonating with the humming sound from the instrument 20 years ago. The moment the attic door was kicked open, I saw Samira picked up Mark's rattan chair and smashed it against the window. Amid the sound of glass shattering, I curled up into the pipe, with moldy ash choking my throat. I heard Robert's screams behind me, mixed with the scarred man's roars, but they were drowned out by the increasingly loud buzzing sound in my ears. 42 Hz, the frequency that shattered my childhood memories, was now like a compass, pointing to the exit at the end of the pipe. And in the deeper darkness, a voice said, "Elliot, you think you can get away?" That was the voice of the man in the white coat, mixed with the sound of electricity crawling into my ears from the videotape from the old times 20 years ago. My temple was throbbing as if someone was drilling a hole in my skull with an electric drill. In the darkness, Samira's fingertips were still pressing on the back of my hand. As soon as the Morse code run was uttered 3 times, the wooden door of the attic was kicked and made a muffled cracking sound. The scarred man's phlegm mixed with the sound of flying sawdust came in. "Virgil must live. Don't hurt that boy. Equipment light," Samira suddenly whispered in my ear. Then I remembered Mark's old videotape player, which had a thumb-sized amber indicator light on the side. He usually kept it very dim, but at this moment it became a life-saving firefly. I fumbled to press the power button, and the bean-sized spot of light floated up in the moldy gray, illuminating Samira's taut jawline and Robert's trembling Adam's apple. He was staring at the door, through which the shadow of the scarred man's leather boots could already be seen. Videotape box. I gritted my teeth and pointed to the corner. Mark's collecting habit became a life-saving straw at this moment. The stacks of plastic boxes were taller than a person, with thin shells and sharp corners. Samira reacted immediately, picked up the top stack, and threw it into my arms, then pushed Robert. Move. Stack the door. Our actions are half a beat faster than the scarred man's patience. When the second kick opened the wooden door, the half-person high box wall collapsed. I saw the scarred man's knife flash in the spot of light, and the next second the flying box cover of Brooklyn Unsolved Cases 1979 hit my wrist. Samira's action of picking up the wicker chair created a gust of wind, and amid the sound of broken glass she yelled, "Back door!" Only then did I notice that there was a small window covered with old newspapers on the other side of the attic, which was now leaking the cold white light of the street lamp. We ran down Mark's back alley like rabbits being chased by hounds. My migraine had grown so severe that my eye sockets ached, but the 43.2 Hz buzzing was clearer than any siren, beating out a beat on my eardrums. Samira's breathing was just to my right. Robert's wheezing was like a broken bellows, and the footsteps behind me were getting closer and closer. At least 3 people, and the crisp sound of leather boots rolling over broken glass gave me goosebumps on the back of my neck. Turn left. Samira suddenly grabbed my arm. We ducked into a narrow brick alley, where smelly garbage bags were piled against the wall. Shirts on the clothesline above our heads swayed in the wind like the shadows of hanged men. I leaned against the wall to catch my breath, but the buzzing sound suddenly changed. It was not tinnitus, but the real sound of flowing water, coming from under my feet, with the unique fishy and sweet smell of the sewer. Absolute pitch, I yelled to Samira, jabbing my finger at the ground. There's a pipe underneath. She immediately squatted down and pried up a loose brick with a dagger, revealing the rusty manhole cover underneath. Robert rushed over to help, and as the 3 of us worked together, the white light of a flashlight suddenly lit up at the entrance of the back alley. The scarred man's cold smile echoed over. Run? Can you run into the sewer if you run any further? The moment the manhole cover was opened, foul-smelling moisture mixed with sewage splashed onto my trouser legs. Samira jumped in first, followed by Robert, and I slid into the pipe last, grabbing the videotape. The light above my head was getting closer and closer. I tried my best to close the manhole cover. I heard the scarred man's leather boots stomping above my head. Search separately. The darkness in the sewer was thicker than in the attic, and only the faint sound of dripping water could be heard in the distance. I took out my cell phone and scanned Samira's face with the screen light. Her temples were stained with dirty water, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. Robert was squatting nearby, wiping his glasses with his sleeve. The water stains on the lenses made him look like a frightened owl. They won't be able to find the entrance for a while. Sammy pulled my sleeve, but Virgil's people won't give up. We have to find a safe place to watch the videotape. The 43.2 Hz buzzing sound was still lingering in my ears. This time I heard it clearly. There was a finer noise mixed in that frequency, like the beeping of some instrument or like a baby crying. We walked along the pipe for 20 minutes until the footsteps overhead disappeared completely. Samira suddenly stopped and pointed upwards. There is a ladder. As I climbed out, the cold wind made me shiver. In the moonlight, the iron door of the abandoned warehouse was tilted to one side, and the words Harlem Textile Mill 1952 could still be made out on the rusty sign. Samira pushed open the door and saw a pile of rags half a person's height inside. The smell of mold and metal hit her in the face. Safe for now. As she turned around, the light from her phone screen picked up a shadow deep in the warehouse. Not ours, but something standing up with a vague outline. I clutched the videotape against my chest and heard a metallic creaking sound behind me. There are faint sounds of footsteps in the distance, mixed with the hum of some kind of equipment starting up. A frequency of 43.2 Hz, coming from the other end of the warehouse. I gripped the videotape so tightly that my knuckles turned white and the metal casing hurt my palms. Samira had already circled the warehouse 3 times, her military boots making a rustling sound as they stepped over the piles of rags. Robert was squatting in the corner fiddling with an old, dusty VCR that was older than me. He pushed his glasses, and there were water stains from the sewer on the lenses. You have to take your chances with this thing. My grandma has a similar one in the basement. It used to record Sesame Street. The musty smell suddenly became stronger. I looked up and saw moonlight leaking through the tin roof, drawing silver lines on the dusty ground. Samira stopped beside me, her body temperature seeping through her worn denim jacket. The ventilation duct is too small to hide anyone. The door is locked, but the lock is badly rusted. She paused. It can only last 3 minutes at most. There was a click from Robert's end, and the power light on the VCR flickered. I inserted the videotape into the card slot, and the old machine immediately made a shrill buzzing sound like a dying bee. First there was a snowflake on the screen, and then a blurry picture popped up. It was St. Mary's Orphanage in 1982. I recognized the red brick exterior covered with ivy, and the wall lamp under the porch that always flashed a dim light. Turn up the volume. I held the back of Robert's hand. He looked up, his eyes behind the lenses lit up. What did you hear? In the picture, children wearing blue and white striped hospital gowns were lining up and walking towards the main building. Leading the team was a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. I remember that she was the head nurse of the orphanage, and she always sprayed rose perfume that was choking. But what really made the back of my neck tighten was the background sound. In addition to the children's footsteps, there was also a faint buzzing sound, like a mosquito vibrating on the eardrum. I closed my eyes, and my absolute pitch pierced my nerves like a needle. 43.2 hertz, the same as what I heard in the sewer.
Samira leaned closer to the screen. Look at their hands.
I opened my eyes. In the picture, the little boy in the front raised his arm and let his sleeves slide down, revealing dark red pinholes on the inside like burns from cigarette butts. Another girl had gauze wrapped around her neck, and blood stains seeped through the white gauze into a plum blossom shape. The camera suddenly shook, and the picture cut to the room at the end of the corridor. On the door hung a bronze plate with the number 30 or 7. My temples began to throb. That was the number I feared the most in my childhood. I always heard screams coming from room 30 or 7 in the middle of the night. But every time I asked the nuns, they said, "That's the steam pipes in the boiler room making a noise." Wait. Robert suddenly pressed the pause button, and the screen froze on the door handle. I leaned closer and saw a blurry figure reflected in the metal handle. It was a man in a white coat. He had his back to the camera, but there was a dark red birthmark on the back of his neck, exactly the same as the assistant doctor, standing next to the director in the 1982 group photo in the Virgil nursing home office. Go on. My voice was hoarse. In the picture, the children were pushed into room. The camera followed the room, and I gasped. In the middle of the room stood a metal instrument that was as tall as a person. The cylindrical shell was covered with spiral patterns, and there was a device similar to a loudspeaker on the top. The head nurse pulled the youngest girl towards the instrument. As the girl struggled, she knocked over the tray on the corner of the table. The metal tray fell to the ground and several blood bags marked O-type IH rolled out. Organ trade. Samira's voice was like broken ice. The dean said the missing child was adopted. I grabbed her wrists, my nails almost digging into her skin. In the picture, the instrument suddenly made a shrill sound, and the 43.2 hertz sound waves smashed into my skull like an invisible fist, and the blood vessels in my temples were about to explode. The head nurse with gold-rimmed glasses shouted something at the top of her lungs, but her voice was distorted by the sound waves and turned into a sharp, buzzing sound. I used absolute pitch to disassemble the reverberation. Beneath the main frequency of 43.2 hertz, there is also a 17 hertz infrasound wave, which is at the edge of human hearing but can directly stimulate the internal organs. The military is experimenting with sonic weapons. I gritted my teeth. They're using children as live test subjects. Robert suddenly gasped, his finger almost poking the screen. Elliot, look to the left. At the edge of the screen, there was a boy in a gray sweater huddled behind the instrument. The moment he looked up, the camera just swept across his face. That was David Blake, my best playmate when I was 7 years old. We once shared stolen jam biscuits under the apple tree in the orphanage, and he said he wanted to be an astronaut when he grew up because the stars don't lie. But 3 months later, the nun said that he was adopted by a kind couple and went to California. But I remember that late that night, I heard his screams and the hum of instruments coming from rooms. He's still alive. Samara held my shaking hand. If the tape was recorded recently, it means someone is following these children. Or maybe Virgil's people didn't clean up properly. I interrupted her. The videotape suddenly clicked, and the picture turned into snow. Robert was in a hurry to take a picture of the machine, and a piece of the metal casing fell off, revealing the thin wires tangled inside. They were not original. Tracker. Samira's voice was as cold as a knife. The iron door of the warehouse was knocked open at this moment, and the sound of metal tearing was so deafening that it hurt people's ears. 4 men in black tactical uniforms rushed in, the leader holding a high-powered flashlight. The light spots swept across our faces. I saw that he had a stun gun on his waist, and the other man had a bulging holster in his hand, which was a Glock 17 pistol. "Stand against the wall," the leader yelled, the flashlight blinding me. Samira calmly took half a step behind me to block Robert. My peripheral vision swept across the corner of the wall. There was a pile of metal pipes half a person's height, with the rusty pipe ends facing the door. How did they find it? Robert's voice was filled with tears. I stared at the remains of the tracker, and suddenly remembered the 43 Hz hum in the sewer. Virgil's people had buried sonic beacons in the videotapes long ago, using infrasound for positioning, without even needing a cell phone signal. The spot of the strong flashlight stopped at my chest. The man in the lead raised the electric baton, and the blue arc crackled. "Hand it over so you won't have to suffer." I reached for the lighter in my pocket. It was the one Samira had picked up from the sewer. The metal casing was still damp. A gust of wind leaked in through the warehouse vent, rustling the pile of rags. The man in tactical clothing took another step forward, his leather boots crushing the scraps of videotape on the ground. Samira suddenly kicked the iron box at her feet, making a clang sound. Everyone's attention was drawn to that, and I took the opportunity to pull Robert towards the metal pipe in the corner. The top pipe was so rusty that it fell off when I pulled it, hitting the ground heavily. The leading man cursed, and the arc of electricity from the stun gun was only 10 centimeters away from the back of my neck. "Elliot," Samira's voice broke. I grabbed the pipe and swung it over. The rusty metal scraped against the man's shoulder and cut a hole in his tactical uniform. The other man had already pulled out a pistol, and the click of the safety catch was particularly clear in the warehouse. The moonlight was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, and the warehouse fell into a brief darkness. I heard the scrape of Samira's combat boots on the concrete, and Robert's rapid breathing. The man in tactical clothing turned on his night vision goggles, and green spots of light danced in the darkness. "Run to the vents," I yelled, smashing the nearest shelf with a pipe. The rusty iron frame collapsed with a loud bang, and piles of rags poured out like an avalanche. The man's curses mixed with the sound of metal colliding. I grabbed Samira's wrist and ran deeper into the warehouse in the dark. I heard the crisp sound of bullets hitting the iron wall behind me, and the hot shrapnel grazed my earlobe. The ventilation hole is at the innermost part of the warehouse, and only a few half-man-high iron bars are left due to rust. Samira went in first, and turned back to pull me up. Robert was stuck in the middle, and the man in tactical uniform was shining the flashlight over him. I heard him gasp, "Elliot, there are 3 of them. Shut up and crawl." I kicked him in the butt. The iron bars groaned under our weight and one of them broke, stabbing into my palm. The blood dripped onto the rusty iron pipe, making a slight hissing sound. There was a sound of metal friction behind me, which was the sound of the stun gun being activated. I looked back and saw that the man in the lead had already touched the vent. The green light from the night vision goggles made his face look like a monster. Samira was pulling me from the front. Her grip was so strong that it seemed as if she was crushing my bones.
Gotcha. The man's fingers locked around my ankles.
I was hanging in the vent, with Samira and Robert pulling hard in front of me. There was still a fragment of the iron fence stuck in my palm, and blood was flowing down my arm into my cuff. The 43.2 Hz buzzing sounded in my ears again, clearer this time, mixed with the man's heavy breathing and the faint sound of sirens in the distance. No, that's not a siren. Suddenly I heard the noise in the infrasound. It was a baby crying, exactly the same sound as in room 30. The man's grip loosened, and I took the opportunity to kick my legs and roll into the ventilation duct. Samira immediately used her body to block the exit, and the iron fence was shaking under the impact of the man. They can't catch up. Her voice tasted of blood, and only then did I notice that the corner of her mouth was broken. Robert huddled in the innermost part of the pipe, holding his head and shaking, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. David. We have to find David. The air in the ducts turned suddenly cool, carrying with it the humidity of a late Harlem night. I pulled out my phone and saw 3 missed calls on the screen, all from the same number. The address was a nursing home in Brooklyn, and the name was Virgil Hawk. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding from the other end of the pipe. It was the sound of a man hitting the iron fence with the butt of a gun. Samira took out the Swiss Army knife she carried with her, and started cutting the screws at the pipe joints. I stared at the caller ID on my phone, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. Virgil couldn't have been unaware that we had the videotape, and he might have called just to hear my voice. Elliot? Samira's voice brought me back to reality. She had already cut half a circle of screws. Hold on for another 3 minutes. The pipe will be able to reach the subway station. I nodded and put the phone in my pocket. The infrasound waves in the ventilation duct were still vibrating, and the frequency of 43.2 Hz was like a thin needle, poking my temple again and again. But this time, I heard something clearer. In the baby's cry, mixed with a distorted sentence, in the rhythm of Morse code. Be careful, memory. The iron fence groaned one last time behind him, and the man's roar penetrated the pipe. Don't even think about running. Samira cut the last screw, and the pipe suddenly sank. We slid down the inclined pipe and fell into the sewer full of water. The dirty water splashed on my face. I wiped my face and looked up to see the light from the vent getting farther and farther away, like a star that was about to go out. Robert was floundering in the water, holding up a videotape fragment he had brought from the warehouse. There's still half of it left. It has David's date of birth on it. Shut up, Samira pulled him up and swam. Survive tonight first. I touched my chest, where a torn piece from an old photo of room 307 was still stuck. On the back was a crooked handwriting from my childhood. David wasn't adopted. He's in the wall. The flow of water in the sewer suddenly became faster, and the sewage with a rusty smell flooded over my knees. There were footsteps in the distance, not Virgil's this time, but heavier and more regular, like army boots on concrete. The 43.2 Hz hum began again, sharper than before. I pressed my aching temple and suddenly saw the reflection on the water, clearly. In the shadow behind us, there was a blurry figure wearing a grey sweater, and with a dark red birthmark on the back of his neck. David, I blurt out. Samira turned around suddenly and shone the flashlight over there, but only saw the sewage glowing green. Robert shuddered and stuffed the videotape fragments into his arms. You saw him too? The current suddenly swept something and hit my feet. I bent down to pick it up. It was a piece of yellowed gauze stained with dark red blood, exactly the same as the one on the little girl's neck in the video. Behind me came the sound of metal pipes vibrating, getting closer and closer. Samira pulled us forward, and our military boots made a clacking sound in the dirty water. I looked back and saw 2 green lights in the darkness, reflections from the night vision goggles. They are catching up. Robert's voice was trembling.
I touched the lighter in my pocket, and the flame jumped up, drawing an orange-red light in the darkness. The firelight illuminated the walls of the sewer, on which there were fresh scratches like those made by fingernails, extending into the depths of the darkness. "Turn left," Samira said suddenly. "I remember there is an abandoned inspection hall here." We turned into a fork in the road, and the sewage suddenly became shallower, revealing a bumpy concrete ground. The inspection hatch was above my head, and the rusty iron cover was half open. Samira climbed up first and reached out to pull me up. I grabbed her hand and was about to use it for leverage when I suddenly heard a baby crying behind me, so clear that it seemed like it was right next to my ear. "Elliot." Samira's voice was tearful. I looked up and saw the moonlight outside the iron cover, and Samira's nervous face. The footsteps behind him were getting closer, mixed with the crackling sound of the stun gun. I gritted my teeth and pulled Robert up. The iron cover fell heavily behind us, blocking out all sound. We collapsed on the ground, sweat mixed with dirty water flowing down. Robert suddenly held up the videotape fragment. "There is an address on it. No 27 Brooklyn. It's an old clinic. No 27. I repeated, and suddenly remembered the house number of Virgil nursing home. The sound of sirens came from the distance, getting closer and closer. Samira pulled out her phone, the light from the screen revealing the stains on her face. I called the police. They said there was an illegal gun in the warehouse. Robert suddenly pointed across the street, where a black Lincoln was parked with the window half rolled down, revealing the face of Virgil Hawk. He was wearing his signature tortoiseshell glasses and nodded slightly at us as if greeting an old friend. The sirens were getting closer. The Lincoln started slowly and disappeared into the night. I touched the gauze in my pocket, and the blood stains were still there. "David is in a nursing home," I whispered. Samira and Robert looked up at the same time. There was a muffled sound from the sewer, like the sound of a metal lid being opened. The sirens were at the intersection, and red and blue lights illuminated the street. But I know this is only temporary safety. Virgil's game has just begun, and we have finally touched the edge of the chessboard. There are hurried footsteps outside the warehouse's iron door, mixed with the crisp sound of metal colliding. I stared at the missed call note on my phone screen. Virgil Hawk, my finger hovering over the redial button, but I didn't press it. In the darkness, the 402 Hz hum sounded again, and this time I heard the words in the infrasound clearly. "Do you think you can escape?" Samira's Civic sedan ran over a piece of broken glass, and a crisp sound exploded in the night. I rubbed my throbbing temple, and the hair on the back of my neck suddenly stood up, not because of the cold wind, but because of some vibration of abnormal frequency. "Turn right," I said, staring at the dancing light on the windshield. "What's wrong?" Samira glanced at me, but the steering wheel had already turned. She always says that my intuition is more accurate than navigation. In fact, there is no intuition at all, it's just my absolute pitch at work. When I left the warehouse 3 kilometers ago, I heard the discordant engine sound. The old engine of the Honda Civic emits a buzzing sound at 920 Hz. The silver Corolla behind has a small hole in the tailpipe, and the exhaust frequency is stuck at 88 Hz, like a thorn in the auditory nerve. Someone is following us. I took out my phone and pretended to check the messages, while glancing through the rearview mirror. A silver Corolla caught up with us at the 3rd intersection. The figure in the passenger seat swayed, and the tortoiseshell frames flashed. "Damn it," Robert crunched his gum in the back seat. "You want me to hack his license plate? Don't start any trouble yet." I lowered my seat back and huddled myself in a ball. "Go to the old alley in Harlem, Sammy. Go to Mulberry Street." She didn't ask any more questions. When she turned left, her tires rubbed against the fire hydrant, giving off a burning smell. I counted my heartbeats, waited until the 3rd street light, and suddenly patted her shoulder. "Stop." The Civic sedan screeched to a stop in front of a 24-hour convenience store. I pushed open the car door,
and deliberately hit the bumper, and a metallic sound echoed in the empty street. Samira followed him out of the car and pretended to look for something in the trunk, while Robert stood at the door of the store with an ice-cold Coke in his mouth and his phone held high. He was taking pictures of the street scene and trying to frame the stalker's location in the shot. I looked down at my watch, and 3 seconds later, a shadow appeared on the glass door of the convenience store. A man in a dark grey jacket stood in front of a newsstand 5 meters away, pretending to read the New York Post, but holding the newspaper upside down. His heels were made of rubber, so he made no sound when he walked, but when he was crossing the road just now, he stepped over a puddle of water, and the frequency of the splashing water gave him away. The pace was exactly the same as the shadow under the extinguished streetlight outside the warehouse. "Frank Harris." Samira's voice came from behind. I don't know when she moved around to my right side. The screen of her cell phone was on, illuminating the man's profile. In the community detectives database, Frank's photo was from 3 years ago. He was a suspect in a theft case in Brooklyn, and the victim described him as like a plaster that sticks and can't be removed. Virgil's men. I touched the gun in my waistband. The metal was icy cold. He came to confirm whether we are really going to the nursing home, or if he is setting a trap. Want to get rid of him? Robert crushed the Coke can until his knuckles turned white. I shook my head. An old fox like Virgil would not send out chess pieces alone. If we act now, the blood of the 7 bodies in the warehouse has not dried yet, and the sirens might be coming this way. Follow me. I dragged them into the fire escape behind the convenience store. In the stairwell filled with the smell of rust, Samira's breathing sounded like a small motor. We passed through 3 backyards, jumped through an alley filled with old mattresses, and sneaked into the back kitchen of a taco truck. The owner was Samira's informant, who lifted the tarp and let us slip out the back door. But the 88 Hz engine sound is still there. I pressed myself against the brick wall, gasping for air, a migraine beginning to wrench at my temple. Absolute pitch was like an overloaded phonograph, tearing the surrounding sounds into pieces. The cat's meow from the 2nd floor balcony was 440 Hz. The sound of the dough mixer in the bakery next door was 660 Hz. And just 5 meters away, the rustling sound of rubber soles rubbing against the concrete floor behind the trash can had a frequency of 1.2 Hz. Exactly the same sound as Frank had just made when he crossed the street. He's waiting for us to stop. Samira pulled out the pepper spray. He's a professional. Virgil's men. I stared at the moonlight coming through the cracks in the wall, and suddenly pulled them to the left. Ahead was a dead-end street with 3 green trash cans stacked at the end. Robert cursed, but Samira suddenly smiled. Well done, Elliot. We hid in the shadows behind the trash can. 3 seconds later, Frank's shadow appeared at the entrance of the alley. He was hunched over with his right hand in his jacket pocket, where there should be a gun or a stun gun. The moonlight shone on his tortoiseshell glasses, reflecting 2 points of cold light. They were the same glasses worn by the shadow under the extinguished streetlight outside the warehouse. Let's go. I lowered my voice and pulled them in another direction. In fact, there is a hidden gap in this dead end, which was discovered by Samira when she was investigating a case last week. It was blocked by old wooden boards. When we got out, Frank's footsteps were getting closer. He cursed, "Damn it," and started running wildly. "Bike rack," Samira yelled. I followed her gaze and saw a row of bicycle racks welded to the iron railings at the entrance of the alley. The steel pipes glowed coldly in the moonlight. Frank's figure was getting closer and closer, and the reflection from his glasses hurt my eyes. I bent down, grabbed half a brick on the ground, and smashed it on the screw buckles of the bicycle racks. The rusty screws broke with a click, and the entire row of racks fell down with a loud bang. Frank's foot got caught on the steel pipe and he fell forward. His head hit the fire hydrant with a dull sound like a watermelon being cracked. Samira rushed over and pulled the phone out of his pocket, while Robert pulled off his glasses and shone them up to the streetlight. "There's a tiny camera on the inside of the lens." Frank groaned and turned over, blood flowing from his forehead into his collar. I squatted down and held his chin. "Who did Virgil ask you to keep an eye on? David? Or me?" He said nothing, just sneered. Samira handed me the phone. The screen was on. The latest message was sent half an hour ago. "Confirm the target's movements. Don't expose yourself." The sender's note was V is for Virgil. I stood up and stuffed the gun back into my waistband. "He knew we were looking for David. So he sent you to scout the way." Samira kicked Frank's foot. "Will he call the police when he wakes up?" "No." I took out the gauze. The blood stain on it looked like a black patch in the moonlight. "Virgil's people have done too many bad things. Calling the police is more terrible than death." When we left, Frank was still twitching on the ground. Samira's Civic sedan started again, and the engine sound was still humming at 920 Hz. But this time, I no longer heard the 88.2 Hz tail. In the rearview mirror, Frank's figure became smaller and smaller, until it was swallowed up by the street lamp on the corner. But I know that Virgil's hand is still hidden in the shadows. There might have been a second instruction in the phone he gave Frank. And David Blake, whom we are looking for, is currently in a room in the nursing home and may have heard the footsteps, ours or Virgil's. As Samira drove onto the Brooklyn Bridge, my phone vibrated. It was an email reminder from the DNA laboratory. In addition to showing a 99.7% kinship, there was also a line of small print. "It is recommended to test the Y chromosome haplogroup. The sample may involve close relatives." The wind blew in through the car window, making the blood stains on the gauze rustle. It was a blood sample found in the basement of a nursing home 3 days ago and belonged to a missing elderly person. And now it suddenly occurred to me that in David Blake's archive, there was a photo from 1982. He was holding a baby with a lavender birthmark behind the baby's ear, exactly like the one I saw in the mirror. The Civic's engine sound suddenly changed. I rubbed my aching temple and looked out the car window. On the surface of the Don River, the moon was broken into silver scales, just like the reflection of a pair of tortoiseshell glasses under the extinguished street lamp outside the warehouse. Virgil's next card is on the way. When I pulled up to the 30-year-old coffee shop in Harlem, the wind was blowing the sycamore leaves against the fire hydrant. Samira's fingertips tapped out intermittent Morse code on the passenger armrest. Short, long, short, which meant cautious. I tugged at my collar. The back of my neck still felt the stinging pain from being followed last night. The black Dodge Ram had passed us 3 blocks away in the Brooklyn Tunnel. If Samira hadn't suddenly braked and rushed into the unloading area of the Korean supermarket, we might have been dragged to an abandoned warehouse to feed the rats. George Martin only accepts cash and believes in the rules of old-school detectives. When I slapped the envelope containing $5,000 in cash on the wooden table, a yellowed business card was pressed at the bottom of the coffee cup. The corners of the business card were curled up as if they had been bitten by a dog, and the gold stamping of the words "Martin Investigation" had long since faded to a light gold, the same color as the eyes of the man opposite. The kind of gray that is unique to someone who has been in the police force for 20 years and was kicked out, like a gun barrel covered with a layer of fog. George Martin's right pinky finger was missing halfway, which I noticed when I walked in. He fished out a Camel cigarette. The lighter clicked. The blue flame cast a shadow on his face. "You're talking about Frank, who bought 2 packs of Marlboro Reds at the 7-Eleven in Washington Heights last Wednesday, using cash. In the surveillance video, he was wearing a baseball cap, but there was a butterfly tattoo on his left wrist, which matched the characteristics of the gangsters of the Brooklyn Night Crow gang 3 years ago." My throat tightened. When I was followed outside the nursing home 3 days ago, the shadow that brushed past my shoulder did have a dark object on its wrist. Samira squeezed the back of my hand under the table, her fingernails rubbing against the old scar on my palm. The scar from when the fireplace in the orphanage collapsed, now beating with my heartbeat. I have seen the name, Night Raven, in the Morse code that Robert deciphered. At 3 o'clock in the morning last Wednesday, I found a 1982 tape in the attic. There was a code hidden in the noise, and the last 3 letters were Crow. They have a financial backer. George flicked the ash into the empty sugar jar. Frank's cell phone signal appeared yesterday at an abandoned power plant in Queens. That place is managed by Nova Medical. You know, the company that did psychological warfare projects for the military. My temple suddenly throbbed. The rain poured into my eyes through my eyelashes, and I knelt on the ground coughing until my lungs were about to break. Frank's combat boots crushed my wrists, the metal buckle scraping my skin. The 400 hertz sound waves in the loudspeaker were still stinging, like a red-hot needle piercing my eardrum. But my absolute pitch broke down the frequency too clearly. 30, 90, 98, 402, 402, 402. These jumping noises exploded like fireworks in my nerves. A migraine shot up from the back of my neck, and I almost broke my back teeth. Mr. Hudson. Frank squatted down and brushed my chin with his knuckles. Mr. Virgil said he wanted to leave you intact, but your friend. He tilted his head to glance at Samira, who was covering her arm, and the can of pepper spray rolled half a circle at her feet. Her blood bloomed red flowers in the rain. It was really beautiful. I stared behind him. Robert helped George hide behind the rusty shelves. George's wrench fell at his feet, and blood was oozing from between his fingers. He might have broken his bones when he hit someone just now. Further to the right, 3 rows of abandoned oil drums were piled in the corner, and the flammable liquid sign on the iron sheet had turned white due to rain. Do you know the concentration of gasoline vapor? I suddenly laughed. Blood foam splashed on the back of Frank's hand. 1.3 to 6% per cubic meter. It will explode when exposed to open flames. His pupils shrank. I took the opportunity to knee him in the crotch, and as he stumbled, I rolled towards the nearest oil drum. My fingertips felt the rust in the dents of the barrel, and I heard Samira say, "I understand," in a low voice. She understood the look in my eyes when I glanced at the oil barrel just now. "Robert, push the middle row," I yelled, and pushed away the stalker, who was rushing towards me. The dull sound of the metal pipe hitting his knees mixed with the sound of rain. Samira pulled George's arm and ran towards the oil drum area. Robert gritted his teeth and pushed the oil drum. The scratching sound of rusty iron sheet rubbing against the ground almost drowned out the sound waves of the loudspeaker. Frank's fist brushed my ear and hit the oil drum, and the iron made a hollow buzzing sound. I picked up the iron pipe on the ground and smashed it against the top of the barrel with all my strength. With a click, dark yellow liquid gushed out and formed an oil puddle at my feet. The rain was still falling, but the oil foam had already begun to evaporate, and a pungent, spicy smell floated in the air. "Samira, get out the door," I yelled at the top of my lungs, fingers scratching my ears. My absolute pitch was screaming, and the 400 hertz sound waves were resonating with the oil mist. The migraine felt like it was going to split my head apart, but I grinned and let out short, sharp screams in the direction of the oil puddle. That's the 450 hertz I simulated with my vocal cords, which overlaps perfectly with the frequency of the volatile oil and gas. Boom. The moment the flames shot up, I was knocked off the shelf by the airwave. Frank's screams were mixed with the crackling sound of burning, and I saw his leather jacket catch fire and roll on the ground in a fireball. The other stalkers either fled in the opposite direction or slapped the flames on their bodies, and the iron roof of the factory was illuminated red by the flames. "Elliot," Samira's hand grabbed my arm, blood still seeping from the tear in her coat. "Side door." We crouched and ran towards the exit. Robert carried George on his back. The old man's head hung on his shoulder, his breathing as light as a gossamer. Flames licked the shelves, metal twisted in the heat, and the loudspeaker finally exploded, the last piercing sound like a dying whistle. The rain was still falling,
but the night outside the factory was torn apart by the flames. As soon as we rushed out of the side door, we heard a muffled boom behind us. The remaining oil drums were ignited. The heat wave wrapped in raindrops hit my back. I looked back and saw Frank rushing out of the sea of fire. Half of his face was burnt black, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. "Don't stop." Samira pulled me into the alley. Robert was breathing like a bellows, and George was groaning indistinctly on his back. We turned 3 corners, and the sound of Frank's footsteps was still behind us, like a plaster that couldn't be shaken off. "Over there." I pointed at an abandoned old Cadillac on the side of the road. Its windshield was shattered into a spider web, and its hood was so rusty that you could pick off chips. Samira understood immediately, and pulled Robert behind the trash can nearby.
I stood in the middle of the road and hooked my finger at Frank. "Come on, old dog."
As he pounced on me, I dodged behind the car, grabbed the loose handbrake and pulled it hard. The rusty brake screamed and the car slid down the gentle slope. The moment Frank looked up, the broken glass of the car headlights reflected his terrified face. With a bang, he was knocked flying and fell on the fire hydrant, not moving for a long time. "Let's go." I grabbed Samira and ran. Robert carried George on his back, and we went into the fire escape deep in the alley, and didn't stop until we could no longer hear footsteps. George's shirt was soaked with blood. I lifted his sleeve and saw a deep knife wound from elbow to wrist. The edge of the wound was purple. It might be infected or drugged. "We need to take him to the hospital." Samira pulled off her scarf and put a tourniquet on George. "There's an underground clinic in Harlem. The doctor is my cousin. He's trustworthy." Robert took out his cell phone to call a taxi, and I held his wrist and said, "Don't use your cell phone. Virgil can locate it." "That, I have an old Ford parked 3 blocks away." Samira wiped the rain and blood from her face. "There's a first aid kit in the trunk. Treat the wound first, then send to the clinic." We helped George walk towards the parking lot. The rain was a little lighter, and the street lights were shattered into golden pieces in the puddles. George suddenly started coughing, and blood foam splashed on the back of Samira's hand. He raised his good hand, grasped my wrist, his voice like sandpaper. "Elliot, the orphanage files are in Virgil's nursing home, in the basement." Before he could finish his words, he fainted. Samira pressed her finger on his carotid artery, and when she looked up, her eyes were frighteningly bright. "Heart rate is 45. We must deal with it immediately." We quickened our pace. There were sirens coming from the distance, and I couldn't tell if they were coming for the fire or Virgil's men. I glanced back and saw a cigarette butt flickering in the shadows at the alley entrance. It could be Frank, or it could be a new stalker. But at this moment, George's blood was dripping down Samira's scarf, dripping into the puddles, and blooming tiny red flowers. I also saw such flowers in the rain in 1982, in the corridor of the orphanage on Sister Mary's chest. This time, I will never let it spread again. Samira's old Ford was parked at the corner, its headlights turning into warm yellow circles in the rain and fog. As we loaded George into the back seat, I heard a vague mumbling in his throat, as if he was saying a name. Perhaps his missing daughter, or perhaps the secret of that rainy night. The rain started to get heavier again. The wipers on the windshield swung back and forth, turning the night sky into a blurry curtain of water. Samira turned the key and the engine emitted a familiar roar. In the rearview mirror, Frank's figure flashed around the corner, but this time, our car rushed out first. By the time the hospital's neon sign came on up front, George's blood had soaked the entire back seat. Samira's hands were clenched white on the steering wheel, and Robert was in the back seat, pressing the wound with gauze from the first aid kit. I stared at the frequency meter on the dashboard, the aftermath of 410 Hz still buzzing in my head. That was not the end, but another beginning. "Virgil, our game has just reached its climax." The wipers drew 2 cloudy arcs on the windshield, and I stared at the factory 300 meters away that had rusted into a dark brown. It was like a skinned beast. A few dim lights leaked through the broken glass windows, turning the raindrops into golden powder. Samira parked the car behind the abandoned gas station and clicked the handbrake. There are cameras on both sides of the gate. There are 4 guards. 2 have stun guns, and 2 have guns. I touched the back of my neck, and the skin there was hot. It was my absolute pitch sending me a warning. The frequency of rain hitting the metal roof suddenly changed, and I heard the sound of leather boots rolling over gravel from the inside of the wall. 3 people, 2 on the left and 1 on the right, were patrolling around the factory. The wall is 2.7 meters high, but there is an old maple tree on the east side with its branches leaning against the wall. I pointed to the shadow of the tree in the rearview mirror. You and Robert climb in from there and make some noise in the ventilation duct on the 2nd floor. Once their attention is drawn to it, I'll just force my way in through the front door, Samira said, tapping the pepper spray at her waist with her fingertips. But George said he was in the cold storage, on the 3rd row of shelves. Are you sure Virgil's guys didn't move him? There was a compressor humming in the background when he was talking on the phone. I tugged at my collar, and the buzzing sound from the basement of the orphanage in my childhood suddenly exploded behind my ears. The frequency is 43.2 Hz, exactly the same as the resonance wave of the refrigeration machine in the cold storage. Robert cracked his knuckles in the back seat, his Morse code notebook still tucked into his arms. What kind of chaos do you want me to cause? Morse language, or throw a fire extinguisher? Samira had already opened the car door, and the rain immediately poured in, soaking her trouser legs. The louder the better. When we crouched under the old maple tree, the rain suddenly got heavier. The branches of the tree made a crisp sound as Robert climbed, and I saw the guard's flashlight flicker on the other side of the wall. My heart rose to my throat, but the light quickly moved away, and their attention was still on the main gate. Samira climbed over the wall like a cat, her black coat sticking to her back like a crow feather wet by the rain. I stepped back to the car and pulled the metal keychain out of my pocket. I got this from an old hardware store in Harlem. The serrated edge lets me cut through wire, and it doubles as a dagger in a pinch. Rain dripped down the brim of my hat, into my collar, and I heard Samira whisper into the intercom, "Get in position." Then there was the dull thud of something heavy falling. Robert dropped the fire extinguisher. The guards' shouts echoed throughout the factory. The 2 guards at the main gate looked at each other. One of them picked up the walkie-talkie and ran to the side door, while the other hesitated and did not move. I clenched my keychain tightly, and the sound of my heartbeat drowned out the sound of rain. Absolute pitch suddenly captured some high-frequency vibrations. Was it Frank's voice? No, it's his watch. That bastard always wears an old-fashioned mechanical watch, and the second hand clicks 3 times faster than that of an ordinary person. Mr. Hudson. I turned around suddenly, and the rain blurred my eyes. Frank walked out from the shadow of the goalpost. He was wearing a black waterproof jacket and a hearing aid in his right ear. It was a gift from Virgil to him, used to monitor the residual frequencies of the sonic weapon experiment. He was followed by 4 sturdy men, one of whom had bloody bandages wrapped around his knuckles. He must be the guy who fought with me last time in the community library. "I knew you were coming." Frank's voice sounded like sandpaper on iron. "Mr. Virgil said, you're the kind of guy who always thinks he can flip the table." I stepped back to the side of the car and touched the non-slip rubber cover on the door handle with my right hand. Underneath it was the pepper spray that Samira gave me. There was a sound of glass breaking in the rain. Samira smashed the window on the 2nd floor. 2 of Frank's men turned their heads to look, and I took the opportunity to pounce on the bandaged man closest to me, scratching his wrist with the keychain. He screamed in pain and stepped back. I grabbed his stun gun, and the electricity crackled in the rain. Absolute pitch breaks out at this moment. I heard the 3rd guard on the left's breathing rate suddenly quicken. He was going to outflank me from the side. The soles of the leather shoes of the one on the right rubbed against the ground,
and he was about to rush over to hug me. I dodged the first punch by leaning sideways, and the stun gun hit the opponent's ribs. The screams mixed with the sound of rain pierced my eardrums, but Frank didn't move. He stood there sneering and tapped the hearing aid in his ear with his fingers. "That's enough," he said. The next second, I heard it. It was a sound somewhere between a buzzing sound and a scream, blasting from loudspeakers deep inside the factory. 400 hertz. Exactly the same sound waves as in the orphanage basement, and my temples felt like they were being hammered by nails, and sparks appeared before my eyes. My absolute pitch was overloaded, and childhood memories came flooding back. I curled up under the bed, listening to the crying and shouting from the next room being crushed by the high-frequency sound waves. The sound of the dean's wife's high heels was getting closer and closer, and she said, "This child has excellent hearing. We have to teach him what to listen to." The stun gun slipped from his hand. Frank's men grabbed my arms and started raining blows down on me. I saw Samira rushing out of the side door of the factory, with George on her shoulders, and Robert holding the iron rod he had snatched from the guards behind them. But behind them were 6 people holding steel pipes, and their shadows in the rain grew longer and longer, like a closing net. "Run," I yelled, blood seeping from the corners of my mouth into the rain. Samira's eyes swept over. Her pupils shrank to needle points in the rain, exactly the same as in the car the night before. But this time she didn't step on the accelerator. Instead, she pushed George into the gutter next to her and turned around to wave the pepper spray. The high-frequency sound waves are still exploding in my brain.
I heard Frank say something, maybe take him away, maybe kill that woman.
But Samira's spray hit the nearest guard, and Robert's iron rod crushed the knee of the second one. Although George was weak, he picked up the wrench on the ground and smashed it on the back of the third man. They stumbled and ran in the rain, and my vision began to blur. My migraine was like a ball of red-hot iron, drilling from the back of my neck to my temple. The last sobering thought was, the rain was also this heavy, and I failed to protect anyone then. This time, Frank's fist pounded into the back of my neck. Before the darkness came over me, I saw that Samira's coat was torn, revealing the blood-stained white shirt underneath. And from the factory's loudspeakers, the 4 to 100 hertz sound waves were still ringing, like some kind of countdown death knell. It was my absolute pitch that was at work. Maybe the frequency of George's lighter overlapped with some sound waves in my brain. Memories of 1982 suddenly came flooding back. On a rainy night, the iron door of the orphanage's basement was pushed open, and a man in a white coat was holding up a square box. The buzzing sound coming from inside made my ears bleed. It was exactly the same frequency as the clicking sound of the lighter just now. "I need you to check Nova Medical's connection to Virgil Hawk." I held my forehead. "Also David Blake's adoption records. The baby on November. Pay half first." George pushed the envelope halfway back. "I'll give you a preliminary report in 3 days." When he stood up, half of the gun handle was exposed under his leather jacket. It was a Glock 19, and the edge of the holster was polished to a shine, like an old lover who had been repeatedly caressed. 3 days later, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was sorting out the Y chromosome test report sent by Robert. The email said that my haplogroup was RM269, an exact match to David Black's sample, meaning we shared a paternal ancestor, possibly uncle and nephew, or even father and son. I nearly spilled my coffee on my keyboard when my phone vibrated. George's number appeared on the screen, and in the background there was the sound of wind, metal colliding, and rapid breathing. "Elliot, they found me." His voice was like crumpled paper. "In the warehouse of Brooklyn Dock B, the old cold storage, row 3 of the shelf." There was a dull thud, like a blunt object hitting flesh. I heard someone say trash in Spanish, and then George coughed. "Tell Samira, check Nova Medicals. Sonic, the phone is disconnected." I stared at the 1 minute and 17 seconds on the call record,
and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Samira already had her car keys in her hand, and in her other hand she held up Robert's laptop. He was last located at Pier 9 in Brooklyn, and connected to a nearby Wi-Fi network before the signal died. Warehouse number. Robert ran down from the attic, his glasses tilted on his nose. I hacked into the dock surveillance. 10 minutes ago, a black van drove in. The license plate was muddied, but the model was the same Dodge Ram that followed us last week. I grabbed the stun gun on the coffee table. The metal shell still had Samira's body temperature. The sky outside the window suddenly turned cloudy, as if someone had covered it with an iron pot. Samira threw the car keys up and caught them again, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints in the shadows. The cold storage that George mentioned, the third row of shelves. Maybe there are things they don't want to be found. Virgil's hand has finally come out into the open. I touched the DNA report in my pocket, the corner of the paper rubbing against my thigh. But this time, it's our turn to overturn the table. As Samira stepped on the accelerator, I heard sirens in the distance. I couldn't tell if they were directed at us or at the people hiding in the warehouse. Rain began to fall, and in the streaks of water on the windshield, the cables of the Brooklyn Bridge looked like a tightening net. Behind the iron door of the B12 warehouse, George's panting was still ringing in my ears, mixed with the buzzing of the stormy night in 1982. The frequency was getting higher and higher, so high that my temples were swelling. It was some kind of countdown sound. I could hear it, just like I heard the secret in the basement of the orphanage that year. As our car turned the last intersection, I saw the weather vane on the warehouse roof swaying in the rain. The direction it points to holds Virgil's secret, my past, and George's current location. And this time I won't let any sound disappear in the darkness. The moment the iron door of the warehouse was knocked open, I smelled the stench of rust mixed with gasoline. 3 figures wearing black hoods squeezed in, and the beams of flashlights swept across the corner where scrap metal was piled like snakes' tongues. Samira dragged me to squat behind a rusty ventilation duct, and Robert's breathing was right beside my ear, as rapid as a broken bellows. 7 people. Samira's voice was quieter than a mouse gnawing on wood, and she tapped the back of my hand 7 times with her fingers. I counted the footsteps, 3 in the first wave, 4 in the second. When the iron door slammed shut, I heard the crisp sound of the lock turning from outside. Virgil, the old fox, even calculated the time difference of the police. Pipes. I pointed to the scrap steel pipes hanging above my head. Samira reached over immediately, and the dull sound of the steel pipe hitting the concrete floor made the nearest flashlight shake. The tall man in the lead turned around, and I caught a glimpse of the tattoo on his wrist, a faded eagle emblem, exactly the same as the one on the nursing home caregivers' uniforms. Break them apart. I pushed Robert and he crashed into the pile of waste paper boxes on the left. The boxes broke apart with a bang, and metal parts rolled everywhere. The tall man waved the iron rod in his hand, and the others immediately divided into 2 teams to encircle him. In the narrow warehouse, the shelves and oil drums were so crowded that people had to walk sideways. Their tactics were stuck in a line. This was our chance. Samira picked up the steel pipe more skillfully than I thought. She bent over and went around the shelf on the right. The dull sound of the iron rod hitting the opponent's calf was mixed with a groan. I clenched the broken wrench I'd picked up and dug my nails into my palms. This is what I learned when I was bullied in an orphanage at the age of 12. I had to go numb from the pain to stay awake. The tall man's flashlight swept over me, and I pounced on him, hitting him hard on the outside of his knee with the wrench. Fuck. He stumbled and knocked over the oil barrel, and the smell of diesel suddenly exploded. Several others surrounded me instantly, and the iron rods brushed against the back of my neck with the sound of wind. Samira's steel pipe swept over from the side and knocked off the one that was hitting my head. Robert had found a steel bar at some point and was poking the back of the person closest to him.
The guy turned around cursing, but was tripped by the bolts scattered on the ground. But soon, their formation stabilized. The tall man half crouched with his hands covering his knees, a short whistle coming from his throat, and the originally chaotic attack suddenly became organized. 2 blocked the retreat, 3 compressed the encirclement, and 1 was holding an electric baton that he had gotten from somewhere, and blue electric arcs crackled in the shadows. "Stand back," Samira yelled, her steel pipe already dented. My temples began to throb, and the buzzing sound from my absolute pitch mixed with the smell of diesel drilled into my brain. This was a sign of overuse of my abilities, but I couldn't care less at the moment. The flashlight swept across the old radio in the corner, and I suddenly remembered the frequency I heard on the tape 3 days ago. The 4032 Hz infrasound. The tone mixed in with the sound of rain. I thought it was environmental noise at the time, but now I think it was clearly the test sound of some kind of sonic weapon. "Cover your ears," I yelled, and Samira and Robert immediately curled up. I opened my mouth, and a tone rolled out of my throat, not with my vocal cords, but with a frequency that was accurately reproduced using absolute pitch. The dust in the warehouse suddenly rose up. The metal pipes made a resonant hum, and the electric baton closest to me popped and sparked. The tall man was the first to squat down, covering his head, and his men staggered after him. Someone knocked over the shelves, and the iron barrels rolled with a loud thump. Samira's steel pipe hit the tall man on the back of the neck, and he collapsed without a groan. Robert's steel bar pierced another man's wrist, and the stun gun fell to the ground with a clang. I picked up the wrench and hit the last man holding the iron rod. His movements were as slow as if he was in water, and when the wrench hit his shoulder, he didn't even have time to cry out in pain. The sound of an alarm suddenly pierced the muffled noise of the warehouse, and red and blue lights shone in through the broken windows. We were standing among 7 groaning bodies when Samira kicked open the iron door and 2 policemen rushed in with guns pointed.
"Mr. Hudson?" The young policeman waved his gun. "Do you need an ambulance?"
"No need." I squatted down and pulled off the tall man's hood. It was a stranger's face, but the silver cross hanging around his neck was exactly the same as the one Virgil gave to the caregivers in the nursing home last week. Samira squatted beside me and ran her fingertips over the cross. "Virgil's people." Robert picked up his backpack, the combination lock on the zipper still dangling. How did they know we were here? I fished out my phone, and the missed call indicator was still on. Virgil's number, and the call time showed that it was 5 minutes ago. The hum of infrasound sounded in my ears again, this time more clearly, as if someone was speaking to my eardrum. "The game has just begun. David's in the nursing home," I shouted over the sirens. "Go now." Samira wiped the blood off the steel pipe, pulled the holster off the tall man's waist and stuffed it into my hand. "They have guns. The nursing home is not just a bunch of idiots." Robert poked the steel bar into the ground. The sound of metal friction was so piercing that it hurt his ears. "Do you want me to hack into their surveillance? Let's find David first." I patted the gauze in my pocket. The blood stain on it had turned dark brown. It was a blood sample found in the basement of a nursing home 3 days ago, belonging to a missing elderly person. The DNA report is still in my mailbox, and the match results show that the old man and I are 99. As the police car drove away with the 7 bodies, one of the streetlights outside the warehouse suddenly went out. In the shadows, I seemed to see the pair of tortoise-shell glasses again, flashing a cold light in the darkness. "Let's go." I tucked the gun into my waistband. "Before Virgil turns David into an accident." Samira started her old Civic, and the engine roared like a beast waking up. In the rearview mirror, the shadow of the warehouse became smaller and smaller, until it was completely swallowed up by the night. But I know that Virgil's eyes are still staring somewhere, and his hand hidden in the shadows is pinching the next card. And we have just touched the first card. When the smell of disinfectant hit my nose, I realized that I had been holding my breath. Samira's old Ford braked in front of the hospital emergency building with a harsh friction sound. The moment the back door was pushed open by Robert, George's blood dripped from his sleeves onto the marble floor, like a string of dark red ellipses. That rainy night in Sister Mary's blood seeped out from her chest in the same way, except that it was rain at that time, and now it was the white light of the disinfection lamp. Traumatic blood loss. The girl in light blue nurse uniform rushed over from the triage desk, with raindrops still on the ends of her hair. Push the wheel bed. Quick. She turned her head, and I caught a glimpse of the name tag. Aaron Clark. His fingers curled clenched in his trouser pockets, where the leather notebook he had taken from George's coat was placed. The clues he had been investigating for 3 months. And it couldn't afford to be soaked in blood a second time. When the red light in the emergency room came on, Irene came over and tore off her bloody gloves, her knuckles turning pale. The bullet grazed the spleen, but it's stable for now. But he has an old knife wound and poor coagulation function. Her eyes swept over the abrasion on my shoulder. If you want to keep watch, go to the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. Don't let too many people get close. There are few doctors on duty tonight. Samira slammed her car keys on the counter at the nurse's station, and the metallic clatter startled Irene into looking up. Thank you. I held Samira's tense wrist, her pulse beating like Morse code. Robert had already taken out a magnifying glass from his backpack and spread out the leather notebook in his palm. The edges of the pages were wrinkled by rain, but one could still clearly see the word Frank Miller circled in red by George and a string of dates. July 15, 1982, exactly 3 days before the orphanage fire. Frank has been following us for 3 days. Samira pulled off the bloody scarf and threw it into the medical waste bin in the corner. But George said he belongs to a scavenger team that specializes in dealing with dirty tales. Her nails made a crescent mark on the word scavenger. What kind of secret requires such a professional tale? I took out my cell phone and played the audio I recorded in the alley last night. When Frank's switchblade cut my sleeve, my phone fell to the ground and recorded the whole process. I turned the volume up to maximum, and suddenly a short buzzing sound broke out from the noise of the current. Wait. I held down Robert's hand as he was about to turn the page. There was an echo of Frank's leather shoes when he was chasing us last night. I closed my eyes. The crisp sound of rain hitting the metal trash can. The rustling sound of Samira's running shoes rolling over broken glass. And the knocking of Frank's Oxford heels on the concrete floor. Frequency. Yes, frequency. He pauses for half a second every 7 steps. I opened my eyes and saw Samira and Robert raise their eyebrows at the same time. It's not panting, it's a certain pattern. Picture. Morse code? Robert's magnifying glass fell onto his notebook with a bang. He grabbed George's notes and flipped through the pages quickly, until he stopped at a certain page. There was an old newspaper clipping on it, with the title 1979 Army Sonic Wave Experiment Base Fire Accident, and 400 Hertz, marked in red pen, next to it. After the orphanage fire in 1982, the military sealed all the sonic weapon data. Samira's voice suddenly dropped. I checked the files. A batch of experimental subjects were missing at the time. The official statement was death by accident. She looked up with bright eyes. George went to the old warehouse area of Brooklyn last week. There is an abandoned army medical building there. The elevator at the end of the corridor dinged. I felt something strange at the back of my neck, before my ears. The smell of disinfectant was mixed with a faint smell of tobacco. The smell of a Marlboro Red box, which was what Frank was smoking when he followed us yesterday. There were 4 people walking, 2 wearing hard-soled shoes, and 2 with soft soles, probably leather shoes and rubber-soled combat boots. They stopped at the nurse's station for 2 seconds, and Irene's voice floated over. The intensive care unit is on the 3rd floor. Turn left and it's the 2nd one. Irene. Samira had already picked up her coat from the chair, her fingers clasping the pepper spray in the inside pocket. She touched her earlobe twice just now. I pulled Samira into the stairwell. When George was pushed into the emergency room, she touched it 3 times. That's her habit when she's nervous.
But the 2 questions just now, family members.
How many people? Brow, she answered so smoothly. Robert stuffed the notebook into his arms. They come with bad intentions. You 2 take the notebook back to the ward and lock the door. I tore off the glass of the fire extinguisher box on the wall, and the shards cut my palms painfully. I'll lead them away. Samira tried to stop me, and I pointed to the spray in her pocket. George has woken up and needs someone to watch him. The clue to his daughter is in his mind. The voice-activated lights in the stairwell lit up with the sound of footsteps. I crouched and rushed to the 2nd floor, scattered the fragments of the fire extinguisher box at the corner, and listened to the click sound of metal friction coming from downstairs. It should be the gun being loaded. The rain was still tapping on the window. I pulled out my cell phone and dialed Samira's number. I heard her muffled hello on the first ring. Lock the door and wait for me. I hung up the phone and rushed into the fire escape. The footsteps behind me were getting closer. The hard-soled shoes made a squeaking sound as they stepped on the debris, but the soft-soled shoes made no sound at all. Well trained. I turned into the treatment room, picked up the blood pressure monitor on the table, and threw it towards the window. The sound of shattering glass startled the pursuers and made them pause. He took the opportunity to sneak into the cleaning room, stuck the mop on the door handle, and climbed out through the vent. The dust in the ventilation duct made me cough, but it just covered the sound of my breathing. Hearing the footsteps exploding in the treatment room, I counted to the 3rd shit and flipped out of the pipe, landing right behind the nurse's station.
Irene held her back to me, clutching a piece of paper with 30,007 written on it, the room number of the intensive care unit.
Do you need help? I patted her shoulder. She shuddered and the note fell to the ground. When I bent down to pick it up, I saw the words on it. Solve the target. Get the notes. How much did they give you? I folded the note into a small square and put it in her white coat pocket. George will talk nonsense when he wakes up. You'd better hope he doesn't remember you. She opened her mouth and heard a heavy crash from the direction of the stairwell. I ran to the 3rd floor, and when I passed Ward 37, I heard Samira's voice. If you come any closer, I'll spray you. The door handle moved, and the locked iron chain made a crisp sound. I kicked open the door of the emergency exit, and rain and fog wrapped in cold air rushed in. The shadows of the pursuers were swaying at the end of the corridor, and I waved the mop I got from the cleaning room at them, like holding a torch. The tall man in the lead cursed something and reached into his arms. Virgil sent you, I raised my voice. Tell him 400 Hertz aftermath. I remember it. The tall man paused. Chance. I turned and rushed into the stairwell, stopped abruptly at the corner, and turned the fire hydrant's valve to the maximum as I heard footsteps coming up. The moment the water column spurted out, the curses of the pursuers mixed with the sound of slipping exploded. When I ran back toward 37, Samira was holding a chair against the door, and Robert was squatting by the window, holding George's notebook in his hand. The cover was cut, and there was a yellowed photo inside. The photo shows a corridor of an orphanage in 1982. Sister Mary is holding a baby wrapped in a blue blanket. The baby's face is circled in red pen with Elliot H. written next to it. They knocked on the door twice. Samira wiped the sweat from her forehead. But they didn't bring guns. They might have been afraid of making too much noise. She pointed to the photo. There's also this in George's notes. The beeping of the instrument suddenly became sharp. I turned to look at George on the bed. His fingers were twitching on the sheets. His eyes were half open and half closed, and he was making muffled syllables in his throat. Samira leaned in to listen, and her face turned pale. He's talking about Sonic Tower. The sound of the elevator arriving was heard in the corridor. This time there was only one footstep, and it was very slow, like an old man walking with a cane. I took out the scissors I got from the cleaning room, and Samira's anti-wolf spray was already pointed at the door.
The door handle moved gently, as if afraid to wake the patient.
Elliot?
Irene's voice came from outside the door, with a crying tone. George's blood pressure has dropped. The doctor asked me to call you. Samira and I looked at each other. She put the spray down and I hid the scissors behind my back. The moment the door opened, the tray in Irene's arms fell to the ground with a clang. What was inside was not medicine, but half a box of Marlboro red cigarettes, exactly the same as the ones Frank smoked. The elevator door at the end of the corridor slowly closed, and I caught a glimpse of a figure wearing a dark grey coat and leaning on a silver-headed cane. When he turned his head, the light shone right on his face. It was Virgil Hawke, the administrator of the nursing home who always fed the elderly honey cakes. He smiled at me, and the elevator door closed as he smiled. George's instrument emitted a long, piercing beep. Erin knelt on the ground to pick up the cigarette box. When I bent down to help her, I took out a new note from her pocket. It was written in Virgil's handwriting. "It's only half time of the game. Don't let me down." Samira was already ringing the call bell and Robert was adjusting George's oxygen mask. I crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the basket of flowers next to George's bed. The rain was still tapping on the window, and the 400 hertz beeping sounded in my head again, clearer than before. This time, I heard another frequency in the background noise, like some kind of code, saying it's your turn. Chapter 21 Experts help solve the mystery. I stared at the numbers jumping on George's instrument, and my Adam's apple moved. The beeping sound of the ECG monitor was like a thin needle, pricking the blood vessels in my temple. Ever since I heard the 400 hertz beeping sound in the nursing home, this migraine has been like a bone-attaching ulcer, and it started to ache again. Samira put her hand on the back of my neck, and the coolness of disinfectant spread along my skin. "Let Robert take George to the intensive care unit first. He needs more stable monitoring." Robert took off his glasses and rubbed his nose. The metal frame left a red mark on his palm. The man who always carved Morse code on the bottom of his coffee cup was now staring at the back of George's hand, which was full of tubes. His Adam's apple rolled twice. "My cousin is a nurse in the emergency room and can get through the green channel." He bent down to hug George, but was stopped by Samira. She took out a silver sprayer from the inner pocket of her windbreaker and waved it at the head of George's bed. "Spray this first to prevent shock on the road." After George was pushed away, Samira locked the ward door. The sound of raindrops hitting the glass suddenly became clear, mixed with the squeaking of the nurse's cart in the corridor, and turned into a string of gibberish in my ears. I took out the note from Irene's pocket. When I unfolded it, the edge of the paper cut my fingertips, and blood dripped onto the words. "The game is only halfway through," like a dark red flower. "It's time to go find Kevin," said Samira. Her phone screen lit up, showing 2:17 in the morning. "He said in the podcast last week that profiling a stalker requires looking at the sense of ritual. Virgil leaving a note, Frank smoking the same brand of cigarettes. This is not a random event. Kevin Stewart's office is in a converted old warehouse across the East River. When we arrived, he was squatting at the door feeding canned tuna to stray cats. The former FBI profiler, who always wore a tweed jacket with frayed cuffs, looked like a retired college professor as the moonlight shone on his graying hair. It wasn't until he looked up and his gray-blue eyes swept across Samira and me that I remembered what the people in the bureau had said. When Kevin looks at people, it's like he's reading an open criminal psychology report. Elliot Hudson. He shook my hand with his cat hair-stained hand. "I listened to the last episode of your podcast, Midnight Murder Book, when you were analyzing the Brooklyn dismemberment case. Your voice shook for point. At that time you had already discovered that the orphanage files had been tampered with, right?" My throat tightened. Samira tugged at the hem of my shirt, and we followed him into the office. The wall is covered with a timeline of old cases, from the lipstick killer in 1978 to the subway ghost, and in the most conspicuous position hangs a yellowed photo. A young man in military uniform standing in front of a radar station, with the eagle emblem on his epaulettes flashing a cold light. That was my father, who was involved in a sonic weapon experiment in New Mexico in 1969. Kevin followed my gaze, and his voice suddenly dropped. The project was later stopped. The officials said that the technology was not mature, but I know that they have found a more covert way to control it. I dumped out all the clues. The 1982 tape, the contradiction between childhood memories and police records, orphan in Morse code, the Marlboro red box on Frank's body, Virgil's smile in the elevator, and the background noise frequency that sounded like a code. At the end, I took out my phone and played the beeping sound. The 400 Hz sound waves vibrated in the office, and Kevin's cat suddenly got angry and knocked over the mug on the table. "Stop." He pressed my phone, his knuckles turning white. "This frequency is mentioned in my father's experimental log. In 1972, they tried to use infrasound to interfere with brain waves, causing the subjects to have memory flashbacks. But 400 Hz belongs to the audible sound frequency band, more like a logo." He grabbed a whiteboard marker and drew a series of wavy lines on the glass. "Suppose that each select experimental subject has been implanted with a specific frequency, just like the electronic tag on a dog's collar. Frank's cigarette box and Irene's note are trigger devices." Samira tapped her fingers on the table. "Virgil feeds honeycakes in the nursing home. The old people always say, it's like being a kid again. Is it memory manipulation? It's possible." Kevin drew a thick line under the words memory flashback. "Sound waves can stimulate the hippocampus, causing people to have a strong emotional dependence on specific scenes. The sweetness of honeycake and the tar smell of Marlboro are both anchors. They are cultivating voluntary chess pieces." I remembered what George said before he was attacked. He said, "I just want to see the files from that year." My throat suddenly choked. The files of the orphanage may record the frequencies of all the experimental subjects. Kevin's pen stopped in midair. The rain outside the window had gotten heavier at some point, and the raindrops hitting the iron roof sounded like someone typing in Morse code. He suddenly raised his index finger. "Listen." I held my breath.
Absolute pitch captured the abnormality in the sound of raindrops. Regular pauses, 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short. That was the Morse code for SO.
But before I could open my mouth, the whole office suddenly fell into darkness. "The power is out." Samira's voice came from the left, accompanied by a metallic scraping sound, and she must have taken out a tactical flashlight. As the beam of light swept across the wall, I saw Kevin staring out the window, his shadow stretched long against the white wall. In the rain, several blurry figures were walking across the parking lot. Their movements were too neat, and they didn't look like ordinary power outage maintenance workers. My migraine suddenly intensified and a 4100 Hz buzzing sound blasted against my eardrums. This time the code in the background noise was clearer, like the ticking sound of some kind of countdown. In the darkness, Samira's hand grasped my wrist, much cooler than usual. Kevin's voice floated over from the other side, with a tension I had never heard before. "They found us." There was a crisp sound of shattering glass at the end of the corridor. My back teeth were sore from clenching them, and the migraine felt like a drill bit churning in my temples. The 400 Hz buzzing sound mixed with the sound of rain exploded in my ears, which was a sign of absolute pitch overload. But who could care less about that now? "Sammy, protect George and Kevin." I lowered my voice, my wrist still feeling the coolness from where she had grabbed it. In the darkness, her breathing was as light as a cat's, but in the next second there was a crisp sound of metal colliding, and the beam of a tactical flashlight pierced through the darkness, casting a swaying spot of light on the wall. "George," Kevin's voice trembled, and I remembered that the criminal psychologist was squatting in the corner with a pen in his hand. The man who always talks about the criminal psychological map now has his Adam's apple moving like a bird with its neck strangled. George R.R. Martin is worse. The private detective, who had just finished surgery, was half leaning on the hospital bed, his bandages oozing blood, his originally sharp eyes blurred by the pain. He barely raised his hand, his knuckles turning white. I can still hold on. Samira swept her flashlight across the medical cabinet in the corner, and the metal drawers made a harsh friction sound as she pulled them open. There are 3 emergency flashlights. She tossed me one, and when the beam hit Kevin's face, I saw the sweat on his forehead running down his jawline. The rain was still hitting the tin roof, and the Morse code of SOS had long been drowned out by the even more intense footsteps. I closed my eyes and forced myself to filter out the sound of rain, and the sound of 3 people's souls rolling over broken glass at the end of the corridor in front of me on the left. Rubber sole. Consistent stride, like trained. Door, I suddenly said. Samira immediately turned her flashlight towards the ward door. The wooden door panel was slowly pushing inwards in millimeters. The cold light leaking in through the gap in the door outlined a dark shadow. My heartbeat hurts my ribs. The moment the black shadow completely stepped in, I pounced over. The other person was half a head shorter than me, and smelled of disinfectant when he struggled. It was Irene, the nurse who always asked, "Do you need a hot towel? Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Her screams hurt my eardrums. Samira's flashlight beam locked onto her face, and only then did I notice a red mark on her neck, as if someone had pinched her. A syringe fell out of her arms and rolled twice on the ground. The liquid inside was a strange green color. They said, if I didn't inject this into Mr. George's vein, they would kill my son. She collapsed on the ground, her tears soaking her nurse's cap. They have guns, hiding behind the firebox in the emergency passage. I heard them say, the psychiatrist analysis is too dangerous, and they said they would kill you as well. Calm down. Samira squatted down and held her shaking shoulders. Who? What are you wearing? Black jackets, baseball caps, 3 people, Irene said with sobs. The leader has a mole on his left earlobe. He just put a gun to my lower back and said, "It must be done by 10 o'clock. She suddenly grabbed my wrist, her nails almost digging into the flesh. What time is it now? They took my watch. I took out my phone and the screen was black. There was a power outage, and even the signal was pitifully weak. But amid the 400 hertz beeping, the ticking countdown sound was clearer. 9:50, I said. They give you 10 minutes. Kevin stood up suddenly, the flashlight casting a white shadow on his glasses. The analysis report is in my computer. They are afraid that we will make the connection between sonic weapons and the orphanage public. His voice regained some calmness. Elliot, you said before that Virgil's nursing home has a military background. Now is not the time to review. Samira interrupted him, her eyes sweeping across the syringe on the ground. George can't be stimulated again. Irene, can you complete the task as they ask? Irene looked up suddenly. The fear in her eyes turned into panic. If I didn't get the injection, they would kill my son. We'll help you save your son. I squatted down and stared into her red eyes. But you have to be the bait. We'll install a locator on you, and you'll do what they say to lure them out. When they let their guard down, we'll be able to catch them. Samira had already taken out a button-sized object from her bag. It was the microlocator she used last time to track down the illegal immigrant smuggler. Waterproof, effective range 500 meters. She stuck the locator to the inside of Irene's collar. Remember, after you enter the safe passage, count to 30 before saying done. Irene's Adam's apple moved as if she was about to vomit, but she swallowed it back. My son is in daycare in Brooklyn. His name is Little Son, she said suddenly. If anything happens to me, he'll be fine. Samira's tone was like frozen iron. We'll be there within 30 seconds of you making contact with them. The footsteps in the corridor came closer. I checked the pepper spray at my waist. Samira had forced it on me. saying it was better than fighting with bare hands. Kevin pushed George's bed behind the door, and the sound of the metal wheels rolling over the ground made my temples throb. "Let's go," I said to Irene. She knocked over a chair as she stood up, and the noise exploded in the empty hallway. Samira shone her flashlight toward the door, and I saw her make a 3 gesture to Irene. 30 seconds, to the second. The moment Irene opened the door, a draft blew in raindrops. Her figure disappeared into the darkness, and her footsteps went towards the safe passage. I took out my cell phone, opened the positioning software, and a small green dot began to move on the screen. 3 o'clock direction, moving at normal speed. Samira stared at her phone. They should be waiting for her. Kevin suddenly grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that?" I pricked up my ears. Amid the full 100 Hz beeping sound, the ticking sound of the countdown suddenly became faster. It's not an illusion, it's real. Tick tick tick, like the second hand approaching a critical point. The green dot of the locator stopped near room. Samira and I looked at each other, and she put the tactical flashlight on her waist and took out the telescopic baton from her bag. Kevin picked up George's crutches, and George held the call button on the bedside tightly. Although there was a power outage, it should be painful enough if that thing hit someone on the head. "Follow closely." I lowered my voice and pushed open the door of the ward. The emergency lights in the corridor were barely on, casting a bluish-gray light. The locator showed a green dot in the direction of the stairwell, and from there, a vague voice was floating. "Done?" "Yeah." Irene's voice trembled. "George is asleep. Let's go." Another voice was hoarse and nasal. "Let's go to the warehouse to get the spare equipment. The boss said we need to completely clean up." "Warehouse?" Samira whispered in my ear. I stared at the screen of my phone and saw the green dot moving towards the basement level. It was an old, abandoned warehouse of the hospital, which had been sealed off half a year ago. Only carts carrying medical waste occasionally passed by. The ticking sound of the countdown suddenly exploded, and I almost stumbled. The migraine was like being poured with hot oil, and the scene of 1982 flashed before my eyes. The basement of the orphanage, the same beeping sound, the same darkness, and a man's voice saying, "Remember, you have never seen this." "Elliot?" Samira held me up. "Are you okay?" I bit the tip of my tongue, and the taste of blood spread in my mouth. On the mobile phone screen, the green dot stopped at the warehouse area on the underground floor. In the shadows there, 3 dark shadows were moving. The left earlobe of one of them had a strange reflection. It was a mole, and it looked like a dark red drop of blood under the emergency light. "They're at the warehouse." I handed the phone to Samira. Amid the buzzing sound, I heard the creaking of a metal door being pushed open. "It's time to close the net." As I turned my phone screen towards Samira, I heard a metal door scraping against the ground from the direction of the warehouse, like someone scratching a crack on a blackboard with their fingernails. She tapped the blueprint with her fingertips, and the ventilation ducts, circled with a fluorescent pen, glowed blue under the cold light of the phone. The underground warehouse is divided into 2 areas, north and south. The north area is piled with scrapped medical equipment, and the south area is old medicine cabinets. They chose this place, most likely in the North District. She suddenly stopped, and when she looked up, her eyelashes cast shadows under her eyes. "Did you hear it?" I held my breath. Another frequency emerged, and the buzzing sound, like a rusty gear turning. Absolute pitch disassembled the tiny noises into a puzzle. The friction sound of 3 pairs of heels rolling on the concrete floor. One pair was a pair of hard-soled leather boots, and the stride was 5 centimeters shorter than the other 2. It must be the short man holding the spare equipment. Also the one with the reflection on his left earlobe. His breathing has a whistling sound, like a deviated septum. Kevin is at the east ventilation vent. Samira took out a tactical flashlight and put it on her sleeve. He is responsible for cutting off the monitoring power and making a noise in 3 minutes. "We'll go in through the front door," and wait until their attention is diverted. Wait. I held her wrist and felt her rapid pulse with my fingertips. The migraine began to throb again, and the memories of 1982 came flooding back, mixed with the musty smell of the moment. The same musty smell in the orphanage basement, mixed with the bitter smell of disinfectant, and the man's voice. "Remember, you've never seen this." I pinched the bridge of my nose. They might have set a trap. Samira's pupils shrank and she took out a miniature thermal imager from her tactical bag. 3 red dots flashed on the screen in the deepest part of the North District. There was a jagged shadow next to one of the red dots. Was it a wire? "A tripwire," she whispered. 30 centimeters off the ground. Probably a spring-loaded device with darts attached. I fished out the lockpick I had taken from George. I found this in George's pocket when he was attacked in the hospital corridor half an hour ago. Old-school private investigators always like to have some hidden tricks. Now it was pressing against the door lock, and the sound of metal friction was clearer than my heartbeat. 3, 2, 1. Samira's voice was like a taut string. There was a sudden sound of glass breaking from the east side. Kevin had thrown a stone into the vent. The 3 red dots moved instantly, and the one in the middle, the one with a mole on his left earlobe, ran 2 steps towards the source of the sound, then stopped. I seized the opportunity to turn the unlocking knob, and with a click, the door lock opened. The smell of mold and rust came out. I pulled Samira sideways and slipped into the door. As the soles of my shoes just touched the ground, my ears suddenly caught the whistling sound of the air being torn apart. It was a dart. My absolute pitch amplified the sound into a roar. I pulled her to the left, and her back hit a wooden shelf filled with discarded IV stands. The dart brushed past her ear and lodged into the wall, buzzing like a strangled bee. 2 on the left. Samira's tactical flashlight swept across, illuminating 2 figures, one holding a baseball bat and the other holding a switchblade. The one with the mole on his left earlobe was at the innermost, bending over to pick up a metal box that had fallen on the ground. Was it a spare device? I picked up the iron tray at my feet and threw it over. There was a loud bang of metal colliding, and the man holding the baseball bat groaned as the tray dented his shoulder. Samira was faster than me. She raised her leg and kicked the wrist of the man with the knife. The switchblade fell to the ground with a clang. Then she choked the man and pinned him to the ground. "Elliot, back." When I turned around, the man with a mole on his left earlobe had already rushed over to me with a modified stun gun in his hand. The crackling sound of the electric current hurt my eardrums, and I dodged to the right. His fingers brushed my collar. At this time, the sound of Kevin jumping down from the ventilation duct was heard, and the wooden shelves of the medicine cabinet were hit with a clang. The 2 enemies subconsciously looked back. Opportunity. I rushed to the shelf on the left and pulled down a roll of medical bandages. When the man with the mole on his left earlobe approached again, I threw the bandage at his eyes. He raised his hand to block, and I took the opportunity to grab his wrist and twisted the joint. He screamed in pain, and the stun gun fell to the ground, but he grabbed the corner of my clothes tightly as he fell. "Frank Harris." I pressed the back of his neck and saw the dark red mole on his left earlobe. It was exactly the same as the one in the surveillance photos that followed me for 3 weeks. "You followed me, put sleeping pills in my coffee, and attacked George." He suddenly laughed, blood foam seeping from the corners of his mouth. "Do you think you'll be done if you catch me?" the boss said. "Who's the boss?" Samira squatted down and pressed a tactical pen against his Adam's apple. Frank's pupils suddenly dilated, and I looked up following his gaze. In the shadow in the corner of the warehouse, a metal box was flashing red light. The countdown displays. "Bomb!" Kevin yelled and rushed over to pull us. I felt something hard in Frank's pocket, and without thinking too much, I stuffed it into my coat pocket and ran out the door with Samira. Just as I rushed out the door, I heard a muffled sound behind me, and the airwave made the back of my neck hurt. We hid behind the fire door in the stairwell, and Samira gasped,
for her cell phone to call the police.
I fished out what I'd taken from Frank, a worn metal USB drive with NS7 engraved on the case, and a slip of paper with squiggly lines and numbers on it, like a sound frequency graph.
This is... Samira's fingertips touched the paper gently. The date is 1982. The same day as the fire at your orphanage. My migraine started to throb again, and amid the beeping sound, the man's voice in 1982 suddenly became clear. Remember, you've never seen this. At this moment, the USB flash drive was hot in my palm, like a red-hot coal. Let's go to the safe house. Sammy tugged at my sleeve. We need to see what's inside. Kevin patted my shoulder. His suit sleeve was torn, revealing the muscles underneath. I stole Frank's phone before it exploded. There's an unremarked number in the call log, calling once every minute. They can't wait. As we walked toward the back door of the hospital, I glanced back at the still smoking warehouse. The wind brought with it a burning smell. I touched the USB flash drive in my inner pocket and found a hard corner that was digging into my ribs. Perhaps the answer to 1982 was hidden in this small piece of metal. The light bulb in the safe house cast a dim circle above my head. I put the metal USB drive on the table, and it immediately left a shallow mark on the wood. Samira fished out a bottle of ibuprofen from the kitchen, poured out 2 pills and pushed them to me. I stared at the pills in a daze. The last time I took this was last week, when I was listening to that 1982 tape in a shabby apartment in Brooklyn. The sound of my 5-year-old crying mixed in with the electrical noise. Robert will be here in 10 minutes. Samira ran her finger across the screen of her phone, which she always kept on silent, saying the sirens in Harlem were loud enough. I glanced at the back of her neck. There was a light pink scar there, like a small snake. She never mentioned how she got the scar, just like I never mentioned that the burnt smell I smelled when I hid in the closet during the orphanage fire was actually mixed with the scent of turpentine. There were 3 knocks on the door. Short, long, short. Samira nodded to me, and I stood up and opened the door. The man who came was a tall and thin man with gray hair, a missing corner of his left earlobe, and tape wrapped around the thumb joint of his right hand. That was the mark of years of massaging the password keys. Robert Johnson. His voice was like sandpaper scraping against iron. I heard you guys have something good. I spread the paper in front of him. The wavy lines were crooked, and the numbers were squeezed in the corners. 8. June 15th, 1982, 14:20. Samira said, "The time of your childhood fire." Robert tapped the back of the paper with his fingernails. "The wavy lines are the sound waves, but the spacing is wrong." He fished a magnifying glass from his pocket. The lens was stained with coffee. "Look here, the distance from the peak to the trough. This is the length of the dot and dash in Morse code." He took out a pen and drew dots and lines on the paper.
MSFW?
I read aloud. "No," Robert raised his head, his eyes behind the glasses suddenly lit up. "It's NS7. His fingertips pressed heavily on 7. The military's sonic weapon project in the 1980s. I've seen a few words in the Pentagon archives. They used low-frequency sound waves to interfere with memory, saying it was to treat post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but in fact, he suddenly closed his mouth. His Adam's apple moved. "The word engraved on your USB drive is NS7, right?" I took out the USB drive, and a metal shell glowed coldly under the light. Robert's fingers trembled, and the tape rubbed across the scratches. "I've seen this before. In 1983, a technician defected with project information and was later fished out of a river in Jersey. His ears were bleeding, and the medical examiner said it was internal bleeding, but no one believed it." Samira's phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced at the screen. "It's from Kevin. The number in Frank's phone has been located. It's at the old rubber factory on the east end of Harlem." When she looked up, her eyelashes cast shadows under her eyes. "It matches the address deciphered on the note.
The iron gate of the old rubber factory was rusted to the point that only half of it remained, and it made a whistling sound when the wind blew through it, the frequency of which made my temples throb. Samira pulled out the folding knife she carried with her, and used the tip of the knife to loosen the wire wrapped around the door handle. "Be careful with the glass," she said softly. I lowered my head and the debris on the ground crunched under my feet, like someone was chewing ice. The factory was darker than outside, and the smell of mold and rusty metal went straight into my nose. Samira turned on her tactical flashlight and swept the beam across the wall. The faded slogan was still there, contributing the power of sound to national defense. My absolute pitch suddenly picked up low-frequency vibrations, like someone hitting a bass drum, but I couldn't hear it clearly. "Is it the ventilation duct?" Samira frowned. I shook my head, the vibrations reverberating in my brain, exactly like the tinnitus I had during fires in my childhood. We walked up the stairs to the second floor. There were fresh shoe prints on the dusty steps, size 42 rubber soles from at least 2 people. Samira's flashlight shone on the cardboard box in the corner. NS7 experimental data was printed on the seal. I tore off the tape, revealing a stack of yellow documents. Orphanage Inner Ear Development Monitoring Report, and sound wave frequency and memory erasure comparison chart. The photo at the bottom made my blood freeze. A man in a white coat was holding me, a 5-year-old boy, and the background was the corridor of the orphanage. The charred area after the fire had not yet been cleaned up. "Elliot," Samira's voice came from the other side. She stood in front of a rusted machine with NS7 sonic wave generator engraved on the metal casing. There were magnetic tapes piled on the operating table, labeled Hudson Elliot Memory Overwrite Experiment. I grabbed a cassette player I had brought with me, and after the noise of electricity, a familiar male voice rang out. "Remember, you've never seen this before. Let's go." Samira suddenly pulled my arm. I heard footsteps just now. There were at least 4 people. I followed her downstairs, blinded by the tactical flashlight. As I approached the door, I heard a metallic clang, the bolt of a gun being cocked. Samira pushed me into the corner. The flashlight swept out of the window, and shadows swayed on the glass like a flock of black crows. "It's locked." She kicked the door, and the door frame made a muffled sound. My migraine reached its peak. Amid the buzzing sound, the shadows came closer, and the footsteps were mixed with low commands. "Don't let them get away." Samira took out her cell phone to call the police, but the screen suddenly went black. The signal was blocked. I clutched the USB drive in my pocket so tightly that it almost burned through the fabric. The footsteps outside stopped, and something hard hit the door, sending wood chips flying. "Elliot," Samira's voice was soft, but it pierced my ears like a nail. "They've been waiting for us for a long time." The door groaned as it broke, and the muzzle of a gun gleamed in the shadows. I could hear the painful sound of my back teeth grinding. The sound of Virgil's leather shoes stopped at the alley, and the crisp sound of his metal heels rolling over broken glass was like a thin needle piercing my eardrum. This was his habit. Every Wednesday morning after mopping the floor, he would stand at the end of the corridor of the nursing home to check the gaps between the tiles. 40 years ago, when I was hiding in a moldy storage room in an orphanage, I always heard this sound in the middle of the night, like some kind of precise countdown to death. Samira dug her fingers into my arm, and her body heat seeped through my shirt, carrying the smell of blood. I felt the wound on her lower back. The cloth had stuck together into a hard shell. It was caused by the steel pipe cutting it at the back door of the convenience store. When she put the motorcycle key into my palm, the calluses on her fingertips scraped against my base of the thumb. Those were calluses from years of picking locks, but now they were trembling.
It's the 3rd manhole on the left. Her breath brushed my earlobe. I pried it open last month, when I was helping an old lady in the community look for her cat. It leads to the underground pipes.
Virgil suddenly coughed. I was shocked. He had chronic bronchitis, And every time the autumn got cold, he would cough until his ribs shook. But he clearly didn't cough during the confrontation in the nursing home just now. This shows that he was deliberately suppressing himself, like a cat with its claws retracted, waiting for its prey to come to him. Samira moved first. She dragged me toward the left wall, and the sound of her sneakers scraping against the moss was drowned out by the sirens above our heads. I felt the rust on the edge of the manhole cover, and there was red residue in the cracks between my fingernails. I lifted it up with force, and the musty smell mixed with the fishy odor of the sewer came out. Virgil laughed from behind, like sandpaper grinding against metal. "Mr. Hudson, your mother ended up crawling like this, holding onto the sewer railings in the heavy rain, begging me to give her child a chance to live. I almost let go." The stormy night in July 1982 suddenly flashed before my eyes. The woman in the blue dress was dragged into a black car, her screams torn apart by thunder, and the 5-year-old me huddled in the bushes, holding tightly in my arms the tin biscuit box she stuffed into my hand, with a crooked E engraved on the bottom of the box. Later, the police said she committed suicide, but I remember that when she fell from the building, there was a military green Jeep parked downstairs, and the antenna on the roof was shining coldly in the lightning. Samira kicked me in the ass. I fell into the sewer, and she jumped down right after me. The manhole cover closed above our heads with a dull sound like a coffin lid. In the darkness, she pulled out a tactical flashlight and swept the beam across the algae-covered wall, illuminating a half piece of bloody cloth wedged in the cracks between the bricks. Exactly the same pattern as the torn lines on my shirt. Virgil's men were 3 days ahead of us. She wiped the wound with her sleeve, and blood oozed out again, but they didn't find the exit. She swung the flashlight, and the beam turned a corner in front of her. "Follow closely, I remember this pipe leads to the old newsstand on 11. We waded in the sewage for 20 minutes. My shoes were half filled with water, and Samira's breathing was getting heavier. When we heard the sound of footsteps overhead, she suddenly grabbed me and swept the flashlight across the base of the wall. There was an arrow painted in red paint, and next to the arrow was the Morse code. "Robert Johnson," I blurted out. I mentioned this name on the podcast last week, the old Morse fan who always uses his cane to type in code and chat with pigeons on a bench in Central Park. Samira raised an eyebrow. "You said he could decipher any military code from World War II. He said he participated in intelligence work during the Gulf War." I touched the tin box on my chest, but no one believed him, except me. A half hour later, we stood in front of the shabbiest brownstone in Harlem. Robert's window was lit with a warm yellow light, and an old phonograph was playing Billie Holiday's songs. The noise of the needle scraping across the record was mixed with the tick-tock sound of Morse code. Samira knocked 3 times, paused for 2 seconds, and knocked twice more. Code for listeners of my podcast. The moment the door opened, I almost didn't recognize Robert. He usually wore neatly pressed khaki pants, but today he was wearing a torn sweater, and his round frame glasses had a crack on their nose. But his eyes were as bright as torches, staring at the notebook in my arms. "You are finally here, Mr. Hudson. I heard that 1982 tape in a second-hand store last week." The notebook was stolen from Virgil's office in the nursing home, and the cover was printed with Sonic Experiment Log Phase 3. Robert opened the first page, and his fingers suddenly trembled. "These numbers are not dates, but frequencies. Fluctuations between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz, with Morse in between, but using reverse code, just like playing the sound backwards." He took out an old radio and tuned it to a band with no signal. Suddenly, a buzzing sound broke out among the noise. I felt a shock all over my body, the exact same buzzing sound that had been playing in my mind for 40 years. That night "This is infrasound." Robert pressed his finger on a line of numbers in the notebook. In 1981, it was a secret military project that used infrasound to interfere with the human brain nerves,
causing people to have hallucinations and even to seek death on their own initiative. My throat tightened. That's what I heard before she fell. Samira leaned over to look, her shadow cast on the notebook, covering the last line of words. Warehouse 17, Harlem Pier. They are still experimenting. Robert took off his glasses and wiped them. The lenses were covered with mist. 3 days ago, a military truck drove in. The number on the truck body is from the same batch as the jeep that towed your mother away. When we arrived at the warehouse, the moon was just rising over the East River. There was barbed wire wrapped around the iron fence. The camera rotated once every 30 seconds. The spot of the searchlight swept across the base of the wall, illuminating a few cigarette butts. All of them were the old Captain brand that Virgil often smoked, and they still had a minty smell. Samira crouched in the grass and used a neighborhood detective's toolkit to pick the lock. I was walking close to the wall when my shoe rubbed against a piece of broken glass. I picked it up and held it up to the moonlight. There was dark brown stuff stuck on it. It was blood, which had already dried. It smelled like rust and ammonia, like human cerebrospinal fluid. The warehouse door opened with a click. It was pitch black inside, but I could hear the hum of electricity and a faint buzzing sound, the exact same frequency of the infrasound in Robert's radio. Samira gestured, and I took out my phone and turned on the video. The camera swept across the metal rack in the corner, on which was a row of glass jars. What was soaking in the jars was vocal cords. A child from an orphanage. Samira's voice trembled. She pointed to the label on one of the jars. Mary Carter disappeared in March 1982. The official record is that she was adopted, but the signature on the adoption document is the same as Virgil's current handwriting. I took 2 steps forward, and the floor suddenly creaked. The beeping sound suddenly became louder and my temples began to throb. The side effects of absolute pitch began to set in. Samira grabbed my wrist, her hand cold as iron. We heard footsteps at the same time, the muffled sound of leather boots on the concrete floor. There was more than one person, at least 5, walking down the stairs from the 2nd floor. They have thermal imaging cameras. Sammy pulled me behind the shelves and said, I saw a red dot flashing on the 2nd floor. The voice was mixed in with the buzzing sound. It was Virgil's voice, with his usual kindness. Find those 2 mice, and remember, don't damage their vocal cords. My phone screen lit up in my pocket. It was a message from Robert. There is a soundproof chamber in the basement of the warehouse. The entrance is on the iron plate, behind the 3rd row of shelves, but you only have 3 minutes. Samira had already touched the iron plate behind the shelf. Her nails dug into the gap, and blood dripped onto the iron plate, forming a small red dot. The footsteps outside were getting closer, and the tips of leather boots appeared on the edge of the shelf, shining with a cold light. I heard my own heartbeat, overlapping with that night 40 years ago. The tin box my mother stuffed into my hand felt hot against my chest. It contained her earrings and half a photo. The background was Warehouse 17 at Harlem Pier, with young Virgil in military uniform, holding a baby wrapped in a blue blanket in his arms. On the baby's wrist was a silver bell exactly the same as the one I was wearing now. The moment the iron plate was opened, Samira pushed me in, but her ankle was grabbed. I rushed over and grabbed her hand, feeling the calluses on her palm and the new wound that was still bleeding. The word freedom, tattooed on it, was blurred by blood. Go down, she yelled, her voice drowning out the buzzing of bees and the sound of footsteps. Go see what they have hidden, the secret of 40 years. It's time to see the light of day. The moment the iron door closed above my head, I saw Virgil's face appear in the gap. He was smiling like an old grandfather and tapped the iron plate with his knuckles. It was the Morse code for end, but he didn't know that I heard another sound coming from under the iron plate. It was heartbeats, the heartbeats of many people resonating in the darkness with the rhythm of infrasound, and my migraine finally broke out.
The moment the iron plate closed above his head, Virgil's smiling face was embedded in the moonlight like a mold spot. I fell to the wet mud, Samira's roar still ringing in my ears, but her wrists were already gripped by a pair of iron-like hands, her knuckles turning white. I wanted to rush over, but the edge of the iron plate cut a bloody wound on the back of my neck. It wasn't painful, it was cold. Just like that rainy night 40 years ago, when my mother stuffed a tin box into my arms. The temperature of her palm was also like this, cold to the bone. But now is not the time to reminisce. There was the sound of leather shoes rolling over gravel overhead. There were at least 7 people, and their breathing was as heavy as a broken bellows. I reached behind my waist and found the folding knife I had taken from Samira's car was still there, the blade pressing against my skin and causing pain. "Mr. Hudson." It was Mark, Virgil's nurse who always sang Silent Night. His voice was sickeningly sweet. "Isn't it time to return your mother's tin box to its original owner?" I took half a step along the wall, and my back rubbed against the rusty iron plate, with debris falling into my collar. Moonlight leaked through the cracks, illuminating Samira's hands that were tied behind her back. The freedom tattoo on her wrist was still bleeding, mixed with mud, like a bunch of crushed red roses. There are 7 of them, 3 with shotguns, and 2 with stun guns. Samira suddenly spoke, her voice as soft as a sigh. "The 3rd one on the left is left-handed, and he hit his waist with the butt of his gun when he was reloading just now." Only then did I realize that her eyes were darting among the crowd, like an eagle staring at its prey. Her bag was half open, revealing half of a glass jar, a Molotov cocktail made with vodka at the convenience store last night. The rags were soaked in alcohol, and the lid was wrapped with oil-soaked hemp rope. "Oil drums!" I suddenly heard my own voice, as if I had pressed the accelerator key. The pile of oil drums next to the sentry box is leaking oil. Following my gaze, Samira glimpsed 3 iron barrels behind the sentry box. The bottom one was leaving dark brown marks on the ground, and the smell of gasoline was so stinging that it hurt her nose. Her eyelashes trembled, and her fingers quietly hooked the hemp rope of the Molotov cocktail. On the count of 3, I'll throw the Molotov cocktail to distract the 3 on the left, and you duck and run over to light the fire. And you, I have this. She took out a half-length of steel bar from her trouser pocket with her other hand, rubbing the rust on her palm. The lives of illegal immigrants are worthless, but protecting those who need to be protected is worth it. Mark's footsteps were getting closer, and the tips of his leather boots were already kicking the gravel beside my feet. I counted my heartbeats. 1, 3. Samira suddenly jumped up, and the Molotov cocktail drew an arc and hit Mark's feet accurately. The flames shot up to half a man's height. Amidst the screams, I saw Mark's face distorted by the firelight, his toothless mouth wide open like a fish out of water. "Chance!" I bent over and ran close to the ground. My migraine started to throb, and it felt like there was an electric drill in my temple. The oil barrel was right in front of me. I touched the oil leak of the top one, put the matchbox that Samira stuffed into my mouth, and scratched the phosphorus surface with my nails. Crack sparks splashed on the oil-soaked rag, and a small flame rose. "Catch him!" someone shouted. I stuffed the burning rag into the oil leak and ran. There was a muffled boom behind me. The gust of wind made me stagger, and thick smoke mixed with the smell of gasoline poured into my throat. Through the smoke, I saw Samira's steel bar hitting the wrist of the stun gun hand. The sound of metal collision mixed with screams was like a needle piercing a tense balloon. "This way!" She grabbed my arm and ran to the other side of the warehouse. The bullet flew past my ear and hit the wall, sparks flying. I counted my steps. 5 meters, 3 meters.
But iron gate. Samira suddenly exerted force, and we squeezed through the half-open iron gate and slammed it.
The moment the lock fell, there was a sound of kicking on the door from outside,
and the door frame vibrated and buzzed. The darkness in the warehouse was like a ball of wet cotton, covering up all sounds. Samira took out her cell phone and the cold white light swept across the ground. Fresh muddy shoe prints extending from the innermost shelf to the door, with grass clippings and moisture on the heels. "Someone just left," she whispered, and the light from her cell phone shone across the corner of the wall, illuminating half a piece of blue cloth, the edge of a baby blanket, exactly the same as the one in the photo in the tin box. My migraine suddenly exploded and everything went black before my eyes. But I heard it, a buzzing sound coming from the deepest part of the warehouse, like an old radio that was not tuned to the right frequency, mixed with a faint heartbeat. It was infrasound, exactly the same as the buzzing sound in my mother's ears before she died that night 40 years ago. Samira's hand was on my shoulder, warm with blood. "That's what they're afraid of, right?" I didn't say anything, staring at the dust floating in the light of my phone. The dust particles were vibrating, drawing invisible ripples in the air at the frequency of the infrasound waves. And deeper inside, something was making a sound, like gears starting to turn, like a secret was finally about to crack. The iron gate was kicked with a clanging sound, and the cursing outside became blurred. Samira's cell phone shone the light towards the shelf, and I saw a dusty cardboard box on the top shelf. Sonic Experiment Subject 07 was printed on the seal. The words were faded, but they hurt my eyes. "It's time to see the light of day," I heard myself say, my voice hoarse as sandpaper. 40 years ago, everything. The sound of dripping water came from deep within the warehouse, tick tick tick, in rhythm with the infrasound waves, as if counting seconds. Samira held the steel bar tightly, and I took out my folding knife. We walked towards the sound. Our shadows were stretched long by the light from the mobile phone, and cast on the seal of Sonic Experiment Subject 07, turning it into a blurry black. My back pressed against the damp concrete wall, and the smell of rust mixed with blood penetrated into my nostrils. Samira's breathing was right beside my ear, 3 times heavier than usual. The wound on her lower back was still bleeding. The muffled sound just now should have been when she used the metal bracket to knock down the first person who caught up with her, but the price was that the bullet grazed near her kidney. I could hear the sound of blood from the soles of her leather boots seeping onto the ground, like someone was poking my eardrum with a needle. 3 on the left and 2 on the right. I lowered my voice, my temple throbbing. Absolute pitch tore all sounds into pieces. The swishing sound of leather heels scraping against metal countertops, the puff muffled by the muffler, and even the frequency of the rolling of one of the men's Adam's apple when he swallowed. Old Virgil didn't come down in person, but instead sent 5 tough guys with tactical flashlights. Their footsteps echoed in the basement, like a group of wolves circling their prey. Samira's fingers pinched the back of my hand, which was the Morse code for steady. In her other hand, she held a glass beaker from the lab bench, which was half filled with some unknown chemical reagent. The label was half burned, emitting a strange fluorescent green. Ventilation duct. She pointed to the top of her head with her chin. The moment the beam of light passed, I saw the half-man-high iron fence, rusted like an old pickle. 3 years ago, I chased a drug dealer to this building. There was an abandoned central air conditioning system on the top floor, and the pipes could lead to the laundry room across the street. "Can you get in?" I looked up. The gap in the fence was barely big enough for one person, but Samira's lower back injury. "You first." She pressed the beaker into my hand. "They want no 7, not me." The words stabbed me like an icicle in the back of my neck. The number of the orphanage 40 years ago suddenly exploded in my temple, and the memories that I had suppressed with alcohol and podcast recordings came flooding back. The man in the white coat pinched my chin and said, "This child's cochlear structure is perfect." The infrasonic buzzing when the metal helmet was buckled,
and the hot chip buried under the skin on the back of my neck when I crawled out of the incinerator on that rainy night. The footsteps were getting closer. The idiot on the right knocked over an iron barrel, and the clanging sound was mixed with the crisp sound of bullets being loaded. I held the beaker tightly, and the liquid inside rippled, reflecting Samira's pale face. The blood from her lower back had soaked through her shirt, leaving a dark red palm print on the wall. Count to 3. Her voice was as light as the ashes floating in the air. 1. I smashed the beaker against the shelf on the left. There was the sound of glass breaking mixed with the crackling sound of reagents hitting metal, and fluorescent green liquid splashed onto the concrete floor and began to smoke. The flashlight on the right immediately changed direction. Someone shouted, "Over there," and footsteps could be heard running to the left. Samira picked up the fire extinguisher from the corner and sprayed it towards the 2 guys on the right. When the white mist rose, I heard her whisper, "Now." We rushed towards the ventilation duct along the wall. My heel kicked against a piece of broken glass, and with a swish sound, the flashlight on my left side swept back again. In the vent, someone shouted, followed by the puff-puff of a silencer, and a bullet grazed my ear and hit the wall, with stone chips flying all over my face. Samira dragged me toward the iron bars, digging her nails into my wrists with such force that it seemed as if she was crushing the bones. "Lift me." She touched the ground with one foot, her injured leg trembling. I held her waist and could feel the sticky blood. She gritted her teeth and held up her upper body. The rusty iron fence groaned under her hands. "Push." I pushed up with all my strength. The sound of metal breaking mixed with her suppressed groan. The fence was half opened, revealing the black pipe opening. "Go in." She pushed me into the pipe and turned around to pick up the steel bar that fell on the ground. The footsteps behind were already 5 steps away, and the white light of the tactical flashlight was so blinding that one could not open their eyes. I knelt in the pipe, my knees hitting the rusty iron, and I gasped in pain. There was a musty smell of old ash, and a fishy stench of rat droppings in the pipe. I looked back and saw Samira's shadow stretched long by the light, the steel bar spinning in her hand, facing the man in front with a gun. "Elliot." The moment she called my name, I heard the click of a bullet being loaded. My heart was beating in my throat, and I crawled forward like mad. The tunnel was too narrow, and my elbows and knees were hurting. There was a dull thud of something heavy falling behind me, followed by Virgil's voice, closer this time, as if breathing on the back of my neck. "Dear, do you think you can get away by crawling into a rat hole?" The infrasonic buzz suddenly became sharp, and I covered my ears. My migraine felt like someone was using a power drill in my temples. The pipe began to shake, probably Samira struggling with the remaining people. I touched the hard drive in my pocket, the cool metal against my skin. Inside was the tape from 1982, the voices of my childhood, and evidence that Virgil and his team had used sonic weapons to tamper with my memory. "Sammy," I shouted as I climbed, my voice hitting the wall of the iron pipe, muffled like the sound of a drum. The pipe was getting shorter and shorter, so I had to turn sideways. My left shoulder scraped against something sharp, and it hurt like hell. Suddenly, there was a scream of twisted metal behind me. Was Samira being dragged into the pipe, or did the enemy tear down the fence? His breathing became more and more rapid, and sweat dripped down his chin onto the iron sheet, making a tapping sound. I heard footsteps behind me, not human, but the sound of fingernails scraping against iron sheets. A rat, or something worse. New frequencies were mixed into the infrasonic hum, like some kind of mechanical vibration, getting closer and closer. The pipe turned a corner, and it was suddenly completely dark ahead. I took out my cell phone, and the moment the screen lit up, I saw dark red marks on the wall of the tube. Samira's blood. She must have crawled in front of me, with her injured leg dragging on the ground and blood oozing all the way over. There was a sound of something being pulled from the back, like clothes getting caught on the fence.
Virgil's laughter floated in, carrying the dampness of that rainy night 40 years ago. No, 7. Your mother crawled like this when she called you home from the incinerator. I gritted my teeth and squeezed forward. The pipe suddenly became narrow, and my shoulder was stuck, and it hurt. The light from my cell phone swept across the wall of the tube, and I saw a scratch, carved with fingernails, with crooked letters. Abbreviation for Samira. She is just ahead. The footsteps behind me were getting closer, mixed with the sound of metal rubbing against each other. I heard someone curse, "Why is this damn place so small?" followed by the dull thud of a gun butt hitting the wall of the pipe, leaving a dent in the iron sheet and debris falling into the back of my neck. The buzzing sound of the infrasound suddenly became louder. My vision went dark, and I almost fell down. But Samira's bloodstain still extended in front, like a dark red guiding rope. I climbed faster, and blood seeped from my scraped knees, mixing with Samira's blood, leaving a winding line on the iron. There was a thin sound of wind at the end of the pipe, like someone whistling. Is it export? Or a trap? The cursing behind him was getting closer, and the butt of the gun hit the wall of the pipe, making a buzzing sound. I held my breath and put the last bit of my strength into my arms. Samira's bloodstain suddenly stopped, and her suppressed cough came from the front, with the sweet smell of blood. "Hurry!" Her voice seemed to come from far away. Another half a meter. I stretched out my hand and my fingertips touched the humid air. The wind blew in, bringing with it the chill of a late New York night, mixed with the smell of soapy water from the laundry across the street. There was a click sound behind me, which was the sound of the gun safety being opened. I used up my last bit of strength and lunged forward. The darkness was suddenly torn apart. My temples were throbbing as if someone was drilling a hole in my skull with a power drill. Samira's palm was still pressing on my shoulder, with the warmth of blood from when she broke the door just now. She had pried open the rusty iron door with a steel bar. I watched the blood from her knuckles seeping into her coarse glove, and suddenly I remembered that she did the same thing when she bandaged a homeless old lady in the community clinic last week. Her fingers as steady as precision instruments. The musty smell in the warehouse mixed with the pungent smell of ammonia made people's nasal cavity hurt. The cold white light of the mobile phone swept across the shelves. The cardboard boxes stacked on the iron racks were toppled over. The seal of the top layer, Sonic Experiment Subject 07, was yellowing in the dust. I squinted my eyes, and the memories of 40 years ago suddenly came to me. I was huddled under the bed in the orphanage on a rainy night. I heard the caregiver screaming and knocking over the bedside table. The glass medicine bottle rolled to my feet. The letters on the label and the ink marks on the seal looked like they were stamped with the same rubber stamp. Elliot. Samira's voice was low, and the flashlight beam stopped at the corner of the left wall. I looked in the direction of the light and saw a crack half a finger wide on the cement floor, with old water stains on it. The dust at the edge of the crack had been swept away. Someone had stepped here recently. Goosebumps appeared on the back of my neck. Absolute pitch became a curse at this moment. The buzzing of infrasound was like a thin needle drilling into the eardrum. But in addition to that, I heard clearer noises. The creaking of metal friction in the ventilation ducts, and the rustling of plastic sheets behind the shelves being touched. Samira's flashlight suddenly swung to the right, and a reflection flashed in the beam. It was the gun barrel. "Get down." I grabbed her arm and threw myself down. The bullet grazed my ear and hit the shelf, sending wood chips flying. Samira swung the steel bar with his backhand and hit the Black Shadow's wrist accurately. The sound of the gunshot was muffled in his throat and turned into a groan. We took the opportunity to run deeper into the warehouse. I could hear my own heartbeat drowning out the vibrations of the infrasound. The blood vessels in my temples were throbbing so hard that my vision went dark, but the buzzing sound became clearer, like someone was typing Morse code in my head. There was an iron cover hidden under the crack in the corner of the wall. Samira pried it open with a steel bar, and rust fell down, revealing a narrow concrete step. We walked downstairs, crouching. The damp and musty smell became stronger. The flashlight swept across the wall, and I saw dark red marks. Not rust, but dried blood. The basement door was ajar. The moment I opened the door, I almost shivered from the cold air that rushed out. The room was as big as half a basketball court. In the middle of the room stood a metal device as tall as 2 people. It was covered with spiral patterns and looked like an enlarged cochlea. There were yellowed drawings hanging on the wall. The date on the top one was May 17, 1982, exactly the same day my mother was murdered. Prototype of acoustic resonator. Samira's voice was trembling, and her fingers stroked the signature on the edge of the drawing. Virgil Hawke, the administrator of the nursing home who always distributed mints to the elderly. His name was signed in cursive in the lower right corner, like a poisonous flower. I rushed to the old computer against the wall. The dust on the keyboard was wiped off. Obviously someone had used it recently. The moment the screen lit up, I almost laughed out loud. The background image of the login interface was an old photo of an orphanage. Children in blue and white striped uniforms stood in a row, and the short guy at the far edge with his neck hunched was me when I was 12 years old. Alarm system. Samira suddenly grabbed my arm and shone her flashlight toward the ceiling. The red warning light was slowly turning. They installed a motion sensor. Buzz. A shrill beep tore through the air. I covered my ears and squatted down. My migraine completely erupted in the alarm sound, and the computer screen in front of me became a double image. Samira pulled off her scarf and covered my mouth with it, shouting, "Find the documents. They'll be here in 3 minutes." I gritted my teeth and typed on the keyboard, my fingers slipping because of trembling. 4 years ago, when I was doing a podcast, I cracked the encrypted files of 3 unsolved cases, and at this moment those skills suddenly came alive. The username was subject07, and the password was 1982-0517, which matched the date on the blueprint. The moment the encrypted file popped up, I almost collapsed in my chair. The title of the first document was Orphan Sonic Tolerance Experiment Report, and there was a photo on the second page. A man in a white coat was holding a boy's wrist. The boy's face was painted black, but I recognized the scar from his brow to his jaw. It was Tommy, the big guy who always bullied me in the orphanage. He disappeared when I was 12 years old, and the director said that he was adopted by a good family. Copy it to the mobile hard drive. Samira slapped the metal disc on the back of my hand, her fingertips shaking. I'll wait at the stairs. I clicked the mouse frantically, and there was an audio clip in the file list, titled Soundwave Record of Experimental Subject. The moment I clicked the play button, the hum of infrasound surged out of the speakers, mixed with a vague human voice. It was my mother's voice, with a dying gasp. "Elliot, run." Tears fell on the keyboard. After 40 years, I finally heard her last words, not "Don't be afraid," but "Run. They are coming." Samira's voice echoed. There were chaotic footsteps coming from the stairs, at least 5 people. The crisp sound of leather boots kicking the steps, and the sound of metal colliding. It was the gun holsters. The indicator light on the mobile hard drive finally turned green. I grabbed the hard drive and stuffed it into my inner pocket. Samira had already retreated to the door. A half-broken knife was hanging on her steel bar, and blood was still dripping from the blade. "Go." She pulled me to the other end of the room, where there was a window sealed with iron plates. I picked up the wrench from the corner and smashed it against the iron plate. The rust fell down with a crackling sound, leaving a gap as big as a fist. The footsteps came closer, mixed with heavy breathing. "Don't let those 2 bastards get away." Samira suddenly pushed me towards the window and turned around to pick up the metal bracket on the laboratory table. I saw that the lower back of her clothes was soaked with blood. Had she been shot? "When?" "Hurry," she yelled, with a fierceness I had never heard before in her voice. "They want you, subject." A whole half a person's height was smashed into the iron plate. The moment I got out, I heard the dull thud of something heavy falling behind me, and Virgil Hawk's voice like a poisonous snake dipped in honey. "Dear Elliot, you've been running for 40 years, it's time to go home." The night wind blew into my collar, and I clutched the external hard drive in my pocket. I could hear my own pounding heartbeat, and the hum of infrasound overlapping into one. In the basement behind me, the alarm was still screaming, and even clearer was the sound of approaching footsteps. This time, they had no intention of letting me get away. The tear gas pierced my nasal cavity like red-hot iron needles. I squinted my eyes and saw the barrel of the gun at the back of my neck trembling slightly with the gunman's breathing. The hoarse voice of the old smoker scraped past my earbone. "Mr. Hawk said he wants him alive. This means that they will not kill him. At least for the time being." But the "for the time being" in this sentence is like a thin steel wire, making my temple throb. Samira's breathing was just half a meter to the left, 2 beats faster than usual. I could hear the scraping of her fingers on the wrench. Her habitual pre-battle movement, absolute pitch, suddenly buzzed in my head, as if someone had sprinkled broken glass on the piano keys. The 8 pairs of combat boots coming down from the 2nd floor were stepping on the metal steps at the corner of the stairs, and the frequency of each step was 1.2 seconds per time, which meant that they were deliberately keeping in line. The guy holding the stun gun 3 feet to the left. The gurgling sound made by the rolling of his Adam's apple exposed his nervousness. The hammer of the gun at the back of the neck was not fully pulled down, and there was a 0.3 second delay hidden in the buzzing of the spring. Enough time for me to do something. "Put the gun back." The old smoker poked the back of my neck with the barrel of the gun. "Otherwise your girlfriend's hand will be crippled first." He must be looking at Samira. I heard the light sound of his eyelashes brushing against his lower eyelids when his eyeballs moved. The opportunity has come. I suddenly leaned over and rammed my shoulder into his gun arm. My absolute pitch picked up the click of his knuckles as he pulled the trigger. 0.1 second faster than I expected. Shit. But Samira had already swung the wrench, and the whistling of metal scraping through the air drowned out the sound of the gunshot. The bullet grazed my ear and flew into the wall. The old smoker's wrist was hit by the wrench, and the gun fell to the ground with a clang. More footsteps exploded in the smoke. I dived for the fallen gun, and just as my fingers touched the grip, I felt a hard kick on the knee. The attacker was a large man in a tactical vest. His breathing was as heavy as a broken bellows, indicating that his energy reserves could only last for 3 minutes at most. I rolled behind the shelves and heard the scrape of his tactical boots as he chased me, 15 degrees to the left.
3 o'clock. Samira's voice was mixed with a cough, and her wrench hit something again, and the sound of metal collision was mixed with the dull sound of bones.
I raised my gun and fired blindly. The bullet hit the shelf, sending sparks, but it startled the big guy and made him pause. I took advantage of this opportunity to take out the pen I carry with me, and hidden in the pen cap is my homemade sound wave disruptor. I studied it when I did a podcast last time, and found that 2000 Hz sound waves can cause temporary tinnitus in ordinary people. The moment the switch was pressed, a sharp buzzing sound was heard all around. The big guy covered his ears and staggered, so I rushed over and hit him on the back of the neck with the butt of my rifle. As he fell, I felt something hard in the pocket of his tactical vest. A worn leather notebook with a brown stain on the cover that might have been blood. "Elliot," Samira called me, with rare urgency in her voice. I looked up and saw that she was holding the smaller man's wrist with a wrench, and the man's other hand was holding a dagger only 2 inches away from her abdomen. I rushed over and kicked the smaller guy in the knee. He screamed and let go, and Samira took the opportunity to hit him on the temple with a wrench, with movements as clean as cutting a steak. "Are you okay?" I supported her, and found that the wound on the back of her hand was still bleeding. The blood dripped onto the concrete floor, and was quickly blurred by the moisture in the smoke. She shook her head, and stared at the notebook in my hand. What is that? The moment I opened the cover, my throat tightened. The first page reads 1982 Verse 15. Old warehouse on 25th Street, in Harlem, in faded blue-black ink, with wrinkles along the edges from water damage.
The second page contained a yellowed photo of 7 children in orphanage uniforms. The profile of the little boy on the far right was 70% similar to the old photo I secretly took on my 16th birthday.
The following content made my heart skip a beat. The sound wave frequency is 444 Hz, and the experimental subject has memory flashbacks, and the brain waves of experimental subject number 2, female, 8 years old, are abnormal, and it is recommended to terminate the experiment. There was a note on the last page, written in penmanship. Hawk, don't let those little bastards leave the studio alive. Shit. I clenched my notebook until my knuckles turned white. Samira leaned in, her breath brushing the back of my hand. June 15th, 1982. You said that was the day you were adopted. I nodded. I was 7 years old that year, and was adopted by the Hudsons after spending 3 months in St. Mary's Orphanage. The official record stated healthy boy, no special medical history, but I always remember the shrill screams that night, and a man in a white coat grabbing my wrist and saying, "This child has such a good sense of pitch, we can't keep him." Suddenly, there was the sound of tires rubbing against the ground outside the factory. Samira looked up suddenly. Her hearing was not as good as mine, but she could also hear something wrong. At least 3 SUVs, coming from the west. I counted the frequency of the engine sounds. 3 Ford Explorers, each carrying at least 4 people. Virgil sent reinforcements, and this time he might not obey the order to capture alive. Let's go. Samira dragged me towards the back door of the factory. Her palms were full of sweat. Go out from the loading and unloading area. I know there is an alley that leads to the subway station. I stuffed the notebook into the inner pocket and touched the USB drive that was still there. It contained a restored version of the tape from 1982. Now with this notebook, it was enough to tear off Virgil's mask. The back door was chained, and Samira fished out the master key from her boot. The sound of metal colliding was particularly clear in the smoke. I looked back and saw new figures pouring in at the stairs. The white light of the tactical flashlight sweeping over like a poisonous snake's tongue. The moment the lock was opened, I heard the nearest enemy shout, "They are trying to escape." We rushed into the night, the cold wind carrying the lingering smell of tear gas into our throats. Samira's wound was still bleeding. I could hear the sound of blood dripping on the asphalt road, once, twice, overlapping with our footsteps to form a rapid drumbeat. There were more shouts coming from behind, and the whistling of bullets scraping against the wall. This time, they didn't intend to leave anyone alive. I touched the notebook in my inner pocket and the edge of the paper hurt my skin. The old times of 1982, the secrets of the orphanage, Virgil's sonic experiments, all the fragments formed a vague outline in my mind. Samira suddenly pulled me, and we hid behind a trash can in the alley. She breathed in my ear. 500 meters ahead is a motorcycle, I hid. The key is under the 3rd screw of the fire hydrant. There were more roars of vehicles in the distance. This time they were not SUVs, but heavier engine sounds, maybe police cars, or Virgil's second batch of reinforcements. I stared at Samira's pale face. She smiled at me, and blood dripped from her chin to her collar like a withered rose. This time, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "We can tear his skin apart." I clutched my notebook tightly, hearing my own heartbeat drown out all other noise. The buzzing sound from that night in 1982 suddenly rang in my mind, overlapping with the sirens and footsteps at this moment to form some kind of strange chord. Virgil thought he could trap us, but he didn't know that. When 2 people who had been silenced for 40 years finally got testimony. The streetlight at the end of the alley suddenly went out, and a slight sound of metal rubbing against each other was heard in the darkness. Samira's hand was on my arm, as strong as a yoke. We both held our breath as the sound got closer. It was the sound of leather heels scraping across the floor at the same pace as Virgil mopped the floor every morning in the nursing home. When the door hinge made its last whine, I smelled rust. It was blood, mixed with the sweet smell of blood from my back teeth. Samira's fingers were still locked around my wrist like nails. We leaned against the wall. The light from the tactical flashlight cut a cold white edge on her face, illuminating the dust on her eyelashes. That was the wall paint that fell off when I kicked the door just now. 4. Her breath brushed my ear. 3. On the left, 1 on the right. They're Glock 17s. With the safety on, I stared at the swaying reflection in her pupils. The shadows had already crossed the threshold, and the sound of leather boots rolling over broken glass was like a bunch of thumbtacks stuck in your nerves. The migraine was drilling from the back of the neck to the eye sockets, as if someone was using an electric drill to swirl in the skull. But what suddenly became clear amid the buzzing sound was the swallowing sound of the third man on the left. The frequency of the rolling of his Adam's apple matched the rhythm of the trembling hand holding the gun. Absolute pitch tore a crack in my aching head. I counted. There were 3 green chemical barrels against the east wall, with the labels having long been corroded to the point where only the word nitro remained. Hanging above my head was a rusty ventilation duct, 2 meters and 3 meters off the ground. I could not reach it, but I could use it as leverage. Where Samira's tactical flashlight shone, I saw half a box of discarded fuses piled up in the corner. They should have been left over from the factory demolition and reconstruction 10 years ago. They were gray in color, but the cores were still hard. Pretend to surrender. I bit my cheek and lowered my voice to a whisper. When they get close, push the third one on the left and I'll light the fuse. She pinched my wrist with her fingernails, which meant I understand. The man in front was approaching with a gun raised, the barrel of the gun shaking. His mask only revealed his eyes, and there was a scar at the end of his eye, like a red earthworm. Throw the USB drive over here. His voice was electronically inflected, but I could hear the emphasis. The word throw was pronounced too harshly, indicating that he actually wanted to rush over to grab it. Samira suddenly raised her hands, her movements as slow as a slow-motion movie. Don't shoot. Her voice was trembling, and the ending tone was raised, just like an ordinary person who was frightened. We cooperate. The man lowered the muzzle of his gun 2 inches. I could hear his companion's footsteps. The one on the right was closer, the soles of their leather boots slick with motor oil, sticking to the ground with each step. I took out the USB drive and held it up to shoulder height. Here you go, I said, but my fingers quietly hooked around the lighter in my pocket. I had removed half of the fuse in advance and wrapped it around the little finger of my left hand. The outer layer of tape fell off when I rubbed it against the wall just now, and it is now hanging down at the edge of my trouser leg. Throw it over here. The voice sounded again, this time closer. The third man on the left suddenly began breathing heavily, and his gun moved down. He thought he was going to pick up something, so he let his guard down. Samira suddenly stumbled forward, her shoulder hitting the chest of the third man on her left. There was a loud bang of metal colliding, and the wrench hidden in her sleeve hit the other person's elbow. The man screamed in pain and pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed my ear and got stuck in the wall. Wood chips splashed in my left eye and caused it to hurt. I bent down and lit the lighter, and the fuse crackled and a blue flame sprang up. The nearest green barrel was right at my feet. I kicked it, and the barrel rolled towards the crowd. The fuse snaked around the rusty cracks on the bottom of the barrel. Run! Sami pulled me towards the ventilation duct. As the blast lifted the corner of my clothes behind me, I heard a muffled sound coming from the chemical barrel. It was not a violent explosion, but the nitro compound igniting when it encountered heat, and the rising black smoke covered me like an ink cloth. The smoke was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. I couldn't open my eyes and could only navigate by my ears. There was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground on the left. It was the man who was hit by the wrench just now. There were hurried footsteps on the right. It was another person touching the walkie-talkie. His breathing rate was 32 times per minute, twice as fast as normal, which meant that he was panicking. Samira suddenly put her hand on my back and pushed me to the left. The bullet grazed my right shoulder, and the burning pain ran along the nerves to my fingertips. I grabbed the pipe beside me with my backhand, used the force to turn over, and my knee hit something hard. It was the butt of a gun. The man groaned and let go of the gun, which fell to the ground with a clang. I picked it up in the dark and hit him on the temple with the barrel of the gun. The smoke began to clear, and through the hazy gray I saw Samira struggling with the last man. Her wrench was stuck in the other person's wrist and his gun was pressed against her waist. I raised the gun I had picked up, but my vision was so blurry that I couldn't aim at all. My migraine had reached its peak and the figures in front of me were double. Elliot. Samira's shout was as loud as a needle, piercing the buzzing sound. Suddenly I heard the man's heartbeat, a regular thump between the fourth ribs in his left chest. My absolute pitch exploded in severe pain, and I pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed Samira's hair and accurately embedded itself into the man's shoulder socket. He screamed and let go, and Samira took the opportunity to hit him on the back of the neck with a wrench. As the man collapsed to the ground, I heard sirens coming from outside. It turned out that the signal jammer was damaged in the explosion, and Samira's cell phone was already pressed to her ear. But before I could breathe a sigh of relief, the crisp sound of metal rolling suddenly came from the smoke. I looked down and saw a black disc rolling to a stop at my feet. It was tear gas. "Get down." Samira rushed over, and we crashed into the shadow of the corner. The moment the tear gas exploded, I heard more frequent footsteps coming from all directions. The four just now were just the vanguard. The smoke thickened again, mixed with the acrid smell of tear gas. I felt the USB drive in my pocket and found it was still there. But I noticed that the back of Samira's hand was bleeding. It was scratched during the scuffle. She smiled at me, her teeth dazzlingly white in the smoke. "It seems Virgil is more anxious than we thought." Her voice was broken by coughing, too anxious to wait for us to return alive. I gripped the gun so tightly that my knuckles turned white. The tear gas stung my eyes, but amid the buzzing sound, I heard new footsteps, at least 8 coming down the second floor stairs. The sound of their leather boots was heavier than before, with the muffled sound of special combat boots. "Get ready." Samira turned the wrench in a circle in her palm. "This time, they won't give us a chance to surrender." In the smoke, something cold and hard pressed against the back of my neck. It was a gun. "If you move, I'll blow your head off." This time the voice was unmodulated, a hoarse male voice with a cracked voice like an old smoker. Mr. Hawk said, "I want him alive." The moment I fell out of the vent, the back of my head hit the concrete wall hard. The salty and smelly blood flowed out of my nose, but I didn't bother to wipe it off. Samira's hand was holding my wrist, and her other hand was covering her left shoulder. The blood seeping from between her fingers dyed my cuffs dark brown. "Left fork." Her voice was clearer than before. Her forehead was against mine, and her breath smelled of rust. I counted there were 2 pursuers. "Listen to me." I closed my eyes tightly. Absolute pitch is like a fine needle that pierces the buzzing in the pipe. From the left came the sound of leather heels scraping against iron sheets, with a frequency of 94 beats per minute. It must be a tall person. From the right came the heavier footsteps, with a slightly longer interval between each step. It must be a slightly fat person. Their breathing mixed with the infrasound, like 2 broken bellows. 2. I opened my eyes. Samira's pupils reflected the moonlight leaking through the gap in the pipe. "Destroy the pipe at the fork and lead them separately." She nodded and drew a 3 on the back of my hand with her fingertips. The old rule: take action after counting to 3. I touched the piece of rusty iron that was broken off from the pipe around my waist. The edge of the piece pierced my palm, and the pain made my nerves throbbing. Samira's blood was still dripping, forming a small flower on the ground between us. 1. She pressed her thumb against the artery in my wrist. 2. I lifted the iron sheet and aimed it at the rivet at the joint of the pipe above my head. That is the most vulnerable part of the entire ventilation duct. I touched it when I was checking the site during the day, and it was so rusted that I could pick out debris. Samira suddenly grabbed my wrist and pushed me down. Wait until they turn the corner. There was a metallic friction sound coming from deep inside the pipe. It was the butt of the gun rubbing against the pipe wall. The tall man cursed, "Damn rat hole," and the other laughed. Mr. Hawk said he wanted to see the person alive, or the body dead. Why are you in such a hurry? Goosebumps formed on the back of my neck. Hawk's name was like a red-hot coal, burning people to the point of trembling.
In old files found at the nursing home last month, it was found that this administrator, who always held a mint in his mouth, had a lightning-shaped scar on the back of his right hand, exactly the same as the description of the emergency evacuation officer in the 1982 orphanage fire report.
3. Samira let go. I swung the piece of iron and hit the rivet. The rusty metal fragments exploded, blinding me. The pipe above my head made a whining sound, and a piece of iron sheet hit the ground with a clang. In the dust that was raised, the tall man cursed, "Fuck it." To the right, Samira suddenly pushed me and crawled to the left. Her blood dripped onto the ground like a string of red agate, and was instantly covered by dust. I gritted my teeth and ran to the right. My boot heel hit a piece of broken iron, making a crisp sound. This was a signal to Samira. The right side of the pipe is narrower than the left side, so I have to lean sideways to squeeze through. The wound on my knee rubbed against the rough iron sheet, and it hurt so much that I almost cried out. There were footsteps coming from behind, getting closer and closer, close enough to hear the man's breathing. "Boy, are you running?" I took out the lighter from my pocket. I had stolen it from the laundry room, and there was "Open 24 hours" printed on the plastic shell. The moment the flames rose, I saw clearly that there was a crack at the joint of the pipe in front, just big enough for half a brick to fit in. That was discovered when we were scouting the site during the day. At the time, we thought it was just a building defect, but now it has become a life-saving talisman. Bang! The butt of the gun hit the pipe wall beside my feet, leaving a dent in the iron sheet. I stuffed the bricks into the crack, and the pipe made a tooth-grinding sound of twisting. Crack. The moment the interface broke, I threw myself into the next section of the pipe, and my back was rubbed against the sharp fracture, which was burning with pain. "Fuck!" The pursuer's voice was isolated on the other side of the broken pipe. "Is this pipe made of paper?" I crawled along the pipe for more than 10 meters until I could no longer hear my footsteps. Samira's signal was 3 short knocks. I put my ear against the pipe wall and waited for 3 seconds. Dong dong dong, coming from the front left. She is still alive. The exit was in the ventilation shaft in the alley behind the laundry room, and I remember there were 3 rusty screws on the manhole cover. When I touched the raised edge, Samira's hand was already on my shoulder. Her breathing was very light as a feather, but I could hear the blood from the wound on her left shoulder dripping on the wall of the well. Tick, tick. Open. Her voice was almost breathy. I unscrewed the screw and the manhole cover creaked up a crack. The moonlight filtered in, illuminating Samira's pale face. She nodded at me, and I suddenly opened the manhole cover. The wind from the back alley blew in, bringing with it the sour smell of soapy water, but I didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the well was a yard surrounded by barbed wire, and 4 searchlights illuminated the ground as bright as day. 5 men in black uniforms were facing away from us. 2 of them were holding shotguns, and the other 3 were checking a wooden box in the corner. The wooden box was printed with a faded military emblem, exactly the same as the sonic weapon experiment logo I had seen in military archives. "Hawks people," Samira dug her fingers into my arm. "They're moving things." The nearest guard turned, his boots grinding over the broken glass.
I quickly put the manhole cover down, and the sound of metal collision made Samira gasp. Her blood flowed down my arm, drawing a crooked line on the wall of the well. The exit is in the northwest corner of the yard. Her voice suddenly became clear. There is a broken wire in the barbed wire. We can get out. How do you know? When I was tracking Hawk last month, his car was parked here. She tore off a piece of clothing to wrap around the wound, and blood immediately seeped out. I counted. The guards change shifts every 7 minutes, and there are 4.5 minutes left now. There were footsteps outside the well, getting closer and closer. Samira made a circle with her finger in the palm of my hand, a signal for stay with me. I touched the lighter in my pocket. The flame danced in my palm, casting our shadows on the wall of the well like two monsters with bared fangs and claws. Someone kicked the manhole cover, making a clanging sound. Someone cursed. This broken well is still locked. Bring me the pliers. Samira's breath brushed my earlobe. 3 seconds later, run. I held her hand tightly. The searchlight from outside the well leaked in through the gap in the well cover, casting a layer of silver on our clasped hands. Samira's blood was still flowing, dripping onto the back of my hand, burning like fire. In the distance came the sound of the laundry bell. Ding. 1. The broken wire mesh flashed in the moonlight. 2. The guard's pliers hit the manhole cover, making a metallic scraping sound. 3. Samira suddenly opened the manhole cover, and the moonlight fell like a knife. As we rushed out, I heard her whisper in my ear, "There's a wrench underneath the 3rd trash can in the northwest corner." The searchlights turned towards us, and the guards' shouts exploded in the night sky. Samira's blood dripped onto the ground, each drop like a small spark, lighting up the long night. And I know that the real hunt has just begun. By the time I ran into the alley with Samira on my back, her blood had soaked the back of my shirt. The neon lights in Harlem blurred into blurry blocks of color in the rain and fog, like crumpled candy wrappers. The guards' shouts behind us hit the brick wall, and the echo was mixed with the sound of sirens. I didn't know if they were directed at us or if there was another fight in a bar. Go left. Her voice was close to my neck, smelling of blood and rust. The 3rd fire escape. There's a broken window at the bottom. I stumbled and swerved, my heel catching on the broken bottle. Samira dug her fingers into my shoulders, not because it hurt, but because she was counting. She always said her illegal immigrant childhood taught her 2 things: memorizing prayers in Spanish and telling time by her heartbeat. At this moment, her heart was beating as fast as an overloaded old radio. In 10 seconds, they will split into 2 teams to attack us. The iron frame of the fire escape groaned underfoot. When I bent down and crawled through the half-man-high broken window, she suddenly grabbed my collar and said, "Wait." There was a hint of gasoline in the smell of blood. I followed her gaze. There was a half-finished bottle of Coke on the windowsill. Water droplets condensed on the bottle, leaving dark round spots on the cement floor. "That's not condensation, that's gasoline. Stand back." I threw Samira behind me, but it was too late. There was a sound of metal collision downstairs. Someone shouted light, and sparks flew up. Heat waves wrapped in thick smoke rushed in through the window. I rolled on the ground holding Samira. My back rubbed against the broken glass, and the pain made me feel dizzy. They knew we'd come here. Samira coughed, covering her mouth with her sleeve, blood seeping from between her fingers dripping onto the back of my hand. To Betty's place. Betty Hughes is a veteran of the police department's technology department, and I've interviewed her 3 times for my podcast. The first time was for a serial arson case in the 1990s. She dug out a dusty videotape, tapped the screen with the tip of a pencil, and said, "Look at the height of the flames. The murderer is left-handed, because the gasoline was poured from left to right." The second time was last year. I needed to compare the ballistic reports of 2 unsolved cases. She handed me a USB drive and lowered her voice. "Don't let the new section chief see it. That guy always says paper files should have been eliminated long ago. But some old cases
The lights were on in her apartment at this moment, and the pot of dying green ivy was still on the windowsill. The noise of my kicking the door startled her so much that she almost spilled her coffee on the retro keyboard. "Oh my God, Elliot, did you too crawl out of a slaughterhouse?" Samira pulled off my jacket and pressed it against the wound. Blood immediately soaked through the fabric. Voice print expert Linda Adams. Her voice was like sandpaper on metal. Address. Betty's fingers flew across the keyboard, and the blue light from the screen made the wrinkles around her eyes deeper. Linda quit the police 3 years ago and opened her own private laboratory. She suddenly stopped and turned to stare at Samira's bleeding hand. "What did you get into?" "Last week, Carl Morgan asked me for access to the voice print database to help a podcaster. Carl Morgan is the administrator of the voice print database, and I contacted him last year to verify the ghost call recordings provided by listeners. He always holds a mint in his mouth while speaking, and hums a passage from the Moonlight Sonata during voice print analysis. I took out my phone and looked through the chat history with him. He did send a message 3 days ago. There's an old tape with a weird noise frequency like the test sound of some sonic weapon. Carl's lab is in Brooklyn." Betty suddenly pressed the print button, and an address slip spit out from the old printer. "Linda's lab is on the top floor of the Creative Park, which was converted from the old post office in Harlem. But Elliot," she stared at the half-broken old lighter in my pocket. "It was picked up from Frank's body, with 1982.715 engraved on the brass surface. Are you sure you want to give it to her?" Samira had stood up, blood dripping onto the floor in a red line. "Confirm. Linda's lab is smaller than I expected. There is an old-fashioned reel-to-reel machine in the glass cabinet and a spectrum chart hanging on the wall like an abstract oil painting. Assistant Peter Gray is a young man wearing round-framed glasses. He is wiping a black voice print comparator with a cotton swab. When he looks up, the lens reflects the light. Ms. Adams said you would come. When Linda came out from the inner room, I almost didn't recognize her. 3 years ago at the police hearing, she wore a navy suit and had her hair neatly tied up. Now she was wearing a faded denim apron and holding a screwdriver. Betty called and said you guys are here with a secret that could overturn half of New York." Her eyes swept over the file box in my arms, pried out from the basement of an old warehouse, with Sonic Experiment Project Memory Interference Test printed on the cover. "First treat the wound, then talk about voice prints." Samira's wound was deep into the muscle layer. She gritted her teeth and said nothing while Linda used tweezers to pick out the broken glass. I stared at the digital clock on the wall. The second hand moved faster than the guard's footsteps. After Linda finished bandaging her, I immediately opened the file box. These are the tape fragments found in the old warehouse in 1982. And this lighter. I pressed the secret button at the bottom of the lighter, and a microcassette popped out of the metal shell. Frank was holding it when he died. There is a recording inside, and there is a child crying in the background. Peter's fingers shook as he took the tape. "My dad was a firefighter in '82, he said quietly. There were 3 big fires in Harlem that summer, and 7 kids died." Linda's spectrometer began to hum. She put the tape into the reel-to-reel player and adjusted the frequency knob. A distorted sound wave curve popped up on the screen. "There is a 40 Hz infrasound wave in the background sound." She pointed to the jumping green line. "This is not environmental noise. It is artificially generated." Just like what Carl said, I took out my phone and played the audio file Carl sent me. He said it was a test sound of sonic weapons that were obsolete by the military. It can interfere with memory. Peter suddenly looked up. "It matches." He pointed to the overlapping part of the 2 spectrograms, the infrasound waves in the tape in the old warehouse, and the background sound in Frank's lighter, have exactly the same frequency. Linda's pen scratched on her notebook, but the main part of the voice print is covered. She zoomed in on a waveform. The speaker's voice print is distorted by high-frequency noise, as if Someone deliberately used another sound wave to cover up the original voice. Can it be repaired? Samira's voice was filled with rare urgency.
Linda pushed up her glasses. We need more samples. She turned to me. You said you heard this recording as a child?
I nodded.
On July 15th, 1982, the night of the orphanage fire, I huddled in the closet and heard a man's voice coming from the corridor. Clean up and leave no one alive. There was also the sound of a child crying. Later, I always thought it was me, but the police record said that only 6 children died in the orphanage that night, and I was the only survivor.
Your voice print, Linda suddenly said. The voice print of people with absolute pitch has clearer formants. Maybe it can be used as a reference. Peter handed over the microphone. I repeated to it the words from my memory. Clean it up and leave no one alive. The spectrum analyzer immediately popped up a new waveform, which had several slight overlaps with the covered parts of the tape. There's a way, Peter typed on the keyboard, using your voice print as a template. Maybe I can filter out the interference waves. His words were interrupted by the vibration of his cell phone. Betty sent a message. Someone hacked into the police system and found the location of Linda's laboratory. Samira stood up immediately and took out the pepper spray and folding knife from her backpack. She always said that children of illegal immigrants should learn to use the most common things as weapons. Peter, lock all the doors and windows. Linda, continue repairing the voice prints. She turned to me. Elliot, check the vents. I squatted in front of the vent, and my absolute pitch suddenly captured an unusual low-frequency vibration. That was not the roar of the passing subway, but the sound of leather heels hitting the stairs. There were 3 people with a step interval of 0.8 seconds, which meant that their height was about a 1. Someone is coming. I lowered my voice. Linda's hands paused on the keyboard, and the voice print repair progress bar on the screen stopped at 80. Peter's round glasses fogged up. It'll take 5 minutes. There was a sound of breaking glass downstairs. Samira pushed me into the equipment cabinet and blocked the door herself, spinning her folding knife in her hand. Elliot, protect the voice print data. Her voice was as light as a sigh. The answer we are looking for is in this. The vibrations from the vents were getting closer. I heard someone knocking on the laboratory door with their knuckles, a sound mixed with the scraping of metal, as if someone was trying the lock. Peter's breathing suddenly became heavier. He grabbed the riot flashlight on the table, but Linda held him down. Continue to repair it. The footsteps in the corridor stopped in front of the door. For a second, the entire floor was so quiet that one could hear the electrical sound of the spectrum analyzer. Then, bang, the moment the door was pushed open, I saw a flash of Samira's knife. The progress bar on Linda's screen finally jumped. The moment the door was pushed open, the draft brought the smell of gasoline from downstairs into the laboratory. I huddled in the equipment closet and could see Samira's folding knife drawing a silver arc above her head. That was her usual starting move, with the tip of the knife pointing towards the wrist of the person in front. There was a sound of metal colliding mixed with a muffled groan, and the first thug's gun fell to the ground with a clang. Stop it all. A gruff male voice rose above the chaos. I recognized it as Tony Richards, Virgil's mad dog, whom I had seen last week on the Brooklyn docks whipping a witness to death with a chain. At this moment he was leaning against the doorframe, his leather jacket stained with blood, not sure if it was someone else's or his own, and in his left hand he was holding a modified shotgun, with some sticky liquid still dripping from the barrel. Linda's knuckles turned white as she pressed the keyboard. The voice print on the screen was like a twisted venomous snake, crawling. Peter's round frame glasses had already slipped to the tip of his nose. He stared at the progress bar, his Adam's apple moving. 1 minute and 17 seconds left. Stop the program. Tony tapped Samira on the back of her neck with the barrel of his gun. Or I'll break this black girl's knees and cut off your tongues and feed them to the rats. When he grinned, the gap where a canine tooth was missing was yellow. Miss Virgil said that if the voice print data was leaked, half a street of people would be missing in Harlem. Samira's knife didn't shake. She turned sideways using her back to block the gap between me and the equipment cabinet, and the blade of the knife drew a bloody line on the back of Tony's hand. "You should worry about your knee." My temples began to throb. My absolute pitch was burning. There were 3 breathing sounds in the ventilation duct, with a frequency of 12 times a minute. They were the helpers hiding in the ceiling mezzanine. There were 2 footsteps at the door of the laboratory, with rubber soles, and they should be holding riot shields. Tony brought at least 7 people, and all we had was Samira's folding knife, Linda's pepper spray, and the blinding flashlight in Peter's arms. "Elliot." Samira's voice was as light as a feather. "There is ammonia on the 3rd shelf of the reagent cabinet, and the power cord of the spectrum analyzer on the electronics table is not unplugged." I felt the latch of the equipment cabinet. "This is the secret compartment that Linda specifically pointed out to me when I came to the lab last week. In case of trouble, half a hard drive can be hidden here." Now in the secret compartment lies a USB flash drive with the repaired voice print data and a half-finished bottle of whiskey. Peter's private collection. He always says, inspiration needs alcohol to catalyze. The progress bar jumps to... Linda suddenly grabbed the pipette on the table and dripped 3 drops of blue reagent into the petri dish. That was the backup plan she mentioned yesterday, which could automatically encrypt the voice print map after a power outage. Peter finally reacted, grabbed the laptop containing the data, and crawled into the corner, where there was a loose floor, which was the secret passage he discovered when checking the circuit last week. "Hold."
"They're trying to run." The thugs with riot shields rushed over, knocking over the lab table with their shields, shattering glassware all over the floor.
Samira's knife stabbed into his shoulder socket. While he was in pain, I threw the bottle of whiskey in my arms. The bottle mouth hit the wall, and the whiskey mixed with ammonia produced white mist. Tony's shotgun went off, and the bullet grazed my ear and hit the ceiling, and the wall fell into my eyes. "Data," Linda screamed. Her fingers were still on the keyboard when a ding sounded, indicating that the voice print repair was complete. I rushed over, grabbed her arm, and stuffed the USB into her palm. "Let's go through the secret passage. Samira and I will take care of it." A choking cough sounded in the white mist. Tony was cursing, and his men knocked over the spectrum analyzer. The sound of electricity suddenly became sharp. It was 20,000 hertz ultrasound, and my temple felt like it was being stabbed by a steel needle. Absolute pitch was sounding an alarm. There was a sound of metal friction, 3 meters to the left. It was the second gun. There was a sound of cloth tearing 5 meters to the right. It was Samira kicking someone. "Come on," Samira threw something. My palms felt cold as I caught it. It was her folding knife. I stabbed the nearest person's throat with my backhand. I later learned that it was a novice, and his Adam's apple was still trembling, and blood splattered on the spectrum analyzer, which suddenly burst into sparks. Tony's shadow loomed in the firelight, his shotgun pressed against my ribs. "You think you can..." The ultrasound suddenly changed its tone. I heard the current in the spectrum analyzer tie a knot at 18,000 hertz. That was Samira's foot hooking the wire, and the last tremor before the current short-circuited. I leaned sideways in the direction of the sound wave, and the barrel of the gun scraped across my sweater, leaving a charred hole in the wall. Then I swung the glass test tube I had grabbed from the lab bench and smashed it behind Tony's ear. That was the weak spot Virgil had taught him, that I overheard while stalking him last week. He fell like an ox. The remaining thugs were stunned for 2 seconds. Some shouted retreat, and some tried to pick up their guns. Samira's knife flashed twice again, and the 2 guys retreated, covering their arms. Peter poked his head out of the secret passage and made an okay gesture to us. The data should have been sent out, but my absolute pitch suddenly stabbed. The sound of footsteps on the stairwell changed. They were not wearing rubber soles as before, but leather boots. There were at least 5 of them, and their steps were as consistent as the troops marching in step. There was some kind of low-frequency vibration mixed in their breathing. That was the tail sound of the silencer. Virgil's special forces had arrived. Samira paused as she was wiping the knife. She looked at me, the light of the laboratory and the sound of approaching footsteps reflected in her pupils. It looks like. I pulled the hem of my shirt off to wipe the blood off my face. Our halftime break is over. My temples were throbbing and my absolute pitch felt like it was being rubbed repeatedly by sandpaper. When the sound of leather boots on the stairwell reached my eardrums, I counted 5 pairs. No 6. The shouts of retreat still echoed under the metal ceiling, and now mixed with the click of weapons being loaded, like a rusty key turning in a lock. Samira's knife tip turned half a circle at her fingertips, and blood dripped down the spine of the knife onto the laboratory table, making a slight hissing sound. She glanced at the entrance to the secret passage in the corner. Peter's figure had just completely disappeared, and the ends of Linda's white hair were still hanging on the doorframe. The data must be sent out. This is the key point that we have been working on for half a month. In Virgil's sonic weapon project, the voice print of the 1982 tape overlaps 78% with the mom in my childhood memory. There's a liquid nitrogen tank behind the 3rd row of shelves on the left. I licked my cracked lips, and the taste of blood suddenly rushed into my mouth. I was hit in the corner of my mouth by the butt of Tony's gun just now. Samira's eyes lit up. She understood what I was talking about. When she came to check out the site last week, Linda complained that the old liquid nitrogen machine was always leaking cold air, and the ground was covered with white frost that never melted. The jammer is in the ventilation duct. She pointed to the ceiling. Peter mentioned this morning, when he changed the filter, that the backup power supply is connected to the circuit in Area B of the laboratory. We turned around at the same time. I rushed to the liquid nitrogen tank, and she stepped on the laboratory table and jumped onto the ventilation duct. The sound of leather boots had reached the corner of the 2nd floor, mixed with the creaking sound of the metal stairs being bent by footsteps. When I touched the valve of the liquid nitrogen tank, my fingertips were numb from the cold. The broken tank was indeed leaking, and a thin layer of ice formed on the outside. The valve was badly rusted, so I wrapped my hands with my sleeves and twisted it hard. With a loud boom, the white mist exploded like a living thing. Liquid nitrogen, at -196 degrees, spurted out, and the glassware in the laboratory was instantly frosted. The green radish in the corner turned into crisp chips within 3 seconds, and fell to the ground with a plop. The first person who rushed in was wearing a tactical vest, with steam still coming out of the breathing port on his mask. The next second he was frozen into an ice sculpture. The action of him raising his gun was frozen in midair, and the silencer on the barrel was covered with ice crystals. Samira's voice came from above my head. Jammer activated. Electric sparks burst out in the ventilation duct, and I saw smoke suddenly coming out of the earphones of 2 enemies. One of them squatted with his head in his hands, blood oozing from between his fingers. The high-frequency interference wave directly pierced his eardrum. This is a ruthless move. I remembered that Samira said her cousin was repairing communication towers at the border, and taught her how to use electromagnetic pulses to cause sabotage. The remaining 4 enemies finally reacted. The tall man in the lead pulled off his frozen mask, revealing a hideous burn scar on the left side of his face. I had seen this face in Virgil's nursing home surveillance. He was the captain of the Grey Falcon squad, and a former Marine Corps demolition expert. He waved his hand, and 2 of his men came over with riot shields, while another aimed a shotgun at the entrance to the secret passage. "Protect the data," I yelled, picked up the iron stand next to me and smashed it at the shotgun. Amid the sound of metal collision, Samira jumped down from the ventilation duct, and the knife flashed through the gap of the riot shield, cutting a bloody wound on the enemy's wrist. Captain Grey Falcon suddenly laughed. He took out a small box from his tactical waste bag and pressed a button. All the emergency lights in the laboratory went out instantly, leaving only the faint blue light of the electronic screen floating in the white mist, sprayed from the liquid nitrogen tank. Sonar positioning. I gritted my teeth, and my absolute pitch captured the subtle vibrations in the air. They were wearing night vision goggles, and we were sitting ducks in the dark. As Grey Falcon's footsteps approached, I smelled the mint scent on him, the same brand as the incense in Virgil's office. He was indeed an old subordinate. His fist came towards me with a sound of wind. I dodged it sideways but was tripped by his sweeping kick. The back of my head hit the frosty ground and stars appeared in front of my eyes. "Mr. Hudson," Grey Falcon's voice pierced my ears like an icicle. "Mr. Virgil said, you should learn to be obedient." He pressed his knee against my chest, grabbed my neck with his left hand, and took out a switchblade with his right hand. The moment the blade cut through my skin, I heard it. The frequency of the blade vibrating was 440 Hz, standard A-tone. This was the warning my absolute pitch gave me. I tilted my head to avoid the vital points, and the tip of the knife cut a 3-inch long bloody wound on my collarbone. "Elliot," Samira's knife stabbed into Grey Falcon's shoulder. He let go of his hand in pain. I took the opportunity to roll over and touched the valve of the liquid nitrogen tank at my feet. The valve was still leaking cold air, and in the white mist I saw Samira's knife stuck in Grey Falcon's tactical vest, and she was pulling on the handle to struggle with him. Another enemy rushed over with a riot shield in hand. The shield was covered in ice, and my distorted face was reflected in the light. "Go ahead." I picked up the pressure valve of the liquid nitrogen tank and threw it over. Amid the dull thud of metal hitting the riot shield, Samira ripped open a hole in Grey Falcon's tactical vest, revealing the communicator inside. The red indicator light was flashing. What he had just pressed was not the jammer, but a call for support. I rushed over to grab the communicator, but he kicked me in the ribs. Amid the severe pain, I heard more footsteps. This time they were not leather boots, but heavier military boots. There were at least 10 people coming up from the safe passage on the first floor. Samira suddenly grabbed my wrist and ran towards the secret passage. "Linda and the others have reached the basement level," she said breathlessly, "but the exit is blocked, and Peter is opening the backup door." We knocked over the shelves that were blocking our way, and glassware shattered all over the floor. Grey Falcon was shouting something in the back, but his voice was mostly swallowed up by the white mist of liquid nitrogen. I touched a lighter at my waist, a Zippo I had stolen from the bar last week. The metal casing still had body temperature. Squat down, I lit the lighter and threw it at the bottle of alcohol reagent at my feet. The moment the blue flame rose, the white mist of liquid nitrogen formed a huge airwave when it encountered heat. All the windows of the laboratory were shattered, and cold wind blew in, blowing the flame all over the place. We took advantage of the chaos to get into the secret passage, and Samira used the fire door to hold back the pursuers. From behind the door came the roar of a Grey Falcon, and the sound of metal hitting the door hinges. They brought hydraulic clamps. The secret passage was dark, with only the cold light from the mobile phone screen. Samira's hands were shaking, and I noticed that there was a deep wound on her arm that was visible to the bone, and blood was dripping down between her fingers. Peter said the backup door is on the 3rd floor underground. She turned on the flashlight, and the beam swept across the damp brick wall, but Virgil may have changed the structure here a long time ago. There was a crisp sound of breaking metal from behind. I touched the knife wound on my collarbone. The bleeding had stopped, but it hurt, as if someone was poking me with a red-hot wire. My absolute pitch suddenly felt painful again. This time it wasn't the sound of footsteps, but some kind of low-frequency vibration, very much like the background sound in that tape in 1982, the sound that made me tremble in the basement of an orphanage as a child. Virgil's sonic weapon, Samira and I said at the same time. She swung the flashlight, revealing a new crack at the base of the wall, with brick dust falling down.
Peter's voice came from afar, with a metallic echo. The door is open, but outside, the pursuers behind had already rushed into the secret passage, and the beams of light cast distorted shadows on the wall. Samira dragged me forward, and our footsteps echoed in the narrow passage like the sound of a broken gong. I looked back and saw Grey Falcon's figure getting closer and closer in the beam of light. The hydraulic pliers in his hands were still dripping with oil, leaving dark marks on the brick floor, and the low-frequency vibrations became clearer and clearer, as if something was awakening underground. I suddenly remembered what Linda said yesterday. In the voice print of 1982, there is a remnant of infrasound waves, and the frequency is just enough to cause resonance in human organs. The door at the end of the secret passage opened a crack, and Peter's face was as white as a piece of paper in the crack. Samira dragged me forward, and the door slammed shut behind us. The metallic collision sound continued, mixed with the infrasonic vibrations that were getting closer and closer, and my temple felt like it was going to explode. Samira held the back of my neck and whispered, "Hold on, we haven't lost yet." But the vibration outside the door changed. I heard sirens, distant, but getting closer. Was it Linda's data that triggered the anonymous alarm? Or was it the community defense team that Samira contacted earlier? The Grey Falcon's shout suddenly increased. "Retreat. Quick." The moment the door was pushed open, Samira and I staggered due to the cold wind that rushed in. Moonlight shone through the vents above my head, and I saw that we were standing in the basement of an old church in Harlem. The stained glass looked blue in the moonlight, and in the alley outside the door, red and blue police lights were approaching. But the low-frequency vibration has not disappeared yet. It rose from the ground, passed through the soles of my shoes, and burrowed into my bones. I suddenly remembered the summer of 1982, when the caregiver at the orphanage covered my ears and said, "Don't be afraid, it's just thunder." But there were no clouds that day, and the sky was as blue as glass. Samira's hand wrapped around mine, cool but steady. The shrill sound of sirens could be heard in the distance, mixed with the footsteps of retreating pursuers. We stood up holding onto the wall. Her blood dripped onto the blue stone slabs, blooming into dark red flowers. "They'll come again." I wiped the sweat off my face. The vibrations of the infrasound continued. "Virgil won't let the secret disappear with that tape." Samira pulled off her scarf and wrapped it around the wound on her arm, smiling. "Then let him come. This time, we are well prepared." But my absolute pitch captured a deeper vibration. Beyond the sirens and footsteps, there was a steady humming frequency, like a heartbeat, like breathing, like something that had been sleeping for 40 years and finally opened its eyes. As I held Samira's waist and moved towards the alley, the hairs on the back of my neck were still trembling with the infrasound. That thing was like an invisible snake, drilling along the spine into the brain, and my temples were throbbing. Absolute pitch was giving me a warning again. Samira's blood seeped through my fingers, and the temperature on the back of my hand was cooler than the evening breeze. "Go left." She pointed through gritted teeth at the shadow under the fire escape. Linda's car is parked behind the third trash can. The sound of sirens came and went. I caught a glimpse of a figure in a black jacket passing by the corner, and immediately took Samira to the wall. She gasped, and blood from her wounds dripped onto the concrete floor, like a string of crushed red agates. "Don't worry about me." Her voice trembled. "Get the data first." Data. The sound of the screaming child on that 1982 tape and the roar of the childcare worker covering my ears in my childhood memory now lie on Linda's encrypted hard drive. The secret from 40 years ago is waiting for us to tear open the last seal. Linda's car was a faded silver-gray old Ford with the rear window rolled down a crack. Peter's round-framed glasses gleamed in the moonlight. "Get in quickly," he lowered his voice. On the passenger seat were 3 cardboard boxes labeled medical waste. That was their disguise to deceive others. As soon as Samira curled up in the back seat, Peter stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. In the rearview mirror, The cross on the church spire was shuffled into a blurry black dot. My phone vibrated in my trouser pocket. It was the location Linda sent. Area B of the old warehouse. There is a backup exit in the ventilation duct. I only breathed a sigh of relief when the iron door of the old warehouse creaked closed behind us. Linda had already placed the laptop on the modified lab bench, with the hard drive plugged into the port. The blue progress bar was moving at a snail's pace. When she looked up, I saw the dark circles under her eyes. This former FBI voice print expert probably hadn't slept for 3 days because of this night. The backup is complete, but the original file has been compressed. She pushed her gold-rimmed glasses, and her fingers flew across the keyboard. We need to decipher the human voice below the infrasonic layer. Peter, warm up the spectrometer. Peter responded and turned to adjust the equipment. Only then did I notice that his wrist was wrapped in the same blue bandage as Samira's. It seemed that they had gone through a lot of trouble on the way to the reunion. Samira was leaning against the door, wiping the wound on her arm with an alcohol cotton pad. Drops of blood, mixed with alcohol, rolled on her skin like red pearls. "I'll help you." I pulled over a chair and sat next to Linda. The voice print image on the screen looked like a tangled mess, with the low-frequency vibrations compressing the human voice into a sawtooth wave. My absolute pitch suddenly struck me, and I covered my ears. The roars that were blurred in my memory came back again. In the summer of 1982, behind the iron door of the orphanage's basement, the caretaker pressed her trembling hands on my ears. "Don't be afraid, it's just thunder." But the sky that day was so blue that there wasn't a single cloud. "Elliot," Linda's voice floated from far away. I opened my eyes and found my forehead resting on the edge of the table, cold sweat soaking my shirt. The voice print on the screen changed at some point. In the originally chaotic waveform, a clear sound wave curve suddenly emerged, like a fish struggling in the mud. "Did you touch the adjustment knob just now?" Peter leaned over to take a look. "The infrasound filter threshold has been raised by 0.5. I stared at the curves and my heart beat so fast that it seemed like it was about to burst out of my throat. The frequency of this sound wave is exactly the same as the roar in the basement in my memory. Try stacking vocal samples." I grabbed the mouse and dragged the screaming child from the 1982 tape into the software. "Use the harmonic resonance algorithm." Linda paused and looked up at me. "How do you know this algorithm?"
I don't know. My throat tightened.
Those professional terms seemed to be stuffed into my head by someone. Maybe old books from the orphanage. Samira coughed lightly at the door, and I realized that she had put on a headset and was staring at the surveillance screen. "There are 3 unlicensed cars outside, parked between the 7th and 8th warehouses." She tapped the earphone with her fingertips. "The thermal imaging shows 6 people, 2 of whom are carrying guns. Virgil's people." I clenched my fists. The curves on the voice print began to overlap, and the child's screams could faintly reveal the low moan of an adult man. Linda gasped. "There's reverberation. This recording wasn't made in an open space. It was. Was it made in a sealed metal cabin? It matches the environment of the military's sonic weapons laboratory," I blurted out. This time even I was surprised. When did I know all this? Peter suddenly slammed the table. "The results of the comparison are out." He pushed another computer over, and 3 names popped up on the screen. The voice print feature match is over 75%, but none of them are in the caliber of active or retired military personnel. The first name was Thomas Reed, who disappeared in the Brooklyn Navy Yard in 1979. The second was Benjamin Carter, who died in a laboratory accident in 1983. The third... I stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh sound on the ground. "Henry Hudson." I stared at the screen, my throat feeling like it was filled with a red-hot coal. It's a name I've never seen before, but the last name is exactly the same as mine. "Could it be your father?" Samira came over and put her hand on my shoulder.
Her body heat seeped through my shirt, keeping me from shivering. Linda pulled up the information. Henry Hudson joined the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency in 1978 and was in charge of the Sonic Weapons Project. On July 15, 1982, 3 days before you were sent to the orphanage, his laboratory exploded and no one survived. I suddenly remembered the date when the caregiver covered my ears. July 12. 3 days later, Henry Hudson died, and I, an orphan with both parents dead, was sent to the orphanage managed by Virgil. The surveillance screen suddenly flickered, and an electrical noise came from Samira's headset. They've cut off the perimeter surveillance. She took off her headset, and the Glock 17 in her holster glowed coldly under the light. We have 2 minutes to get to the door. How long will it take to complete the final comparison? I asked Linda. 10 minutes. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. But they'll look for the data first. I glanced at the old server in the corner of the lab, and suddenly had an idea. Peter, import the fake data into that old machine. I pointed to the dusty mainframe. Use the highest level of encryption, and label it core evidence. Peter was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I understand. He operated quickly, and the indicator light of the old server began to flash. Samira, lead them away. I grabbed the metal box containing the real hard drive. We'll meet in the ventilation duct. She smiled at me, and that smile was sharper than anything I had ever seen before. Don't keep me waiting too long, Big Anchor. The footsteps coming from outside the door became clearer and clearer. Linda pressed the last button, and the voice print on the screen finally overlapped completely. Henry Hudson's voice print, and the humming of the adult man in the 1982 tape, with a match rate of 9. He's alive, I whispered. The moment the door was pushed open, Samira's gun fired. I grabbed the hard drive and crawled into the vent. Behind me, I heard a dull thud of something heavy falling to the ground. The infrasonic vibration started again, clearer this time, like someone ringing a bell in my head. The ventilation duct was dark. I took out my phone to light it up. On the screen was a message from Linda. The source of the voice print has been confirmed. In Virgil's file there is a signature from Henry Hudson, July 15, 1982. The protocol for handling the laboratory accident. There were shouting sounds coming from outside the pipe, and someone kicking the metal pipe wall. I clutched the hard drive, the sound of my heartbeat drowning out everything else. The secret from 40 years ago is finally coming to light. But what made me even more chilled was the pair of eyes glowing dimly in the reflection of the phone screen, deep in the ventilation duct. They were not human eyes. Hint for the next chapter. When Elliot discovered the mysterious creature in the ventilation duct, Samira was engaged in a fierce firefight with the enemy outside the laboratory, and the final result of the voice print comparison was about to be revealed. The truth about Henry Hudson's death was surprisingly related to Elliot's childhood memory. The iron sheet of the ventilation duct was pressed against my back, and I could clearly count the number of times my heartbeat hit my ribs. 2, 3, and on the fourth beat, the infrasonic vibrations suddenly rose sharply, as if someone was stabbing my cochlea with a rusty steel needle. The cold light from the phone screen reflected the pair of dark green pupils deep in the pipe, which were slowly shrinking into thin lines. My throat tightened as I thought of the old New York Times story from 1982 that I had found in the library last week. Laboratory leak in Harlem. Witnesses say they saw non-human creatures wandering around. Samira's gunshot suddenly exploded, and the metal pipe wall was vibrated and buzzed. I touched the screws of the vent, and there were bits of screwdriver broken off from my fingernails embedded in the cracks of my fingernails. This was what Linda had given me half an hour ago. She said that if something went wrong, I should go around the pipe to the server room and synchronize the fake voice print data to the public cloud disk. Now it seems that the situation is more than just wrong. There was a dull thud of something heavy falling outside the pipe. Was it Samira's tactical boots rolling over the floor? She always said that bullets should be used sparingly, but that shot just now was definitely for killing the enemy at close range. I held my breath and crawled along the pipe to the ventilation vent of the server room. I bit the phone with my teeth and grasped the edge with both hands to flip it down. My knees hit the server cabinet when I landed, and it hurt so much that I almost bit my tongue, but I didn't care. I grabbed the mobile hard drive that I had hidden behind the cabinet. It contained the voice print comparison report processed by a voice changer. Match 99. Target, Henry Hudson, deceased. The moment the glass door of the laboratory was pushed open, I slammed the hard drive on the operating table. 3 men in black tactical uniforms rushed in. The leader had a faded eagle emblem on his shoulder, the logo of a private military company. Virgil, an old fox, really raised professional dogs.
Voice print results, the leader roared, and the barrel of the gun swept across the back of Linda's neck.
The back of her white coat was stained with blood, probably from being grazed by a stray bullet, but her eyes as she stared at the computer were still as sharp as a scalpel. Peter huddled behind her, his fingers shaking on the keyboard. I knew he was typing the real comparison program. The code window was minimized in the lower right corner of the desktop, and only the 4 of us knew about it. I deliberately stumbled and knocked over a chair, and the hard drive rolled to the leading man's feet with a clang. As he bent to pick it up, I caught a glimpse of a diamond-shaped scar behind his ear, exactly the same one I'd seen on the man in the alley behind the nursing home when I'd stalked Virgil the previous week. Here's the report. I tugged at my wrinkled shirt and tried to keep my voice from trembling. Henry Hudson. He really... The leading man tore off the hard drive cover and inserted it into the sampler. The moment the screen lit up, his pupils shrank. I knew what he saw. The crooning voice on the 1982 tape matched the Henry Hudson on the death certificate, right down to the frequency of the Adam's apple vibrations. Confirmed dead, he said into the intercom. Lock down the lab and thoroughly check other data. Samira and I looked at each other. She stood at the door of the laboratory, her holster empty. The bullet must have pierced the knee of the first person who rushed in. Now her right hand was in her jeans pocket, her thumb pressing against her knuckles. This was our secret signal. The enemy was divided into 2 groups, one to guard the hard drive, and the other to search other areas. The infrasound waves began to vibrate again. I pressed my temples, and my absolute pitch amplified all sounds, tenfold. The 2 people guarding the hard drive were chewing gum. The one on the left had sinusitis, and his breathing was whistling. The 3 people searching for evidence were rummaging through the filing cabinet, and the 3rd one on the right had mud on the soles of his tactical boots, and he had just come in from outside. Go to the server room, I whispered to Samira. They must delete the data. She nodded, and the ends of her hair brushed against the silver ring behind her ear. It was the one her mother wore when she was smuggled into the country, and now it has become her good luck charm. We moved along the wall, and the laboratory's ventilation system made a humming sound, just covering up the sound of our footsteps. The 2 people guarding the hard drive had their backs to us. The one on the left was using a dagger to pry open the hard drive casing, and the one on the right was checking Linda's work notebook. I fished out the anesthetic spray from my pocket. Linda said it was something Peter stole from the lab, and it can make a person unconscious for 10 minutes. Samira moved first. She slid behind the man on the right like a shadow, and pressed her elbow against the numbness on the back of his neck. The man groaned and was about to turn around, but I pressed the spray against his face. The man on the left heard the noise and was about to reach for his gun, but Samira's knee had already hit his wrist. The sound of metal collision mixed with the crisp sound of bones dislocating, and his gun fell to the ground with a clang. Done. Samira pulled off their tactical belts and tied them to the chairs. I checked their intercom, put it on silent mode, and threw it in the sink. At this time, the footsteps of the group searching for evidence were getting closer, at least 3 of them, and their tactical boots stepped on the tiles at a frequency of 1 step every 1.2 seconds, faster than normal. and with a sense of vigilance. "Linda," I yelled, making my voice sound panicky. "They're going to destroy the server." There was a sound of breaking glass at the back of the lab. Peter had smashed the beaker to the floor. 3 men rushed in, guns pointed at the server cabinet. Samira flashed out from behind the secret door and hit the middle one on the back of the neck with the butt of the gun. I pounced on the one on the left, grabbed his tactical vest, and slammed him against the operating table. His head hit the centrifuge, and he fainted on the spot. The guy on the right reacted quickly and raised his gun to shoot Samira. I picked up the incubator next to him and smashed it at him, and glass fragments splashed all over his face. Done. Samira kicked his gun away and turned to Linda and raised an eyebrow. "Can you tell me the result now?" Linda's fingers flew on the keyboard, and 2 voice prints popped up on the screen. One was an old recording found in Frank's, the old gardener of the orphanage, belongings, and the other, I stared at the waveform, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "The match is 9082. Linda pushed her glasses up. "The source is Virgil Hawk's personal medical records. He had vocal cord polyp surgery 3 years ago, and the recording of the laryngoscopy during the post-operative follow-up examination is stored in the municipal medical system." Peter took out a USB flash drive from the drawer and inserted it. I hacked into the nursing home surveillance. At 3 in the morning, on the 15th of last month, Virgil's car stopped at the entrance of Frank's alley. Half an hour later, he came out carrying a black box. In the surveillance footage, the old man who always combed his silver hair neatly was now hunched over, with half a piece of bloody cloth sticking out of the edge of the box. "So Frank didn't fall accidentally." Samira's voice was like ice. "He knew about what happened in 1982, and Virgil wanted to keep it secret." I clenched my phone. The message Linda had sent earlier was still on the screen. There is a signature of Henry Hudson in Virgil's file. Now it all made sense. Henry was not dead at all. He was Virgil's colleague, or worse, an experimental subject. And for me, the little boy who was always awakened by nightmares in the orphanage, the monster groaning I heard was not an illusion at all. "Let's go," Sammy pulled my arm. "More people will be here soon." We gathered up the evidence. Linda engraved the key data into the microchip, and Peter taped it to the inside of Samira's collar with lab tape. I grabbed my coat to cover Linda's wound when I suddenly heard dense footsteps coming from the corridor. Not tactical boots, but heavier military boots. There were at least 10 people, and the crisp sound of equipment colliding. Samira's face changed. She peeked out through the crack in the door. When she turned back, the cold light of the corridor was reflected in her pupils. He is wearing heavy armor, a tactical helmet, and a riot shield. The door of the laboratory suddenly made a dull sound, as if it was hit by something heavy. I took out the spare phone from my pocket and turned on the recording function. The frequency of the infrasound changed again. This time it was sharper, like a baby crying. The green eyes deep in the ventilation duct suddenly appeared in my mind, overlapping with the footsteps outside the door. "They are coming," said Samira, "and we are trapped here." The metal door of the laboratory was hit again, and the door frame creaked under the heavy weight. I stared at Samira's hand holding the Molotov cocktail, her knuckles so white that they were almost transparent. She had filled a half bottle of Indris ethanol with a broken glass bottle, wrapped it in a rag torn from her lab coat, and the match she had just picked up from the vent was still tucked behind her ear. "They brought a battering ram." Samira's voice was like ice. "The door will be open in 3 minutes at most." Her other hand was on the doorknob of the side door. The rusty little door was a safe passage 10 years ago. Peter had tried it just now, but a piece of copper was stuck in the lock core, so he had to use brute force to break it open. My temples were throbbing, and absolute pitch became a torture at this moment. The breathing sounds of the 10 people outside the door were amplified by the riot shields, mixed with the vibrations of infrasonic waves. That was not an ordinary noise. but some kind of regular low-frequency vibration, very much like the monster groaning I heard under the bed in the orphanage when I was 7 years old. Suddenly, there was a slight sound in the ventilation duct. I looked up suddenly and saw a faint green light flashing on the metal pipe wall, overlapping with the rainy night in my memory. Look at the reagent rack. Linda suddenly tugged at the corner of my clothes. Her white coat was oozing with blood from being scratched by fragments when she was dodging bullets, but her eyes were surprisingly bright at this moment. The red label bottle, second from the left in the third row, is ammonium nitrate. The bottle of anhydrous ethanol next to it will produce a lot of smoke when mixed and heated. Peter was already squatting on the ground, rummaging through the toolbox, and took out a roll of fuse and threw it over. This is left over from the last explosion experiment. It can burn for 30 seconds. His fingers were still shaking, but the movement of handing it over was as steady as a robotic arm. This kid was always scolded by Linda for being clumsy, but at the critical moment he seemed like a different person. Samira thrust the Molotov cocktail into my hand. I'll distract them, and you light the ammonium nitrate. She rubbed the calloused skin on my palm with her fingertips. Remember, count to 5 before throwing it. The door was knocked again. This time the metal door frame cracked and I heard someone shouting on the intercom, "Prepare to enter. The target may be holding chemical weapons." Linda, Peter, side door. I grabbed the fuse and wrapped it around the ammonium nitrate bottle. When the explosion goes off, run. The chip is in Sammy's collar. It's more important than your life. Linda dug her fingers into the edge of the lab table, blood seeping out from between her fingers. "You guys, go," Samira yelled, picking up another bottle of ethanol and rushing over. She kicked over the reagent rack next to her, and the glass tubes shattered all over the floor. The footsteps outside the door suddenly stopped. I counted to 3 and struck the match. The moment the flame licked the fuse, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and there was a wet scraping sound in the ventilation duct, like something scaly crawling. Boom! Samira's Molotov cocktail hit the door, and orange-red flames rushed in through the crack in the door, illuminating the tactical helmet outside the door. Someone cursed, and the riot shields collided in a chaotic sound. I grabbed a bottle of ammonium nitrate and rushed to the corner. The sparks from the fuse stung my eyes. 5. I yelled and smashed the bottle to the ground. The moment the glass shattered, white smoke exploded like a living thing, and the pungent smell of ammonia made it impossible for people to open their eyes. There was a dull thud of a shield falling to the ground outside the door, and someone shouted "smoke bomb." Gunshots rang out soon after, and the bullet grazed my ear and hit the wall. The flying lime powder fell into my collar, making me shiver with cold. Side door. Samira's hand suddenly grabbed my wrist, her tactical boots rolling over broken glass. Peter broke it open. We stumbled towards the side door, only being able to see each other's blurry shadows in the smoke. Linda and Peter's footsteps were heard in front, and suddenly there was a bang and Peter's shout was covered by the gunshot. My temple ached so much that it felt like it was about to split, and the frequency of the infrasound suddenly increased, as if someone was drilling into my ears with a drill. That was the climax of my childhood nightmare. Every time I woke up, there was the same vibration outside the window. "Keep your head down," Samira pulled me under the table. The bullet grazed the edge of the table and made a charred hole in the wall. Her breath was in my ear. They used thermal imaging. The smoke couldn't block it. I reached for the spare phone on my waist, and the recording function was still on. The sound wave curve jumping on the screen suddenly twisted into sharp peaks and valleys, overlapping with the scraping sound in the ventilation duct. That was not a natural sound wave, but some kind of artificially modulated signal. "Follow me." I pulled Samira and rushed towards the vent. Peter had loosened a corner of the metal fence with a wrench. She went in first, and as she pulled me in with her backhand, I caught a glimpse of a shadow approaching outside the door.
The white light of a tactical flashlight pierced through the smoke, revealing the face of Virgil Hawk. He was wearing the same tactical helmet as everyone else, but with his face mask off and a smile on his face, as if he was watching a carefully choreographed play. "Go," Samira shouted in the pipe. As I climbed in, I heard a loud bang of a metal door being slammed open behind me. The ventilation duct was so narrow that I could only crawl forward. The smell of rust made people cough. The tip of Samira's boot was right in front of me, stained with my blood. A bullet had grazed my calf when I rushed to the side door just now, and now my trouser leg was wet and numb from the pain. At the end of the pipe is an exhaust vent. Moonlight leaks in, illuminating the microchip on Samira's collar, which is flashing a faint blue light. She turned around and looked at me. Her face was covered with black ash, and her eyes were surprisingly bright. "Can you still hold on?" I touched the wound on my leg. It was still bleeding, but I could walk. The infrasonic vibration suddenly weakened, but the scraping sound came again from deep in the ventilation duct, closer than before. Samira's face changed, and she put her index finger on her lips. A siren sounded in the distance. I don't know if it was us who reported it or Virgil's men. "After we get out," my throat tightened. "Go to the old church first. I have a medical kit hidden there." Samira nodded, her fingertips lightly touching the collar. There were footsteps outside the pipe, and someone called out on the intercom. "The target has entered the ventilation system. Split into 2 teams to outflank them." We held our breath at the same time. The moonlight cast Samira's shadow on the wall of the pipe, overlapping with the memory of the little boy hiding under the bed in the orphanage. It turns out that for so many years, we have been wandering in the same maze. But this time, we have an extra knife in our hands that can cut through the darkness. The blood from the leg dripped onto the metal pipe, making a crisp tick-tick sound. The distant sirens were getting closer, but so was the scraping sound deep in the ventilation duct. Samira held my hand, and the warmth seeped in through the blood, like a fire that could not be extinguished. We crawled towards the moonlight. Behind us we could hear approaching footsteps, and some kind of low humming that did not belong to human. The moment I touched the edge of the ventilation duct, the smell of rust rushed directly into my nose. Samira put her hand on the back of my waist and pushed very gently, as if she was afraid to break the wound on my leg. The cut made by the metal piece was still bleeding, and every movement caused a burning pain. The moonlight outside the pipe was like ice, and when it fell on my face, I heard 3 people gasp at the same time. "Here," someone shouted, and the white light of a tactical flashlight hit them on the head. I squinted my eyes and saw 7 or 8 people in black tactical uniforms pouring out of the side door of the laboratory. 2 of them were holding shotguns, and the barrels glowed coldly in the moonlight. Samira pinched her fingers into my palm, and her other hand pressed on the collar, which contained the raw data of the voice print comparison. Linda said that as long as the metal shell was not broken, the chip could withstand 3 gunshots. "Go left." I pulled her towards the alley, and the injury on my leg made me stagger. Samira took advantage of the situation and pulled me to her side, just like when I was a child in the orphanage. She always used this posture to protect me from the nuns' canes. The sound of sirens was still lingering in the distance, probably led in the opposite direction by Virgil's men. I counted the footsteps behind me, 6, 2 more than before. My absolute pitch was throbbing in my temple, as if someone was picking at a nerve with a needle. It was a precursor to a migraine, but I couldn't care less at the moment. "Do they have thermal images?" Samira asked, panting. I listened carefully. There was no sound of instrument beeps in the pursuit sound. It should be a normal pursuit. I took off my coat and put it on the data collar. "Look for a place with a lot of debris. We need obstacles." The alley ahead suddenly turns into a narrow lane, filled with scrapped refrigerators, rusty oil drums, and half a wall of wooden boards that have not been completely removed. I braked suddenly, and Samira almost hit me.
Here, I pointed to the pile of cardboard boxes at the entrance of the alley. Lure them over here and use these to block the road. She nodded, took out the screws she had just picked up from the pipe from her trouser pocket, and threw them to the trash can on the right. With a clang, the 3 pursuers immediately turned to the right. "Let's go." I pulled her and rushed into the narrow alley. The footsteps behind us were indeed divided into 2 groups. 4 or 5 of them chased the screw away, and the remaining 2 were still chasing it closely. Samira picked up the iron bucket at her feet and smashed it behind her. There was a dull clang sound, and one of them staggered, cursing. I took the opportunity to bend down and pick up half a wooden board, and placed it horizontally to block the entrance of the alley. When the pursuer's flashlight swept over us, we had already crouched down and crawled deeper into the pile of debris. "Can you still run?" Samira touched the wound on my leg, her fingertips stained with blood. I gritted my teeth and shook my head. "Let's build up the obstacles first." We started throwing things behind us. Oil drums, broken bricks and moldy mattresses. When the 3rd plank fell, there was a crack sound from behind. The sound of a gun barrel hitting metal. "They're coming around." Samira's voice dropped. I pricked up my ears. The footsteps on the left were half a beat faster than those on the right. The one on the right had a slight limp. There was a veteran among Virgil's people. I'd heard him train the caregivers in the nursing home. We continued running along the broken bricks in the alley. The moonlight cut into thin strips by the high walls on both sides. I counted my steps, 10, 20, 30, and then I braked suddenly. Samira bumped into my back and asked softly, "What's wrong?" I looked up and saw a concrete wall covered with ivy. At the base of the wall was a pile of broken glass, half a person's height, reflecting the moonlight like a handful of broken diamonds. "Dead end." I heard my voice trembling. The footsteps behind me suddenly became clear, mixed with the sound of metal scraping against the wall. Samira turned her back to me and fished out the folding knife she had hidden for 3 years from her boot. She had used it to cut open the bags of 3 drug dealers when we were catching them in Harlem. "Give me the data collar," she whispered. "You hide against the wall, and I'll block it." I didn't move. Absolute pitch suddenly exploded in my brain, as if someone was drilling my temple with an electric drill. I heard a mouse scurrying under the ivy, 3 steps away, on the left, and heard the pursuer's intercom, 5 meters to the right. "The target is in a dead end. Prepare to close in." I also heard a very light metallic friction sound on the other side of the wall, like the lock of some mechanism turning. Samira's knife flashed in the moonlight. "Elliot?" I stared at the wall, my throat tightening. The ivy leaves in the crack of the wall suddenly shook, revealing half of a rusty rivet. The shape was exactly the same as the latch of the orphanage's basement storage room. The pursuer's flashlights had already shone into the alley entrance, and the man in front shouted, "Don't run away, Mr. Hawk said to leave someone alive." Samira put the knife in my hand, untied her collar, and held it tightly. "Do you remember the secret passage in the old church?" "Of course I remember. That's where we escaped from the orphanage when we were 12. But at this moment, at the base of the dead-end wall, the rivets in the ivy were throbbing with my throbbing temples, as if typing out some kind of Morse code. The footsteps of the pursuers were getting closer. Samira suddenly pulled me towards the wall. The pain of broken glass piercing the soles of my shoes was drowned out by something sharper. I heard the same infrasonic vibrations from the other side of the wall, as in the recording of the 19. My left leg started to throb again. The wounds from broken glass piercing the soles of my shoes were bleeding, and every step felt like stepping on red-hot nails. Samira's fingers were clasped around my wrist, and the warmth of her palm seeped through my sweaty skin, like a thin rope, barely tying up my nerves that were about to break. "They'll be here in 30 seconds. She lowered her voice, and the silver ornament on her necklace rubbed against the back of my hand. It was an old item she bought from a Brooklyn flea market, saying it would bring good luck. But at this moment the metal hurt me, as if it was reminding me of something. The noise from the pursuer's walkie-talkie was getting closer. The target was wearing a dark grey jacket and had an injury on his left calf. I glanced down at my blood-soaked trouser leg, and my throat felt bitter. When Virgil's men cornered me in the Queen's warehouse 3 days ago, I thought this was the worst. Now I understand the real desperate situation is when you think you are about to get to the bottom of the truth, but you are forced into a dead end, and even the last bit of light is about to be extinguished. Samira suddenly pulled me, and I almost hit the wall. The ivy leaves brushed across my face, bringing with them the fishy smell of rotten leaves. Then I saw the rivet, half of it embedded in the crack in the wall, its rusty lines shaped like a twisted snake. I had seen the same latch in the basement storage room of the orphanage when I was 12. That day, heavy rain flooded the first floor. Samira and I hid inside to avoid the wind. When she pried the door with wire, I counted the lines on the latch. 7 deep marks and 3 shallow ones, and the position of the rust spot on this rivet was exactly the same. "Elliot?" Samira's voice trembled, and she paused in the act of unhooking the collar. I knew what she was looking at. From the other side of the wall, there was some very low-frequency vibration, like someone scratching the inner layer of glass with fingernails, or like muffled thunder in the distance. That was infrasound, which I had heard in the recording of the 1982 murder case. It had a frequency of 4.7 Hz, and could make people feel extremely uneasy. 3 days ago, when I used a spectrum analyzer to analyze that old tape, the waveform jumping on the computer screen completely coincided with the vibration in the wall at this moment. It's the Argo project. I heard my voice shaking. Samira's pupils shrank. We looked it up in the library. It was a sonic weapon project secretly developed by the military in the 1970s. It used infrasound to interfere with human brain nerves, causing hallucinations and even memory confusion. And the nightmare I always had in my childhood, being locked in a soundproof room and hearing a buzzing sound similar to the flapping of bees' wings, turned out not to be a dream. The footsteps of the pursuers exploded at the entrance of the alley. 5, 4, 3. Samira began to count. Her collar glowed coldly in the moonlight. I knew it was her homemade electric shock device. It could last for 30 seconds. But what after that? My temples began to throb, and the stinging pain from absolute pitch spread from behind my ears to the top of my head. That was a warning for overusing one's abilities, but he couldn't care less about that at the moment. I closed my eyes and went over the sound wave frequency of the old tape in my memory. 4.7 Hz, superimposed with 120 Hz harmonics, like the echo of the old well in the back alley of the orphanage. Cover your ears. I grabbed Samira's wrist and pressed it against her ear, then opened my mouth. I couldn't even tell the sound coming from my throat. It sounded like some kind of vibration between a buzzing and a groan. The ivy in the cracks of the wall suddenly shook violently, and a few dead leaves fell down. The rivets began to turn, very slowly at first, and then with a click, the entire wall cracked in the middle, and the smell of mold and rust poured out. "Let's go." Samira pushed me in. The passage was so low that one had to bend over, and the walls were made of damp blue bricks that were slippery to the touch and covered with moss. The shouting of the pursuers was isolated behind us, leaving only our rapid breathing and the sound of our footsteps. My wound was bleeding, and the blood was dripping onto the blue stone slab, making a soft pat-pat sound, like some kind of countdown. At the end of the passage was an iron door, with spider webs tangled around the door handle. Samira used the silver ornament on her collar to unlock the door, and the door creaked open. Then we all froze. The room was not big, with 3 metal filing cabinets against the wall. The top one was not closed tightly, and a stack of yellowed documents slid out, revealing the title, Argo Project Experiment Record. There is an old photo hanging on the wall. The man in the photo is wearing a military uniform and has a gentle smile. That is Virgil Hawke, the current nursing home manager. but the date in the lower right corner of the photo is not. Samira squatted down to flip through the documents, and I saw her fingers trembling. Look at this. She pulled out a piece of paper. On March 15th, 1982, subject E7 developed memory disorder. It is recommended to terminate the sonic stimulation. The signature is Hawk. My throat tightened. E7 was my number in the orphanage. I still remember what the nurse said when she inserted the needle into my arm. Little Elliot, it won't hurt after a good night's sleep. Further inside, a half photo was revealed from a pile of documents. It was of a little girl in a blue dress, standing in the corridor of an orphanage. I recognized it as Samira, 12-year-old Samira. And on the back of the photo was written in red pen, Subject C9, amnesia successfully wiped. Back then, Samira's voice choked. I was about to speak when a dull metallic collision sound suddenly came from behind me. We turned around. At the same time, the door we had just entered had closed at some point, and there was a clicking sound from the door lock, as if some mechanical device was locked from the inside. I rushed over and pushed the door, but it didn't move. Samira used the collar to shock the keyhole. Sparks flew, but the lock didn't even shake. The infrasound in the room suddenly became sharp. My migraine instantly flared up, and everything went black before my eyes. Through my blurry vision, I saw a metal box at the bottom of the filing cabinet with final experimental data engraved on the lid. Next to the box, there was a rivet exactly the same as the one in the crack in the wall, glowing coldly in the shadow. The shouting of the pursuers had completely disappeared. Now it's just us, a house full of secrets, and a door locked from the inside. The vault is closing, but the next enigma awaits. Click that bell, or the truth may bury you forever.